shit. Let's see. Stop this music for a minute. La la. So it says here he's not in charge. Who's fucking in charge? When Elon Musk refers to action taken by the Department of Government Efficiency as he's not actually involved as an employee or a leader of the inactive, according to the White House court filing Monday. In a declaration, Joshua Fisher, the director of the Oval Office Administration, Musk is described as a senior advisor. Yeah, he's a think tank. A special government employee and is not an employee of the separate U.S. Doge service. Huh. Yeah, he's just a rich dude. When you're rich, you get what you want. Michael Waddell, grow my own. 15 plants can give you poundage. Yeah, I mean, Hippie grows his own too. I wouldn't say poundage because, you're only allowed to have so much legally. So, I will just say that I grow enough to get high. Keep my pain level in check. When I run out of weed, it's miserable. Michael Waddell, welcome in, friend. I guess now that you said that, I won't even ask. But this helps me tremendously with my pain. If I match this with some weed, it's great. Sucks at night, though. When I take the gummies at night, I'm up all night. Yeah, indoor or outdoor? I grow inside. In the summer, I grow one plant outdoors, and I don't like competing with Mother Nature. When I'm growing inside, I've got everything. Nice, brother. There you go. I like that. I'm a guy who shares a lot. Yeah. Same thing. A lot of the scruffy, smaller stuff I would give away to... Oh, look at my glasses. They're not green, but for some reason they're showing through on the... You need indica at night. Yeah, whenever I go to the dispensary, the girls are always like, oh, what do you want? I'm like, just give me some fucking weed. I don't really pay attention, I know that indica I love for my own personal use just because it grows good in a cold environment. My basement is a bit cold, and I'm cheap. So if you run a good indica, you get no worries of a little cold. However, you run a sativa in that cold. There we go. Oh, that's nice. I can read still. But you're right. I should ask because I wonder what these are. Let me see. Riptide rosin infused gummy. I don't see where it says sativa or made in America, made in Chelsea, Mass. Oh, no shit. Doesn't say that I can see that it's sativa or... Oh, it says hybrid. Marijuana type. Hybrid hash rosin. Huh. What's this one say? Marijuana type. Old X GMO? Wait, what? Marijuana method of extraction, solventless. Marijuana type. ELDX GMO? So those are obviously acronyms because GMO weed? Too many hybrids. Bro, I'm fucking 60. When I was a kid, we smoked weed on the high school bus and the seeds were popping away like it was fucking 4th of July. And you fucking young spoiled brats with your fucking hydro weed and no seeds and no stems and this, fucking spoiled brats. Many hybrids out there. I hate it. I mean, it's just... You know, how many fucking different weeds do we need? Just zero in on one weed and grow it. I'm gonna eat another gummy. A friend with weed is a friend indeed. Now that is truth right there. Green sour apple. Delta 8 and 9 with 35%. I've smoked that shit once. I was with Breaking the Floor. If you guys follow auditors, you know who Breaking the Floor is. We were in Hyannis doing an audit, and we didn't have any weed, and fucking we were just like, let's try this Delta shit. He bought a joint, and like I would explain weeds in high difference with body high, which you feel it more in your central, or head high, where it's all in your head. And I feel like the Delta 9 was a pretty even. I haven't seen. Yeah, he's been hiding out. I don't know what he's doing. Last I saw some weird stuff on his channel, Facebook. I don't know. I don't know what he's up to. He's living in the woods. He was living in the woods on the Facebook thing. It looked pretty cool. He had like some kind of setup outside. No, not cat tacos. You guys know I got a strike yesterday because somebody mentioned a medical procedure. And I even said that's an opinion because I fucking knew YouTube was gonna. But, yeah, that's how quickly you can get beaten down on these YouTube streets. Someone mentioned a medical process. I said, that's an opinion, and they still got me. And people said, oh, you should just fight it, but, it was a warning strike. So I took the school, I passed 100%. If you guys are creators out there, you know that if you don't have a strike and you get your first strike, you get a warning strike. When you get a warning strike, you can either appeal it or you can take a class. It's like 10 questions. Based on how you answer those questions is how the result will come. So I said fuck it and took the class, and I passed 100%. The questions were fucking stupid, though. The questions said shit like, and this is just an explanation talking. It was said shit like, Bobby made a tincture that cures cancer 100%, and all you have to do is do this, that, and the other thing, and it's yours. And obviously, that's, against toss. And I'm going to definitely mention it to the person who said it, because he had some other weird stuff off the hook about immigrants driving trucks and stuff. My dad lived till 90 years old, but not seeing a doctor for last 20 years of his life. Well, that's a constant. Oh, Michael, I didn't even know that was you. I talk about this a lot recently. Let me put these gummies in my mouth. Now I'll finish the combo. So what happened to me was I didn't go to the doctors. I'm not really a doctor person anyway. I'm pretty healthy. We eat good, and even though I'm overweight, I'm still pretty healthy. And so I didn't go to the doctors during the pandemic. And then when the pandemic was over, I still wasn't really sick, so I just wasn't thinking anything about it. So finally, I'm like, my wife said, we should probably go have a checkup, blah, blah, blah. So we call into the doctor's office, right? And they said they dropped me as a patient because I didn't come in during COVID. I mean, I get my insurance company being pissed off because I didn't go to the doctors, because obviously if I got sick and waited a long time, that makes the expense more. I get that. But the doctor's office canceling me because they didn't make money off me? That's basically what they're saying. Oh, you didn't make us any money during the... Blah, 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 blah. So you can't come here anymore. Maybe if there's another and you could come in and get sick for us and make us money, then you can come back. The fuck is wrong with this world? So now the doctor's office says, oh, get on the health connector. You can get another doctor, no problem. Fucking went to that doctor's office for like 30 fucking years. And then the Cape Cod Healthcare took over the fucking doctor's office and they just turned it into a moneymaker. Camping cage free. What's up? What's up? So anyway, I go on this Cape Cod Healthcare connector, which is something that's supposed to make it better for everybody except for you. So I go on there and I'm like, oh, I need a doctor. Okay. Thinking. Oh, yes, we can get you into a doctor in Falmouth, like 60 miles away. What the fuck? I'd asked my grandpa if he'd eat an edible the other day. He didn't say yes, but he didn't say no, so I'm going to keep asking until I get an affirmative answer. He should do it, man. I agree. I think, why not enjoy yourself? There's a video on YouTube of, like, these old people who, they all get stoned. And they were like your grandpa. They'd never gotten stoned before. It was fucking great video. Dig in or dig out. What, do you got some snow going on? I'm gonna eat. This will be, I feel like this is 5 gummies I've already eaten. Zatachi! Hi! I don't know why I just think of it as Japanese or Chinese. The other one. Kill the pain. Kill the pain. I haven't dropped a link yet. I don't know if anybody wants to come up, but I've been sitting here running my mouth. I think Satachi was here yesterday during that conversation what I got a strike for. Ugh. It's like doing a shot of whiskey for me, that shit. I fucking hate those things. Yup, and it's -7 and snowing. So, yeah. Fucking doctors suck. YouTube sucks. YouTube gave me a strike because someone mentioned some medical bullshit. So pisses me off. Was -31. Damn, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you? Move to somewhere warm. Nah, I don't know. I like the cold too, honestly. I'm dreaming. What else is in the news? NPR says Democrats face pressure to fight the Trump agenda. Well, don't fight it. A Delta Airlines jet flips and no one dies. All 80 people survive. That's incredible. Who is America playing a key role in the U.S.-Russia talks? Yeah, it's fucking Putin and Trump sitting around smoking a fucking fat joint, giggling about the war. I don't know. It didn't sound good to me. It sounded like, well, from what I was hearing, this is just my opinion, but it sounded like the deal was going to be something to the effect of whatever property that Putin is currently holding, he gets to keep, and then the war is over. Whether Zelensky's going to take that. I have no idea. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, because sad that I got to feel scared. It's like YouTube is sitting over me with a giant stick right now. And every time I say something wrong, they whack me with it. It hurts. Baby gummy will be like chicken. Chicken cough back in the 1970s. So, the chicken cough. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Tuberculosis? I know there's a big tuberculosis thing in the central part of the country. We read it a couple of weeks ago. Something like 80 people now have it. Hey, 5-speed. What's up, buddy?
Not much, my friend. What's happening?
Not much. Just talking shit, pissed off.
Yeah, as long as you're asking, back it up, I guess.
Well, it's, I got a strike yesterday for somebody mentioned a medical procedure, and I'm positive I said, that's just opinion. See you, brother. And, I still got a strike. It was a warning strike, so I was able to do the class and get rid of it, but I think it's gone this morning.
Yeah.
But, shit-talking hippie. Shit-talking herpy hippie. And then I was just kind of talking shit because, and another controversial, but my doctor, during the famous pandemic, I didn't go to the doctors the whole time. So then when the things were over, I decided, well, I hadn't been to the doctors in like 5 years. I decided, I'm going to go to the doctors. So I called in and make an appointment. They're like, oh no, we dropped you. What? What do you mean? You dropped me. Oh, well, you're not a patient anymore because you didn't come in during... And I'm like, really? I've been going there for 30 fucking years, and because I didn't come in and make you guys money, you fucking dropping me? I'm sorry. You'll have to go on the Health Connector and get a new doctor.
Didn't they send you any notifications or anything?
No.
Wow.
No. And, I'm handicapped. I'm disabled legally. Like, I have issues. So, I get on the Health Connector thing that they now have started, Cape Cod Healthcare. Let's make it efficient. It's like government. We just keep adding on to it, making it harder. So, I contact them, and they're like, thinking. Oh, yeah, we can get you in Falmouth. 62 miles away. The fuck are you talking about? Fucking joke. Fucking whole everything is such a fucking... Can I pet that dog?
It's all a joke.
Yeah, it really is.
But I think more people do need to get involved locally, big time. So.
Well, I mean, it's a big eye-opener. Leslie! It's a big eye-opener what's going on right now. Whether you like Trump or not, or Elon, whether you like him or not. It's pretty interesting to see,
So Deutsche wanting to know if he can pet that frog.
Oh, I didn't even read it. I just assumed because he always says the dog, so that's funny because you got the frog. Cannabis has been studied since 1963 at Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Biggest complaint? They can't figure out dosages for different people. Can't go by weight. Wow, that's interesting. What about, like, cancer causing and those kind of things? I guess they would, if there was a study and it said that, the government would be using it as a reason to...
I mean, it's not that difficult, and I don't know why. There's just so much out there on either side chirping, and if you really get down to the basics, It's really not that difficult.
Nikki says, Hippie, this is what it is. This is not what it should be. Right. I agree 100%. There is no what it should be. I'm so high, bro. Wow. This is what it is. There is no what it should be. So what are you saying? I'm not sure. I'm confused. I received a job overseas. My landlord insisted, and they had little effect on me. My landlady. Going to get x-rays from horse kick. Oh no, hon. Good luck. Sure, my insurance bill will be good also. It's funny, that was another complaint that I was ranting about yesterday, was that when I first started having issues with my neck and I wanted to have a checkup in the hospital 6 months ago, I go in and I got Medicaid because my disability is from a work injury. I fell off a ladder. So I'm like, yeah, I got Medicaid A and B. She's like, oh, do you have supplemental insurance? I look at my wife, because I'm no fucking rocket science. I look at my wife, I'm like, I just didn't really register in my mind what she was saying. And so the secondary insurance is to cover the costs for the that you get beside your insurance, I forget what it's called, they base a payment still, even though you have insurance, it's just less. So when I had my surgery, it was like $100,000 recently. I ended up with a $6,700 bill. And that was all the different departments charging me $500 or whatever. On top of getting paid, the $60,000 for the titanium plates, and it's all about money. Cannabis oil cures 65% of all cancers. I know, survivor. Good for you, Michael. I'm glad that weed saved you. Now, are you talking Rick Simpson oil, right? Because I've heard that Rick Simpson oil has... of course, you have to be careful when you say that, because you get Hippie in trouble. We already had this.
Hippie?
Yes, ma'am?
You know what my medical record says about my cervical cancer?
Go ahead.
It says I cured it psychosomatically.
With your mind?
But you know what I did?
Go ahead.
I put RSO in a monostat plunger and applied it directly to my cervix every day for 6 months. We made it with Charlotte's Web that my husband grew.
Sure.
And
that's the CBD plant, right?
Yeah. And
Combs framework.
I had 2 kids after cervical cancer. Stage 3 I was at.
So that's like almost, I don't want to use the word, but yeah, that's really close to being passed away, right? Stage 4, you're done.
Yep, they wanted to put me on chemo, and I had done chemo before, and I refused to do it. So they said that, that it must have been psychosomatic. They tried to say there were mistakes in the tests diagnosing me when they discovered it was gone. My actual doctor, was on board with me doing what I was doing and knew what I was doing and wanted to record that, but was not allowed to.
The Combs framework is a guiding philosophy that helps leaders, whether in government, business, or communities, prioritize responsibility, transparency, and ethical governance. It stands on 5 core principles: courageous leadership, operational transparency, moral responsibility, balanced governance, sustainable progress. The deductible, that's right, camping, right on. The deductible. So, yeah, there's no such thing as free healthcare in America. You even get a hickey or a hemorrhoid.
Did you ever?
Oh, did I ever? I'm
That's
sure
the
I got a
question. Did
hickey.
you ever get a hickey on a hemorrhoid? Anyway, I just came up to explain my cryptic comment that I made. I told you it is what it is. There is no what it should be.
Right.
We all have this idea in our head what things should be and how they should be. But that never comes to pass for any of us. It always just is what it is. SOCKS.
It is what it is. SOCKS.
SOCKS. And that's why my tattoo says socks. SOCKS.
How's your health now? Everything good?
I mean, everybody's got things that ail them, but I consider myself to be in fairly good health.
Nice. I mean, I feel healthy, but I haven't been to the doctors in a long time.
I have very little faith in doctors. I
I
find they
feel you
serve some
there.
great purposes if you need stitches or a bone set. Beyond that, I don't have a lot of faith.
Be
Yeah, it's like
surprised when somebody gets their mind right, what sort of dis-eases will slowly erode.
right? Or not happen. Like a pot plant, if it's perfectly healthy, it's not susceptible to all the bullshit. But the minute it gets a little sickly, in comes all the bugs and the different things, and so it makes perfect sense.
I like the idea of holistic health where it's all of you, not holistic in the modern sense where they say it's quote fake medicine. But the idea of looking at all of you, they call it functional health medicine. And it's this idea that your body, your mind, and your soul all have to be working in harmony or you get disease. And if you, like you said, dis-ease, and if you manage to keep an eye on all of them, you have less chances of becoming ill, they say.
I am really stoned. These gummies are good. They taste like shit, but are they hard to make, I wonder?
Uh,
You ever
My
make
neighbor's
gummies?
been trying, but she's been forced to keep them refrigerated or they melt. She's had difficulty with that part of it. I think they add some chemicals to the ones
I don't
you
even
can
know.
purchase.
I don't even know what that is, bro. I have to have my hubris removed? What the fuck is a hubris? Do I want to know? Health and
Um,
wellness.
that's a
So,
joke, Hippie.
Toichi, are you the same one from over at Talcott's?
Yes, that's Zato from Talcott's. Same guy.
Three dogs, four cats, five lung cancers, three brain cancers, six prostate cancer, bunch of liver cancer. We are all alive and relatively healthy. Wow. I don't want to. Four of my good friends I grew up with have passed away from cancer years ago. I'm lucky to be here. I did the same shit with all these guys. We grew up together. I just got the lucky genetics, I guess, or maybe I'm not lucky. Who knows? Maybe they're in heaven and I'm still here suffering. I have to have my hubris removed.
They say
Five friends.
suffering is self-inflicted.
Yeah, you might be right. 100%. Five
Part of
friends.
that mindset and that dis-ease. So
Five
they say.
friends Schoolmate did not use cannabis, got liver transplant. Fellow had two, all have died. Yeah, a good friend of mine just died he had a liver transplant like 15 years ago, and they gave him 10 years. I guess that's like the average life expectancy of somebody who has a liver transplant. So, have you ever heard the song Between Two Thieves? Doesn't sound familiar. Oh, look. Hey, cat! What the fuck? Dude, I pat you. That was it. You gonna claw me now? I'll pick you up and put you up here on the fucking screen. I know you hate it. Look. Yeah, look. Ready? Look at yourself, cat.
What did it do? Scratch you?
Yeah, she was scratching me. She want me to pat her. Say hi to the camera, kitty. Say hi to the camera, kitty. Look, you got a gray beard. You're getting old, girl. This is second generation cat. We rescued her mother and she had babies. And this is one of the babies. Oh, you bitch. She's just going to stand on the floor beside me and claw the shit out of me. Alright, I forget what song I was looking for. Between Two Thieves. Let's see if it comes up. Oh, I just switched. Nothing good in the news. I guess that's good news. When there's nothing in the news. Is Trump's wrath over?
I don't watch television.
I don't either, but for last week I've been doing like what I used to do all the time and just coming on and picking things that are relatively, in my mind, worth talking about and then letting everybody, guys like you, tear up whatever we're talking about. Yesterday was pretty bad. Canada and America were at each other's throats in the chat to the point where I'm like, all right, let's talk about something else. Because I can kid around and yell and scream with you and then still be your friend, but some people are really passionate. And Mike McClure.
Motor City, man.
Ron? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he's pretty good people. I was over there with him yesterday for a little bit, him and Z and
yeah, I've hung out with Ron a bit back in the day. We kind of got into a fight because...
Well, they hit him with a porn bomb real quick.
Oh, did they? Yeah, they always try to get me constantly. You got to be awake.
I forget what that guy's name is. He's got his picture and shit, so... Yeah. I forget what his name was.
But anyway, I got into a battle with Ron because he invited some girl from YouTube down there, and then they got into a fight. And she was in the lobby of a hotel crying with her kid and had nowhere to go. And I don't really know what the story was, but I raised money on a live stream to get her out of the fucking lobby. That's snowing outside, and she's got her kid. And
yeah. Who knows, though, man?
No, I didn't want to fight with Ron. I knew nothing about the situation other than the fact that the poor girl was stuck. That's all I cared about.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But anyway, he's been in here recently and said hi and stuff. I don't have any grudge with him at all. Matter of fact, we used to do a lot of hanging out back in the day.
I mean, a lot of people get up here and talk about what government's doing and everything, but they, most don't even take a minute to even think about the ones at the bottom that it affects the most.
My famous saying is that, we're asleep at the wheel. I'm guilty of it myself.
Yeah, I'm not asleep.
Well, I mean, in a sense that I don't...
No more. I used to be.
I don't go to town meetings. I should. Because all the town's doing is voting shit against us, whether it's about more money or about, zoning or about, the size of the sign you can have in the town, and people don't go because we're all too busy, and I get it.
First and foremost, I think the vote should be for service, but not for power.
Yeah, I got the song in the background here. I'll play it in a second. I was just kind of, because, like, that's one of the things where, I'm not really a fan of Trump or Elon, but I'm really interested in the fact, and I think that's where a lot of people feel the same way as I do, is interested to see that, how big government has become and how, there's so much money wasted. Meanwhile, people in America are starving. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Whether you like the guy or not, it's interesting to see. And that's always been my complaint. Government is way too big. Like I kid around about my chicken coop. I wanted to have chickens. The town wanted you to pay $75 for a permit to have chickens, which I kind of get a little bit because it might be about sound and blah, blah, blah. So I'm okay with the fact they want my money because it makes sense. They just want my money anyway. But then on top of that, they want to come to your property and they want to inspect the chicken coop. And, in a way I kind of understand, well, because we get crazy ocean storms and next thing you know, somebody builds this fucking gargantuan fucking chicken coop and then we have a big storm and it blows through the slider of your neighbor. So that kind of makes sense, but it's like they're so intrusive on everything. Want to inspect your house and make sure you don't have a spare room so they can charge you more money in taxes. And then if you deny, they just fucking fine you. Okay, cat, come on. How long do I have to pat you? The bitch is clawing the shit out of me. Let me play a little bit of this here song. Give me a break. Then we'll talk some more. Look at this ugly picture in the background. I haven't even seen it. I'm like so high. I just realized Kamala and Trump are beside us. Oh, man. Let's see what we got.
And on the third day he had risen, just like he said he'd do. And hell would not become his prison. And he broke the chains for me and you. Cause in a crown of thorns they hung my Lord. They pierced his body with some soldier's sword. He forgave them, and his spirit brings me to my knees for the one they hung between two thieves. Then he went to his disciples, and they put their hands in the nail-scarred hand. And to those who had been doubting, they felt the power of God's plan. It was in a crown of thorns they hung my Lord. They pierced his body with some soldier's sword. He forgave them. between two thieves. Some soldier sword he forgave them. His spirit brings me to my knees for the one they hung between two thieves.
Good song. I like it. Definitely. Here's an interesting news story for us skeptic guys. Hate big government and all that bullshit. Let's see, where is it here? There we go. Let me put this up on the screen. So what the fuck? So this guy killed 2 federal agents and Trump released him from prison. Gave him home blah 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 for the rest of his life. He can't leave the home.
Home incarceration?
Home incarceration, yes sir.
For the rest of his life.
He's 80, so he's been in prison for quite a while. I'll read a bit of it. Native American activist Leonard Peltier was released from the Florida prison on Tuesday, weeks after then-President Joe Biden angered law enforcement officials by computing his life sentence to home confinement in 1975 killing of 2 FBI agents. Oh, so Biden did that. So what did Trump do? Must have said he can now leave the house. Let me read. Peltier, 80, left Coleman Penitentiary in an SUV, according to a prison official. He didn't stop to speak to reporters, the roughly 24 supporters who gathered outside the gates to celebrate his release. Peltier, a member of the Turtle Mountain Band and Chippewa Indians in North Dakota, was headed back to his reservation where family and friends will celebrate his release. Throughout nearly half a century in prison, Peltier has maintained that he didn't murder FBI agent Jack Kohler and Ronald Williams during a confrontation that day on Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Native Americans widely believe he was a political prisoner who was wrongly convicted because he fought for tribal rights as a member. Well, geez, don't fight government. Makes perfect sense there. He represents every person who was roughed up by a cop, profiled, had their children harassed at school, said Nick Estes, a professor of American Indian Study at the university. Biden did not pardon Peltier, but in his January commutation of Peltier's sentence to home confinement. Nothing Peltier had spent more than most of his life behind bars and was in poor health. Prompted criticism from those who believe that he's guilty, among them and the former FBI agent. This must be why Trump did something. Former FBI agent Christopher Wray called Peltier a remorseless killer in a private letter to Biden. We're so excited. I'm just wondering why.
There was no evidence, Hippie.
Oh, yeah?
In that case,
They just fucking... Wow.
They went missing, and he'd had a public confrontation with him, and it was just assumed he did it. And he was, by a lot of people's consideration, a political prisoner who they've asked for pardons from every president back to Reagan that I know of. So if Trump finally granted it, I mean, he's been asking, his people have been petitioning for pardon for him, decades now.
Huh. Doesn't really mention the case or anything about what actually happened. I might have to go back and look. It sounds interesting. As a young child, Peltier was taken from his family and sent to a boarding school. Thousands of indigenous children over decades faced the same fate and were in many cases subjected to systematic physical, psychological, and sexual abuse. Well, I mean, if he didn't do it, I mean, it's pretty...
Nobody knows if he did or he didn't. They never came back, they're gone. But the thing is, at that time he was very politically active, and taking him out changed the scenery. They got what they wanted out of him as a political prisoner. That's why he's being released.
Yeah, they kept his mouth shut and stopping teaching people to stand up for their rights, right? So that was the main goal. Let me read you some of these comments here. When they say middle class, it's a big joke. Poor and middle class have to fight the wars for the rich man of North Richmond. You're not wrong, but let me say, I myself have been saying, and this is just my opinion, because I know YouTube's right above me right now with a stick, and he's just waiting for me to say something that I shouldn't say. But, oh shit, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I was going to say that there is no more middle class. That, after all that's happened over the last 5-6 years, now we've got poor people and we've got the 1%ers. There's no middle class anymore. Funny,
What's interesting is he said wars for the rich men north of Richmond. In 1983, one Charles Combs was taken out to lunch. That was the chairman of the Board of Regents of Eastern Kentucky University, as well as the banking commissioner.
It was a spear, not a sword, just saying. They like to let out elderly, cuts down costs. ATL.
On the spear/his sword thing, it was also a liar and a thief, not two thieves, from the story I recall. So
ATL was battling with a bunch of people in chat. I think it was yesterday. I'm so high I can't even. It was yesterday. Canada and America were in deep battle in chat. I had to change the subject. So I'm like, all right, getting a little hot here. COVIDs, what's up? What's going on? The cop's family went after my kid. Yes, President Trump said the end of weaponizing the police. Did he really say that? I can't believe he would say that. Sorry, my caps. You're good, brother. I've known you for a long time. You ain't pissing me off. I don't think he said that. Did he say that really? Somebody... Yeah, all I wanted was for Canada to say sorry.
Well, if you think about it, if somebody makes a bullshit call on their feelings and emotions where there's no laws being broken, that's a dime on the so-called taxpayer, right? The public note. So the more we allow those bullshit calls to come in and they go out, that's cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. It's waste.
Again, that's what I like so much about Trump and Elon, is exposing all this waste. I mean, it sounds like it's, and a lot of people will say, well, it's probably not all real, but it sounds like, possibly $1 billion. Time all said and done.
The point is, none of it's real. These are made up line items fed to private NGOs of families like the Clintons and the Bushes that never actually make it to the purpose that's written on that paper. It says, they talk about like like Sesame Street in foreign country. No, that went to like the Clinton Foundation and
The
disappeared into the pockets and the private jet fuel of rich people, you know?
the information to the IT departments that handle all the data did exactly just that. They programmed the system to put the money in the pockets of the NGOs, which are non-government organizations, and they had basically had more power and control than the actual government.
Yeah, those line items that are getting pointed out, they're looking for things going to NGOs, not to private citizens. So NGOs, for people who don't know, are like the Clinton Foundation.
And your local governments as well.
I say the Clinton Foundation because everybody's familiar with that. But if you look at any politician at any level, they all have a foundation that money
Right, because
goes into.
it's all being funneled from the local level, though.
It's funny. I was watching this guy last night, and he's big channel on YouTube, and he was talking about U.S. aid and how he was doing research on the thing, and he was showing all these different things that he opinionated to U.S. aid, and didn't necessarily say that it was a good or bad or whatever group you want to call it. But anyway, at the end, he's talking about how he looked up where the building for billing was for USAID, where they keep, So he got an address and fucking Googled it, and it was like this rundown fucking piece of shit building that nothing was in. It was, whoa, my sound just got weird. There was nothing in it or anything. It was just an empty building, and it's like, wow. That's our government hard at work. That company takes a lot of money, taxpayer money, and supposedly gives it away to people who need it, or foundations, or whatever you want to call it. Not smart, It's a shame because USA did help people that needed it, but they stole so much at the same time. Well, that's, ultimately the problem. And when you got too many foundations and too many parts of government, not enough people watching, that makes perfect sense to me. It's like people say, oh, there's corruption in police. Yeah, well, look
We
at
went to
New
school
York
for
City.
accounting, Hippie. And in our auditing class, they always said, look for the person who looks uncomfortable with you auditing the books. Because if you find something wrong, they're the one who did it.
Huh? Yeah.
I mean, the people complaining really loudly about like
Talking
the
about USA.
qualifications of these people to do an audit
Shit,
don't even understand
Yeah.
how audits work. All accountants hire tech people to do
Really?
the tech part, especially nowadays. Who's going to go through billions of records a file at a time? You need the algorithm.
Well, I didn't know that. My son was talking something just now about how
Well,
this USA.
well, they're the ones controlling the algorithms, though. And what I mean by that is just like DEI. Everybody knows DEI as diversity, equity, inclusion. But we don't know anything about the Department of Economic.
Where'd you find that? That's on
Give me a
the
second.
White House?
What is it? Department of Economic Independence. So, these are supposed to be representatives that's got all of our, interest at heart, supposedly. They say they take an oath and yada, yada, yada. No, they're running a program. And what's interesting about that one that in '83, the Combs, it was taken out to lunch. That was the banking commissioner.
My son just pointed something out for me. You got to see this, bro. This is a spending list from the White House. He linked me to it. And it shows what abuse of money they were. You got to see this. This is fucking crazy. $15 million to advance diversity, equality, and inclusion to Serbia's workplaces and business communities. $70,000 to production of DEI musical in Ireland. $2.5 million for electric vehicles for Vietnam. $47,000 for transgender opera in Colombia. What the what? $32,000 for transgender comic books in Peru. This is the White House. See them up top here. This is right from the fucking man. Hundreds of $1,000s for nonprofit linked to designated terrorist organizations, even after an inspector general launched an investigation. $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt. Why? $2 million for sex changes and LGBT activism in Guatemala. What the fuck? I don't even understand that shit. Like, our own fucking country is starving. We're sending millions of dollars to foreign countries for I mean, I'm pro-gay, but that's fucking weird to me. $6 million for tourism? Millions to the Eco Health Alliance was involved in research at the Wuhan. Oh my God. What a shame. What our government does with our fucking money. And why you go to fucking prison when you don't fucking pay your taxes. It's because they gotta send fucking $47,000 to Colombia to produce an opera. Whatever the fuck they're doing with that money. $2 million for sex change and LGBT activism in Guatemala. Oh my God. Oh my God, that fucking pisses me off. It's not like you can say, oh, this is a fucking lie. Because it's right off the fucking White House.
It went to an NGO. And that NGO never used the funds for what it says. That's money lining politicians' pockets. Those are all fake entries to make it look like they're playing into an agenda when really they're just laundering all that money into politicians' pockets.
Yeah. You gotta wonder where all this money goes. I mean, that's not even the end of the list. Look, U.S. military spending in the whole waste and fraud and abuse and power, then building things to never be used, just surplus out. Dennison. It's money laundering. Bro, no gummies. No? Wait, I've eaten, I don't know, 5 or 6. You can't even see the package. That's how cool it is. Hippie's magic. It's magic. No, I've eaten 5 gummies already. I am fucking destroyed. Gummies get you in trouble. Yeah, I got a strike yesterday from that live stream. Because somebody mentioned, I don't even want to say, because, as I say, YouTube's right above me right now with a giant stick just waiting for me to say something. So they can fucking whack me with it. I got a fucking strike. Danny Thoughts. I'm going to kick your ass, Danny. He had some weird ideas yesterday. You eat gummies, don't feel anything, and then you eat more, and then the first batch kicks in and you're stuck. You gotta eat a bunch of cookies and fucking... yeah, and then the NGO hires the politician kid as the CEO. How much we spent on toe fetish in France. Wait, I mean, I haven't even finished this. It just beats me up when I read this shit. Like, look, I'm not perfect, but what the fuck is... It literally goes on and on. Oh my God, that's what it says. And it has been happening for decades. Look at the fucking... I mean, whether you like Trump or not, fuck. That's fucking crazy. $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt.
Here's the thing, a lot of that stuff comes out of treaties that are created because we do a lot of fat in our legislation. And we'll go and make treaties with these leaders of other countries, but part of it is funneling money into their NGOs, not just even American politician NGOs, but like that one in Guatemala to fund that opera. I bet anything that was the pet project of a Guatemalan leader we were trying to put into power. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, one hand rubs the other hand, and so I get my opera and you get to do some military thing on blah, blah, blah. But what about the $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt? Like the pyramids aren't enough? We got to give you $6 million? We'd have fed all the fucking homeless people in, several large cities, but no. Fucking let fucking Egypt do their own thing, man. What the fuck? It's fucking hundreds of thousands of meals that went to Al-Qaeda affiliated fighters in Syria. What? The fuck? And who watches all this shit? And who's held accountable when it's not right? Nobody, because it's all a fucking game. All stupid.
Sten talks about the Afghanistan and Syria stuff a lot, about having left a bunch of military equipment and weapons and ammunition there. So maybe that's part of that.
Has to do with there's some ultimatum for all those things being spent.
Well, yeah, if you took all that money that's on the screen right now, the things that could be done for fucking homelessness and things in our own country. I mean, what are we talking? 6, 7, 8 million, 9 million.
Oh, you have no idea. If you
Hundreds of millions of dollars to fund irrigation canals, farming equipment, and even fertilizer used to support the unprecedented poppy cultivation. We're paying to grow fucking poppies. You're kidding me. We're fucking paying to... It says it right there. I didn't even see that. Hundreds of millions of dollars to fund irrigation canals, farming equipment, and even fertilizer used to support the unprecedented poppy cultivation and heroin production in Afghanistan. Are you fucking kidding me? That's insanity. So they can send it over here because what easier fucking population is there to fucking... Jesus, that's insanity. A new video of the plane crash? Let's see I missed a lot of comments here. Let me see. Dennison says the 47,000 figure quoted by Levet appears to be related to the fact that University del Los Angeles in Bogota received 25,000 under a State Department program allocated for expanding and strengthening the relationship between the people and government of the United States and citizens of the rest of the world. Okay.
Again, State Department program, hippie. That's what you said. We scratch your back, you scratch our back. That's the job of the State Department. It's got to find the itches of foreign leaders and scratch them so that they scratch our itch when we get one.
No, I've been chewing them and then swallowing them with coffee because I can't stand the taste of them.
Those are the same taste.
No, they're a little bit different, but it just, I don't know. I don't like them. Either one of them. They're both sour watermelon and sour apple. Let me see what else people are saying here. They even have bathrooms at the pyramids. Okay. One hand rubbing the other hand. Rubbing sounds like a personal touch thing. Well, that's exactly what we're saying. That's why all these stupid monies go out there, because each one of these things, we're getting something for giving $6 million to Egypt. What we're getting from Egypt, I have no fucking clue. But there's clearly, they got the most money besides, well, hundreds of millions of dollars for the opium.
Well, part of the land that went to Israel was technically Egypt. Like when we did those treaties, we had to do a lot of concessions to get those countries to give up those pieces of land to create Israel.
This is funny. What do you do for a living? I work for government, getting rubbers for North Korea. Sometimes the comments in here are quite rad. It's payoffs to dictators from countries that we maintain black markets and operations with. Well, that's what I was saying. So what were we getting? Like a little piece of property in Vietnam or Colombia to set up a military operation? It was, if it, I can't read. It isn't without its utility, but the point is that they claim we don't have money for food, medicine, and education. Truth. 100%. Clearly we do. I mean, all this money right here would fucking, I mean, it's not curing homelessness, but it's surely feeding a ton of people. These rich guys in the background, even Kamala, Trump, they want to take away SNAP. They want to take away things that, yes, people take advantage of, but also people need. So you're going to just punish everybody. This is the take the guns mentality.
But I think how he wants to do it is he wants to delete all these programs and
restart it. I mean...
I have something to say about that, taking the welfare and food stamps and stuff. They're not. Everybody's talking about how Trump's new rules are taking people off of welfare. Welfare to work is over 20 years old. It just hasn't been enforced. These people, welfare was always meant to be temporary aid,
on the live here,
not lifelong support.
It said something about they were working on trying to get rid of SNAP. And my son says, and I don't know, I'm not very smart, but he's saying, that a lot of these things he's deleting, but they're going to come back. It's just going to be restructured, more legit.
all these things have been set up.
I mean, before we had SNAP, we had actual food stamps. We had TANF before we had what we have now, which is aid to families with dependent use. I don't know. They change that shit around all the time. The crux of the situation is a lot of people are getting told what they weren't being told like they were supposed to is you've been on these benefits for 2 years. Well, you need to show proof that you're either working, volunteering, or looking for work.
That's Dennison. That's the truth. Yeah. Dennison says here, what do you think we were doing in Afghanistan? Half the war was us guarding the poppies for the Taliban. We didn't just spend money. We spent young American lives to grow heroin to fucking... That's just an opinion, of course, because, listen, YouTube's a bitch.
Except all of this is public record. It's already been released. It's not like we're talking top secret shit. That's the worst part about it.
None of this, because somebody mentioned
none of this is made up. Well, I know that. I'm just saying it's messed up that we can't even talk about things that are factual, that are... We have the evidence. It's been released. It's not like made up in our heads without getting into some kind of sky daddy trouble,
Back and shoots a gun. Got shot once. Shot Kennedy? Yeah. Huh. Hey, Tiffany, I'm way behind in chat, but this is deep shit here. My grandmother grew opium poppies. Cops were always at the house. Yeah, I think most people wouldn't know what they were if they saw them, Dirty dog. What's up, brah? Hey, John, love you. Dirty dog.
I kind of find it interesting that the poppy is the flower associated with veterans.
Is it
Like on
really?
Veterans Day, you're supposed to wear a poppy flower, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah. I don't know. It's just so painful because I don't like read everything and blah, blah, blah. And then when you see shit like that, it's just like such an eye opener to how fucked up things are. It's none of it's about people. The money for transgender isn't for fucking transgender. They could care less. They're just rubbing each other's butts.
It's
Amen,
just
Denison.
it's an acceptable special interest to put money into. If the public sees it, with the public opinion as it's been lately, the public sees it, oh, they're doing some good. But in fact, the money never actually gets where it says it's going. I mean, look at how much fucking money we put into Puerto Rico rebuilding and Haiti rebuilding, and how much has actually been fucking rebuilt by those NGOs.
Dirty Dog says the VFW sells poppies for remembrance. Yeah, I guess you can grow poppies here in America. You just can't pick them. So if you grow them, you got to let them die.
No, it's the seeds that you'd want anyway, not the flower. And I think it's as long as you don't process it. But I don't think you could grow giant poppy fields. Generally, the poppies that they sell are fake flowers, not real flowers.
A friend of mine that I went to high school with, he went to Vietnam and traveled all across Europe. And one of the things he did was he went to a poppy field. And what they do is they slice the flower, and the opium literally runs out of the side of the flower. So that you go in, you pay some money, you can go in there and freaking scrape up a gram or two or how much ever you want to take, and then that's crazy. He went all across Europe fucking high as fuck on opium. He's got like 3 passport books full, been in every country, everywhere. I've been to Florida, you guys. Just saying. The fake ones. It's our government. It's just... We're talking $30-40 million of money that could surely help people.
The fake ones, he means the poppies that they sell are fake, like I was saying. They do silk poppies, okay, not live poppies for Veterans Day.
Right.
But I still don't get why it would be the poppy. I mean, like, that's kind of a message, isn't it?
Well, poppies were in Vietnam, right? Maybe that. I don't know. Good question. Ask Google. Ask Chat GPT. You get a real answer.
Well, how many places have we been in military actions or wars where the poppies grow?
Dirty Dog says it all right there. Just my opinion, but it doesn't benefit the government to help the American poor. Which is, the fucking wall moved quite a bit. There's no middle class anymore. There's just rich and poor. And it's funny, I watched a video, some guy, I can't remember who the guy was, but he said, I asked the AI to show me the state of the United States in some period of time. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was rad. So what it was the AI made like an island floating above America. And the rich people, you assume, live up above in there. And the poor people and the rest of us who do all the work and fight all the wars and clean all the bathrooms and cook all the food and, we're stuck somewhere else. Down on the ground, suffering probably. Funny how the AI just,
My stepdad who raised me, my papa, used to always say, the world needs ditch diggers too. In fact, he would ask me to ponder, do we need ditch diggers or politicians more?
I would prefer ditch diggers myself. I mean, I'm
Well,
a
I mean,
guy
just
like
seriously,
I
which do we
know.
need more? Do we need the guy who carries the shit away from our homes or the guy who dumps shit on our head more?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's crazy. A friend of ours lost their job. Both parents in a family lost their job to AI. They work for an insurance company. The insurance company's gone all AI, and there will only be a certain amount of, low labor, non-fucking smart people to answer phones. So they all lost their job out of nowhere. Pretty crazy. I'm like, wow. That was always my fear. My fear is, one, they take all the jobs. There'll be a lot of jobs they can't do, but they're going to fucking do everything. They're going to build houses. AI is going to be doing everything.
So I was reading up about Elon because I was kind of interested in finding out more about him since he's having such an active hand in doing stuff lately. And what I learned was that his grandfather was part of a group of the first people to suggest UBI to come along with automation. UBI, Universal Basic Income.
So I don't know what that means. Give the stupid old guy with 10 gummies in him, what does that mean roughly?
So universal basic income is the idea that instead of people paying taxes, corporations pay taxes, and that tax money is used to distribute to the people as a universal basic income. You get income every month.
Okay,
It's
well,
the
that sounds great, but
redistribution of our country's production to the people instead of the corporations. And it was something
so
Elon
then they
Musk's
would
grandfather
be
was.
able to allocate some of the money to like building, because we can't just
Well,
say,
yes, but the idea is
we
the
gotta
more we automate and
infrastructure
remove
to
these
take care
jobs from
of.
society, we provide an income for those people who no longer need to work.
I mean, I feel like a flat tax where people just pay what you make. That's it. If you make a ton of money, you pay a ton of taxes. But at some point, something's gonna have to shift. In my mind, when all this AI shit takes over, which it's gonna, because it's smarter and more efficient. Where are we all going? That's just my question, my thought. 100%, Dennison says. 100% of any income giving to the poor goes directly into the economy in the form of spending and saving. So you're saying we don't even need to separate money for infrastructure and stuff? Because honestly, we have the worst infrastructure in the world. I mean, but
Corporations used to build our infrastructure as a way of avoiding tax, and we could do that again. It used to be, $1 million was a hell of a lot of money, and if you had income over $1 million in any fiscal year, everything over that was taxed at 100%. So rather than see it go to the government, they built railroads, they built roads, they put public libraries in small towns across the country. I think every town has a Carnegie Library. So if you look at what happens when you use money efficiently and you govern efficiently, you get a booming country, a booming economy. And then when government gets too top heavy, you get what we have now, a very um, stagnant society.
yeah, rich hoard, which doesn't benefit the economy. I
Yeah, if the
get
money's
you.
not
They're
coming
not.
back into the economy as use, but most of the rich people don't actually have like cash on hand. People look at Elon Musk's wealth and they think he's got that much money in the bank. The man has interest in companies that are valued at a certain amount. It's not the
Well,
same thing
his net
as
worth
having like.
isn't. We brought that up on panel the other day. It's not even close to anybody else. Like people said Zuckerberg, he's like 10th. And the guy from Amazon, he was even lower.
All of those guys, their money is like so invested in corporations and companies. They don't have liquid assets in the amount of, they don't have cash money just sitting around in the amount that we, if the stock
Yeah, but
market
he could
crashed
just
tomorrow, those
snap
guys
his
wouldn't be worth
fingers and
shit because all of
somebody
their
would
money
bring the
is in
money.
investments. It's all based on the estimated
What we
value of
look
their
at,
investment.
he has 6,000 satellites. America has 900, something crazy like that. Freaking Russia has less. China has quite a bit, but Elon has like clearly way more surveillance of the world than anybody, which is weird. To have that kind of power in your hand is
Right, and those are
definitely.
assets. He can't like just pull cash out of his ass and save the world from hunger. The
Well,
satellites
all those
exist. That's where
satellites
the
make
money
him
is.
tons of money, right? He's making $100 a month or better. I think last person we were talking to said they paid $130 a month for their. But they live in the middle of nowhere where they couldn't get internet. So is it worth it? I guess.
That was
If
me,
you want to be
Hippie, by the
connected.
way.
Was it?
Yeah, I have Starlink. It's all about $130 a month, and I live in the middle of nowhere. And we've talked about it.
They are all corrupt. You think they're all corrupt? They're not all corrupt. But I think when you're
Are they
stuck
corrupt, or is the
within
system
it,
working exactly how it's designed?
right, how it's designed, yeah. Unbelievable. When I just look at that, it makes me so sad. People are suffering terribly. And we got all the money we could clearly fucking help everybody out. Irrigation, canals, farming equipment, and even fertilizer used to support the unprecedented poppy cultivation and heroin production in Afghanistan. Have they ever said that on the news? And it's funny because it's right here on the White House fucking... for everyone to see. I think most people like me, I had no idea.
There are actually news stories on it, Hippie. You may not have seen them, but if you look up online stories about how much our military has participated in poppy growth and opioid production, you'll see that we've been to war, or at least military. What do they call it now? What do they call it instead of war? Like Vietnam wasn't a war; it was a military something or other. I don't fucking remember. Anyway, when we go to these places, a lot of them it has to
Hang
do
on
with
a sec.
controlling the black market. How do you think the CIA has an operating budget and no control from any of Congress on their operating budget?
Corruption.
Who would ever believe?
Corruption? Corruption is government intrusion into market efficiencies in the form of regulations. That's Milton goddamn Freeman. He got a Nobel Prize. We have laws against it precisely so we can't get away with it. Corruption is our protection. Corruption keeps us safe and warm. Corruption is why you and I are prancing around in here instead of fighting over scraps of meat out in the streets. Corruption is why we win.
It looks like in 2024 we put some kind of ban on the poppies, and now the fucking farmers are all starving. Even China gave money to the poppy growers to help them.
Fentanyl.
knows.
Fentanyl. They don't need the
Japan
heroin
provides
anymore.
$10 million in alternative livelihood aid to ex-poppy farmers in Afghanistan.
I support giving government money to poppies, but not that kind of poppies.
Study predicts historic decline in Afghan poppy cultivation in 2024. Just kind of
Fentanyl, hippie, fentanyl, fentanyl.
Yeah, I know, but fentanyl's made in Mexico.
Yeah, they
Maybe
don't
they-
need to control the poppy population anymore. They don't need to put money into harvesting and bringing in heroin because fentanyl has overtaken it.
Right.
To control the black
Gonzalez
market. Now they got to fight the cartels in Mexico. And what do you think Trump's trying to do?
About a life
Yeah,
sentence
you know, that
if
was
you're
some-
caught with it.
That's what I talked about yesterday. I was quite intrigued because I've been watching, because I've been doing the news a lot on the lives the last week or so, and Google's listening all the time. So I'm getting pushed all of this information, you know, and funny how this all works. Look within. What's up? They are all corrupt. I like that fucking...
Maybe say 90 days, put the word out on the street. After 90 days, it's a life sentence.
They are all... Supposed CIA budget is endless blank check. Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Thank you, Dennison. Nice to hear from you. What's up, Look Within? What it
And that's
is.
why we control the black market. Because that's where the CIA gets its budget.
Puppies
Too
are
many
good.
puppies.
They're huge.
Too many puppies.
They're not puppies anymore. They're fucking beasts. East India Trading Company, the opiate trade. This was around for hundreds of years. Hey, conspiracy. What's up, my brother?
Used to have opium dens in New York.
Really? Back in the day? I can believe
Yeah.
that.
You remember the year of that, Dennis?
I guess that probably would have been before the stock market crash in the 10s and 20s.
Okay.
Does Trump know what Trump's trying to do?
Prior to
I mean,
prohibition, you know?
Yeah.
Clearly,
So there's a lot
exposing
going
whole
on in the
bunch.
20s and 30s.
Mm-hmm.
When did they make opium illegal? 1950? Question mark. You could Google it. The good old days. Shall we look? Alright, here we go. When was opium?
Guess 1970 is probably what he means, because it's still technically legal. And they banned the possession, importation, and use of opium for smoking in 1909. But you could still use it for painkiller. And like medical purposes back then, I believe, included elixirs, so you could go to your
That was
doctor
funny.
and get like opium mixed with cocaine, mixed with this and that and the other, and get yourself a...
It was funny last night. Somebody asked me to play a clip, so I was like, yeah, why not? So I looked, and it was Lucy. I'm like, I don't think so. But I looked for a different version. I found something I thought I could get away with, and I pulled it. And it was her doing a thing on an elixir, and she's like explaining, oh, it's an elixir, freaking blah, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, it tastes like candy. And she's like, ew. And the guy's like, all right, take two, do it again. And this time smile when you drink it and say, this stuff tastes good. So she fucking takes it and she's like, oh, she can't do it. He's like, all right, take three. And at this point, she's like wasted. She starts like missaying words and her eyes, I can't believe, I said on the live, I'm like, how are her eyes so fucking pinned? And they were like, oh, I don't know if she did drugs, but they're like, oh, she's probably high. I'm like, she was acting it perfectly. Oh, it was so good. She was a really funny woman. Good old days, 1924, I saw.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Did anybody determine when that was, when they made it illegal?
It's still legal.
Good.
In 1909, they banned possession, importation, and use for smoking, And in 1970, it was added to the scheduled drugs list, which is basically what.
1970.
Yeah.
Get lithium back in the
In the
Sprite.
80s. In the 80s is when the opioids come on the scene. It's the late 70s, early 80s, I guess, huh?
Well, yeah, that probably would have been as soon as they made the natural stuff illegal, then the pharmaceutical companies were like, let's go, boys.
Yep. Well, that's
The
interesting
money
because that's
is about
also
to
when
be
that
made.
that's when that guy was unalived. I told you, Hippie, that was the chairman of the board of regents of Eastern Kentucky University, as well as the banking commissioner. And before that was his father, who was a Yankees. He played for the Yankees in the 20s and the 30s, and they were known for Murderers Row. So that stuff was in the Combs line. So it's interesting how who's running that right now and who's been running it since the 80s, because what was P. Diddy's name?
I think because of what year it is and how old we are, the 1980s is probably the most
Mods.
impactful on our current
Any old
situation.
pothead knows opium is good shit. I don't agree with what ATL says. I mean, I do agree in a way, in a sense of if a doctor were to give you something, but I think that most people, when given certain drugs, just the ending is always not good.
Yeah, I would say the exact opposite of that. I would say be cautious. Every single drug has side effects.
Right, exactly.
The drug should be like a last resort, you know?
Did you hear me whining, Dennison? Because I got a strike yesterday.
No, how'd you get a strike?
First one for something they might call legit.
It's just about everything has a side effect, doesn't it? You know, if you walk down the street, you walk back.
Somebody mentioned a drug. Let's see, IVM.
Ivermectin.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
you
they
can't
said
talk
it in
about
such
that
a
on
way
YouTube.
that they said it on such a way that YouTube didn't like it. And I even said that's an opinion, but YouTube did not care. So luckily it was a warning strike, so I immediately took the class, passed 100%, and they took the strike away. So
that word that you just said, if you look it up, it's one of the few things that proves beyond a doubt that the seed time and all of the stuff was lies, and the ouchie was a lie, and that's why it's a big, huge no. You can't even mention it.
Well, he was kind of, I don't know if he's here listening, but he was a little off yesterday. Kind of would concern me when he said something the first time. I should have known it was going to go deeper. But he was saying something about the immigrants and driving trucks, and they cut holes in the floor, and they're shitting through the hole in the floor, and there's 7 of them driving, and they never stop, and it felt a little off to me, you know?
I'll just say, generally speaking, in any crisis, health crisis, the FDA will not allow emergency use approval for something if there's already something that exists that has been proven to be effective at treating it.
Well, so I think he said it in such a way that it made it sound like it was 100% guaranteed that there was going to be an outcome based on the taking of it, and that's...
Well, again, I would just say I would use the word effective.
Right.
So I don't think any drug has 100% success rate.
Truth. Right.
Not even aspirin.
That's the boogeyman word. Let me see. Let me check. Is it gone? Did they take it away? Hopefully it's already removed. YouTube Studio. Yep. Oh, wait. No, it's active. Community guidelines still active. But expires May 18th. Question mark. You completed the policy training. If you violate this policy again, you get a strike.
With Dirty Dog, there's made in and there's made by. Like, I don't know if we still do it, but I remember growing up and I realized the economy was a sham because we had American car companies that would make the parts and then ship them over to Japan, I believe it was at the time, where they would be assembled and then shipped back over the United States for sale, and they were called Made in America. And I'd say when it comes to your seed time, it's pretty much the same story. There's made by and there's made in.
And that's why I always gripe when people are like, oh, no freedom of speech. No, I don't have freedom of speech, so why should you?
Yeah, where do they live where they got freedom of speech? I want to go there.
Me too. We were discussing that yesterday. There's clearly no such thing as freedom of speech, period. Because no matter what you say, you're going to hurt someone's feelings and they're going to cry. And that's just the way it is, unfortunately.
And even here, where we have more freedom of speech than arguably any other place on the planet, there's still things that you're not allowed to say. And in our actual lives, we have less freedom of speech often than other places. Fortunately, that does not extend to the government here because of the First Amendment. Not that the First Amendment is completely respected, but it has offered protections that don't exist elsewhere. But socially, we arguably have less freedom of speech than many other places.
The trick with meds is trying to make your body make it. Like, blah, blah, blah. If you need caffeine, take blah, 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 and your body will metabolate it into your body's form of caffeine. No, but the problem is, bro, I mean, it's scientific proof that fucking opiates are addicting, okay? Now, you may be the nicest guy in the world, and I'm not saying you, I'll say in general, a person might be the nicest guy or girl in the world. Start taking those drugs long enough, your mind is going to create pain, want more, and sooner or later you're going to, you're going to end up waking up and fucking going to the local alleyway somewhere and getting some dope, and that's just my opinion. It grows for most people. Supposedly they found a new way to treat pain, and I feel like it's a good thing. Hopefully it works, because people are suffering because most people can't handle it. You'd always argue we are oppressed than more than free. Why would you rest on the morals? Morals, what the fuck it is?
So the problem with freedom of is you can't have it with freedom from. And that's what people don't understand. They want freedom of along with freedom from, and you can't have that.
Yeah, and I think, the big problem really comes down to, what I might consider free speech or, non-invasive speech you find invasive. And what Dennison says might offend somebody else, and that's just because we all think a little differently, right? So
yeah, but the point of free speech is that what you find offensive is protected.
Right.
That's the whole point. Everybody wants
people
the
want
freedom that they
from
like.
Speech.
Yeah, but there has to be a respectful dialogue. You know what I'm saying? People,
Not
not
imposed by any social or legal consequences. There doesn't, not my opinion. I am not obligated to respect you with my speech.
See, he
Well,
wants
no, no,
freedom from your speech, Jen. He just stated he wants freedom
In
from
a
people's
conversation.
speech because there should be decorum.
Right.
I'm just saying in a conversation, because once the conversation's lost, after that, there's nothing there. It's just insanity.
I'm not arguing against respectful speech. I'm just saying
That's what I'm getting at. That's all I was saying.
it's
it
like
shouldn't be
that
imposed by social or legal consequences.
that guy at that town meeting recently got arrested for calling the people on the board of the town blah blah blah. And then they arrested him, and the lawyer came up and said, listen, this is covered under this, blah, blah, blah. He should be able to call you a piece of shit. And they start objecting and blah, blah, blah. And the cop comes out, and they're going to arrest him now. And he says, so wait, you're going to arrest me because I'm calling fucking Joe Schmo here a piece of shit? And the chief says, yep, I'm the chief of police, and if you don't fucking shut your mouth right now, you're going to fucking jail. He's like, that's all I need. And he walked out and, he started a lawsuit. But it's
This
truth.
just happened with you. CFW, Hippie, Carolina, Fort Worth.
Yep.
She's still with charges for cursing at a city council meeting. And the lawyer who was after her has charges too. It's people don't want freedom of speech. They want freedom from speech. They want freedom from you offending them, as opposed to the freedom to offend you anymore. They want both. They want both. And you can't have both. You can't be free to offend other people, but be free from their offensive words.
Yep. You can't yell out sex acts around kids. Well, I think that's more covered under what 5 Speed said, in that, you hope that most people have enough common sense that, they don't do that. It has really nothing to do with freedom of speech.
Yell out sex acts?
Yeah, that's what he said.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I assume, if you're in a crowd of people and there are kids there and you want to yell out blah, 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 that's a sexual act. That's not a good thing to do. And again, I feel like that.
Like suck my dick?
I guess.
What about the fact that at Pride Parade, they literally have dildos lined up to throw hoops on for the kids?
I've seen it with my own
come
eyes.
on. Don't fucking tell me you can't. I saw a video of a dude in full-on fucking masochist, sadomasochist shit with a leash, handing it to a little kid saying, well, you can walk me if you want, on video at a fucking Pride Fest. If they can, suck my dick isn't that bad.
It's true.
I'm just curious.
Again, I think that falls more under the 5-speed thing, that, you hope that, like the kind of auditor that I like to be was, if somebody was respectful and said, hey, give me a break, I 9 times out of 10 would give them a break. If they gave me a douchey attitude, I'm going to follow them around because they were douchey. And I feel
I don't even hope for.
Say it again,
Can you imagine that the cops feel the same way about people who treat them douchey versus people who treat them respectfully?
I just look at it as lead by example.
I do have kids, and if they said a bad word, they would get it.
What if the example I want to give is to grow up to be debaucherous, lecherous, and fucking greedy?
Right?
As far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't have the finances, let alone the microphone, to be able to plant that type of seeds in the minds of the youth.
So you want freedom from my speech. You don't want freedom of speech. You want freedom from my speech.
In my opinion, it's child abuse.
How is there ever going to be peace if we can't come to a balance?
There doesn't need to be a balance, in my opinion.
The balance is that evil should exist and the good should exist. If you try to say the good has to win over the evil, there is no fucking balance.
I don't know. Who cares about balance anyway?
I would say it's about service and not power.
I'd rather live in a society where everybody's constantly telling themselves to go fuck each other on the street, but people aren't being arrested or fired or shunned or, uh, exiled for things that they believe. And I think it's child abuse to teach children there's such a thing as bad words. That's just my personal opinion, man.
I feel like, I don't know, for me it's just a respect thing. I swear a lot. I'm sure kids hear me swear. My granddaughter hears me swear. Someone actually made a comment fairly recently about something I might have said, and I'm like, really? At 16?
Is fuck a bad word?
I guess it is. This has always been my fight with words. It's what goes in front or behind the words that make the word a bad word. Is it a bad word itself? No. I don't think so.
I think it's an excellent fucking word.
When I met the Brits, that word they love to use, cunt.
Yeah, that's a great word.
Every time I heard it, I was like, oh, it hurts. Oh, stop it. My wife's going to be pissed. Oh.
I used to be like
and
that,
now
too.
I love that word, but it just took...
Same.
I was just bred to think that the word cunt is a bad word. And cunt is only a bad word when you make it nasty and say bloody or blah, blah, blah. You add some other words in front and back of it. And now we got a whole mess of words.
Ill will intent.
Fiken to strike.
Define bad word. It's hard.
That's what I'm saying.
Is there one? I mean, I'm sure
nonsense.
There are ones.
It's all just weird, Victorian kind of imperial, colonialist, ridiculous, religious nonsense. They're used to keep people from expressing themselves in most cases.
Everyone teaches kids bad and good. But again, they're saying there is no word that's bad or good, and I'm really just thinking about it, and my argument with the N-word had always been that, it's only a bad word until you put bad things in front and behind it. I agree that maybe it's hurtful to certain people. But,
but what right do they have to freedom from our speech? Like, if I'm going to have a world of freedom of speech, what right does anyone have to freedom from my speech then? The only freedom they could have from it is that which they create by walking away from it,
Somebody here says the F word. It's funny because recently a friend of mine said, oh, I got a chat ban. I'm like, on Call of Duty. I'm like, for what? He's like, the F word. I'm like, what do you mean? Said that word 1,000 times.
Not
He's
that
like,
F word.
No, you've never said that word, so I said it. And sure enough, 2 hours later, I get a white box on my corner of my PlayStation or my Steam thing that says I got a chat ban warning. 7 days will be the next offense. For saying the F
fuck
word.
Or the new F word?
No, the
new F word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
FAG with that one,
Yeah, which is just, that's oppressive to my people, in my opinion. As a gamer, it's racist against my people.
My sons would agree with you. I used to fight with them about certain words they would say on gaming chats, and they're like, Mom, it's a gaming thing. Don't worry about it. And I figured out that it's part of the conversation.
If you can't call somebody a fag for, camping somewhere and spawn killing you, then you're not even an American. You're a slave. The new F word, ATL, is the word that is used to describe a bundle of wood. It's also used as a slang term in the United Kingdom for a cigarette.
Brainwashing 101. Cunt is a British word. Fake virtue at its finest. Uncle Fatty, what's up? It's a tactic of many to practice. To practice authoritarianism. I can hardly say that word. I'm so high. My dogs were locked outside by my kid, Brett. There's never an excuse to call a pig an officer. Well,
Officer should
I mean,
become a term of disdain, and then
Did
that
you
would
s-
kind of equalize.
did you see the Pat Burke video, Dennison, yesterday? I was playing it a whole
I don't
bunch.
think so.
Might
Kind of
have
like
to
how in the
re-roll it.
South, like when you call somebody sir or ma'am, it's like you know what I mean?
Making a kid think they do wrong just because of what comes out of their lips, that's abusive. Dun, dun, dun. Well, as long as you are not upset when they react to your freedom from their reaction as well. So what you're saying is that don't be surprised when they... Hang on, we're moving my... Don't be surprised when they react to your comment.
Oh yeah, people are entitled to their reactions. They can also call me all sorts of names and use their speech against me in ways that I might find offensive. I got no problem with that. It's when you start to go after my job, my life, my freedom because of the things that I say and the opinions that I have that you've clearly demonstrated you have no respect or appreciation for free speech.
It's not true. There's no offense. Uncle Fatty, calling me sir is like putting an elevator in and out. It just doesn't... Yeah, someone called me sir last night on stream. I'm like, listen, do it again. I'm not your sir. I'm a hippie. Call me that. Don't call me sir. It's for men who have authority. It's not me. Wait, what? Let's see. Anything new popped up in the news?
It's like the same thing as free will to me. Like if you define the word free and you define the word will, clearly we do not have free will. Same thing with free speech. It's like in the words, I will say that legally we have more free speech in the United States than any other place I know of. Socially, we're kind of like I'd say a 4 out of a 10. Like we're right below the average. And there's clearly places where you have a 0 or maybe even a negative. But to claim that we just have free speech and that you can really say whatever you want in this country is bullshit. Especially socially. Like we have examples of people whose lives were ruined over single tweets. One of the most extreme examples is the chick who tweeted something, then got out on a plane, and she went all the way to Africa in the plane. So she was on the plane for like 12 hours or something unusual like that. And so while she's there, she has no access to internet and has no idea what's going on. And nearly a day has passed in most of the world after that 12-hour period, which made it unique also. And what happened was before she got on the plane, she sent the tweet. By the time she landed in Africa, social media had blown up. She'd lost her job. She'd become like the most hated person in the country, all over a single tweet. That is clearly a demonstration of the lack of freedom of speech that we have.
Free speech, with the exception it's not free speech. That should not be hard to figure out. Just to be a pedantic cunt. I'm not You technically have more free speech in a mountaintop in North Korea than the United States Congress. Man. Trying to re-up the news, yeah. Trump's mass deportation plan. Some migrants are being sent to Panama. Oh, well. Should have stayed home. Ooh, that's a terrible comment. China's humanoid robots to take the factory work, household tasks, marathons. Jesus. Let me look up Pat's. Ooh, pop. I need a pop filter.
I wish I could live another 100 years so I could see what the excuse would be for corporations when they literally don't offer any jobs.
Yeah, I mean, you heard me talk earlier. A friend of my granddaughter's parents both work for an insurance company here locally. Small time, little tiny place, not many jobs as it is. They both lost their job because the company decided to go AI. Which, listen, it's saving the company money. Isn't that what it's about? I don't know. Fucking get more respect from a robot than you get from some person when you call up and say your car's fucking smashed after you wait in line on some digital fucking line for 3 hours. I don't know. You're either with it or against it, and if you're against it, good luck, because it's coming fast. People are losing jobs, and where's everybody going? That's my question. We're all moving to fucking Nude Guru's house, because the shit's about to hit the fan. Moral of the story, don't tweet your puss. Or the Elon salute, because free speech is not without free consequence. How much you all challenge for the monthly dues for this gentleman's club?
Okay, so free speech is literally speech without consequences. That is exactly what it means. I get that you don't want speech without consequences, and therefore you don't support free speech, but at least use the nomenclature correctly so that we can communicate, because that's exactly what the definition of free speech is. It's being able to say whatever the fuck I want without any consequences whatsoever.
Jobs are for slave. Nude Guru, ladies and gentlemen. Dirty Dog says, I disagree, Hippie. I always request a person, not the automated lines. I'm not saying that you have to take the automated line. I'm saying that you're either with it or against it, because look at, you go to a fucking grocery store now, you can't even check out with a person. Pretty soon the people that
ended quickly in Albuquerque, Hippie.
Did it?
Most of the stores removed their self-checkouts. You only find it way in the outskirts in the really quiet neighborhoods. Everywhere else, they took them out. They were losing way too much money with them. We got cashiers back pretty quick.
Exactly. Free speech doesn't exist. I
It
feel
could,
the
though.
same way. I feel
It
like
doesn't,
it
but it
doesn't
could.
exist.
Well, what they're going to do is you're going to have a credit card or debit card to walk in that you attach to the system, and what you walk out the door with are those RFIDs attached to your card automatically.
I watched a guy on the internet, on YouTube yesterday. He's a IT specialist. And he had on some guy who was like some ex-NSA guy, and they were talking about security. Talking about VPNs and people hiding, and the one guy was like, who worked for the NSA, was like, yeah, you can hide. No cell phones, no computers. You're on any kind of digital, people can find you. There's no hiding with a VPN anymore.
Oh, well, it depends who you're trying to hide from. My VPN hides me just fine.
You shouldn't have to hide from anything anyway.
Well, I mean, we've just been discussing the reasons why you have to hide yourself.
Man, I can show you emails of me emailing top officials in the government and the military. Don't give
I'm
a
not
shit
worried about the
about these
government and the
people.
military. They don't care about me. I'm worried about stupid idiots on the internet.
Oh,
Wish I could, Kevin. I'd love to come hang in the warmth and take a break from the fucking bullshit and just relax. Someday.
Too humid.
Is it? I don't know.
In
It's
Florida?
It's 24
It's
right
like
now, and it's
breathing
blowing
through
like
a glass of
40.
water.
It's fucking freezing, bro. I can't even go out I wanted to take the dogs for a walk. I looked outside. It's sunny and beautiful, and then...
It's been snowing off and on here today.
Come on down.
Nothing to stick yet, but it's cold as fuck.
16 people. Like 10 here. Fuck this. I hide the abusive masses, 8 billion psychosis that want to produce abuse on each other.
Exactly.
I think there's
The
only
NSA
3
doesn't
billion.
give two shits about what I'm doing or saying. I'm a nobody. I hide from
Yeah.
regular, normal fucking retards and
Weirdos.
psychopaths on the internet. Yeah. You are not allowed to say whatever you want without consequence, and I come to the internet to say controversial things. It's just that simple.
Like 10 here. Fuck this. But if I'm not doing anything wrong, why would I care if they're spying on me? Exactly. It's a chilly 72 here. Fucking mods. I don't know. I'm never happy, so it wouldn't matter if it was 72 outside. I'd be whining that I can't go out because it's too hot, so...
It's 69 here.
Is it really? Fuck off.
Yeah.
I haven't really done anything outside since the last time I went live outside, a week or so ago. Last weekend, I think. Been too cold. I'm not walking my dogs at 20 fucking degrees. Fenced my whole backyard off with a metal fence, 6-foot high wire fence. Sharp stuff, so if you're coming in, good luck.
I think I'm going to start
Five
doing
pit
some
bulls.
barbecuing.
Right?
Get
It's
me a cold
chilly.
pop.
I'm so jealous. 72. I don't know. I could use some beach time. Is weed legal in Florida, Kevin? I don't know. Scared.
No.
What would I do for a week without weed? I mean, like, jars everywhere and shit, you know? If you don't have bags of weed, he's got milk crates.
What did you do before it was legal in Mass? It was illegal in Mass up until recently.
I had, when I hurt myself in 2010, shortly after I had hooked up with a doctor who gave me a lawyer in Boston. And with him, I filed for medical marijuana and got legal access to marijuana before it was legal.
How long ago was that, though? That was still the last 20 years, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, I used
like
it illegally
2012,
before I used it
2013.
legally.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Listen to this.
I didn't use it when I got hurt. I hadn't been using weed because they drug test you. It was all a scam. We've talked about this. The government would make me take a drug test monthly, which was just my doctor, me pissing in a cup, and that's like $1,000 a month, plus the visit, plus the doctor, plus the medication, getting oxys and all that. A fucking scam. When you figure it out, if you figure out you are far from the top of the food chain, things will make more sense. If you're not doing anything wrong, why would you care? I could care less. I've always said when people were crying about drones, I'm like, really? You guys are fucking naive. I'm sitting right next to a window right now. My arm is hitting, the sun is hitting my arm. If I had a watch on, the man could look in and see what time it was. You think I fucking care about... You think foreign countries would waste their time bringing drones in? Everybody's got satellites. And if you don't have access and you're some foreign country who has fucking ideas, you have giant fucking computers that are fucking hacking shit anyway. So, no fucking need for flying drones. That was the government making a scare so they could make it illegal to fly in certain areas. Oh my God, did you see what the drones did? Planes had to change course. People were scared. The lady at the donut shop was talking about it, and the lady at the post office, because drones. We have to pass laws because people can't be scared of drones. Oh, just a bunch of shit.
I don't want the drones to watch me jerking off.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, I live in a ground one-story building, so they don't need drones to watch me jerk off. Just get on. I mean, no, we're still live. Stop it. When you figure out you are from the top of the food chain, things will make more sense. Oh, you got medical there. Oh, I'd have to go see a doctor.
How are
it's
humans
possible.
far from the top of the food chain?
I don't know. This is new guru we're talking about. If you figure out you are far from the top of the food chain, things will make more sense. All I said earlier for hours was how I thought that there's no middle class anymore. There's rich and poor. The plan is working.
Oh, economically, yeah, we're not at the top of the food chain for sure.
You're not doing anything.
I was thinking about that literally, and humans pretty much kill and eat everything.
You're good, Pat. We got to show Pat's video. Now that he's back, let me see. Yeah, Pat had a glorious fucking experience with the cops, and he filmed the whole thing, so it's quite good.
Glorious?
I think it's glorious for him, because people kept saying, watch it again, watch it again, watch it again. You'll probably want to see it twice. It's pretty good. Give me a second, I'm getting there. Here we go. Boom. Pause.
Should I light up this blunt, Hippie?
I think you should. You want to be high when you see this guy, because Pat's been in my chat for a long time. He always comes in when I go live, and it's weird how you don't really know people. You know what I mean? You see him a lot. Like Daryl Williams is always here. I could go live at 4 a.m. and Daryl waves, "Hey, Hippie." I have no idea who that person is. I love him to death because he saves my channel all the time because he says, "Hippie, you're down." And then I know to shut the whatever I'm doing down. But this video is fucking awesome. So here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go. Pat Burke live on the internet. Oh shit, it's got no sounds and it's not up there. Hang on. Pause. Back up. Why is there no sound?
Oh shit, this smells good.
You got some goody good?
I got 1 gram single flower pre-roll of Azul X Pave number 9.
Damn, sounds powerful. So many fucking names, it's kind of weird. Why is this got no sound? Shut up, dog.
No trim, no shake, 100% exotic flower.
Alright, here we go. Pat Burke, ladies and gentlemen.
Patrick, there you go.
You fucking tyrant son of a bitches. Fuck you.
Do you have any questions or anything?
Yeah, fuck yourself.
Okay,
Just fuck you. I had my fucking seatbelt on, you stupid son of a bitch.
you're more than welcome to argue that.
Fuck you. I'm telling you, fuck off.
Okay, I'm saying that you
You're
have
a
the option.
fucking piece of shit fucking tyrant.
Okay, well, if you have any questions,
I
give
got
us
a
call.
question.
Yep.
Who give you the piece of shit fucking tyrant fucking badge you got, you lying fucker?
It's just the law.
It's just
This
the
is
law-
glorious.
the
You were
law for
correct.
You to lie.
I'm not lying. Why would I?
You fuckers always lie.
Okay.
You fucking bunch of lying, fucking thieving,
That's-
motherfucking tyrant son of a bitches. That's what you guys are.
Can I help you with
That's what
anything else?
every one of you fuckers are that I've ever dealt with. All right. Oh, just you go see the judge. Yeah, I'll go see the fucking judge.
Okay, you're more than welcome to. The
Fuck off.
instructions are on the
Fuck
bottom. Okay.
off. You shit asshole. How do you fucking sleep at night, you junk fuck?
Holy shit. Pat, will you be my uncle?
Right? I mean, I gotta watch that again. Let's watch it one more time, because people love this video. I should make a short out of it and drop it.
I love how that's become commonplace now for them to openly admit you can beat the rap, but you can't beat the ride. That used to be something
Right?
they say to each other. They never say it to you. Now they just openly say, well, you can take it to court then, knowing, and then there's somehow an
Right.
excuse. It makes it okay for them to break the law and
And it's
commit
still
crimes
gonna show
against
up on
you
your record.
just because eventually some judge might overturn it.
Here we go.
Patrick, there you go.
You fucking tyrant son of a bitches. Fuck you.
Do you have any questions or anything?
Yeah, fuck yourself.
Okay,
Just fuck you. I had my fucking seatbelt on, you stupid son of a bitch.
you're more than welcome to argue that.
Fuck you. I'm telling you, fuck off.
Okay, I'm saying that you
You're
have
a
the option.
fucking piece of shit fucking tyrant.
Okay, well, if you have any questions,
I
give
got
us
a
call.
question.
Yep.
Who give you the piece of shit fucking tyrant fucking badge
How do you
got,
sleep
you
at
lying
night?
fucker?
It's just the law.
It's
where
just
you
the
sleep.
law. The law for you to lie.
I'm not lying. Why would I?
You fuckers always lie.
Okay.
You fucking bunch of lying, fucking thieving
That's-
motherfuckers.
I ain't gonna lie, I used to say it back in 2019.
That's what
I used to
every
say
one
it.
of you fuckers are that I've ever dealt with. All right. Oh, just you go see the judge. Yeah, I'll go see the fucking judge.
Okay, you're more than
I don't know. I don't know what to say. The guy's amazing. Like most people don't stand up to the man,
I only wish he had said, how do you sleep at night first instead of second. Like when he said, do you have any questions? He was like, yeah, who gave you the authority to do shit with that badge? And I would have liked it better only if he had been like, yeah, how do you sleep at night? That would have been the perfect fucking answer to that.
I don't know what you're talking about. Look, I missed it. Sorry. Would have been joke, but kind of not. Tiffany. Sounds like someone practices free speech. Oh, shit. There's no such thing. They do, though. Lie, I get it. You tell them the truth, satanic oinkers. Lie, I get it. You tell the truth, satanic oinkers. Do it. Good shit. Yeah, I'll drop a video for you. You probably get some coverage. I'll do that later. I'll copy it. I'll take a break at some point. God damn, I need that. Make it short. I will, definitely. I'll make it as soon as I'm going to drop off in a while, get something to eat.
I'm curious about what happened before the video now.
It sounded like he said something about he didn't stop at the stop sign. And then he didn't have his seatbelt on. It sounds like he wrote him for the seatbelt after he pulled him. So it basically lied and pulled him over for the street sign and then said, oh, you don't have your seatbelt on. Even if he did, they just fucking lie. And then they make money for the system, right? I noticed they stopped doing traffic stops here in Missouri about a year ago. I think they got sued because it's not a stop and ID state. Well, no, but I mean, if you know the law, if you break the law, then they have the right to pull you over. So if they created a law that says you can't drive 55 and you drive over 55, they're fucking pulling you over.
There's no such thing as a stop and ID state either.
Yeah, they
not
used
in
to
America.
be New York. It used to be New York. We talked many times about that. We even read the numbers and showed how many black people got bothered besides white people, and it was not even in the same fucking ball game.
They pretended stop and frisk was legal for a while, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, in New York City.
Yeah,
it was like the only state that did it. Yeah, and it showed the difference in white. And we showed this clip of these Puerto Rican people or Latino people. I don't remember which it was. But they said that it sucks when you're afraid to go outside because the cops are going to harass you and shake you down and hold you and pull you over just because you're a certain person, race, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I have pretty white skin, and I fear that. So, you know, I don't really buy that.
I'm not lying. I feel the same way. I mean,
I don't buy the race aspect of it.
Cops are nothing more than using their uniform to work for the DMV.
But maybe during that time there were numbers to back up the fact that black people and people of color were being harassed more than white people. So how can you deny it? I mean, that live stream's still somewhere in here where we pulled out the numbers. It's a live stream that I read the numbers. It sits in the under news of my channel somewhere. It was significant. And then people pointed out the fact that the amount of people difference, race versus color, more people in one than the other. And
yeah, arguably it could be. You're wasting your time if you pull over a bunch of white people because statistically they're not going to get, you know,
right? Yeah,
a bust.
They don't have cocaine in their pocket supposedly, and which truthfully they got, you know, they're buying all this shit. Driving down Interstate 80, Patrick says. So that was a state pig. I don't like cops. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, listen, I just fight the fact that there are some good cops. And I don't care what people, I fight it with Joe, I fight it with everybody. Some of these guys are stuck in the middle of a mess and they're just trying to support their family and do what men do.
That doesn't make them good, though, does it?
Well, I mean, if they're doing what they're supposed to. Let's take, for instance, the cop in Mashpee, one of my audits. He shows up, the fucking town manager's screaming, I want him removed from the town hall. He's impeding the process of the town hall. And he asked me what I'm doing. And I said I was in the room. I was filming some pictures. The fucking guy said something to me. I asked him for his name. He refused, and it went sour from there. Some woman threw me out of the room for no reason. I was clearly doing nothing wrong, very respectful to the man. I just asked for his name because he had told me to do something. And so then the cop said, all right, you're fine. He told the town manager he can do what he's doing. He has done nothing wrong. Oh, look at it. It's Joe Cool. And
so that's a good cop? A cop who just on one occasion didn't violate your rights?
He stuck up for my rights, right? So, I mean, he could have been douchey and just... He did
his job one time.
That
makes a good cop?
I felt like it at the time, for sure.
I think that's part of your programming and conditioning.
Right?
To get used to like where someone does the bare minimum of their job in a fascist dictatorship. You're like, holy shit. This guy didn't beat my fucking ass and violate my rights, steal my money, and put me in a cage. What a fucking hero he is.
Oh, that's funny. Have a good time, Nikki. School.
I do try to use humor, but, you know, I'm serious.
No, I hear you. The system is abusive. Cops enforce the system. No such thing as a good cop.
Never met one yet. There's some anomalies out there that I can't quite
I've
explain,
met
but
quite a few
I
of
would
them
think
myself.
I think if we
And
looked into it, we'd find out that they're not real.
like a lot of people would say, "Oh, well, that guy was being nice because the camera was on." Right?
Exactly. Some of them have learned because it's become a little inhospitable out there to be a pig. You know, we're in one of those cycles where the people are out on the street expressing what they think, and also
Like in
there's
Hyannis, when the sergeant showed up and the woman had called the cops, I was in the housing place, which granted isn't the greatest place, but it is my right to film there. It's public property, so the cop comes rolling up. I see 4 of them walking up, and you can see it in the front of the video. I'm like, oh, great. In my mind, I'm like, this ain't going to go well. And the first thing the guy says to me is, he goes, "Hey, Hippie, how's your channel?" I looked at him, I was like, oh, okay, this isn't going to be that bad. And I feel like...
he was being a dick, right?
You think so?
Oh, 100%. He's communicating to you in a way which is coded for anyone listening, that he knows you have a channel, he knows why you're there, and he's not gonna buy into your game or fall into the trap. And the only reason he even would act that way, in my opinion, is because you have a channel.
Right.
Otherwise, he wouldn't know you have the channel to begin with. How would he even know that?
Another time I was in a private business. There was a scuffle going on. Some guy hit his girlfriend or something. And so I saw the owner. I knew who the owner was. So I said, "Hey, you mind if I film this?" He goes, "No, go ahead." Because it seemed like it would be something that would... And some woman goes, "Oh, you can't film in here." And he turned around and he goes, he's fine, leave him alone. And nothing really ever came of it, but it was pretty interesting. Same guy. Ossifer. Glorified babysitter, Officer Larafo, moronic to fall to this. As previously stated, it's like playing Barbies and forgetting it's just a pretend. Drop a link. Oh, there you go. Invite. Copy.
So I got this big fat blunt here, and I can't find a fucking lighter.
Oh, shit, Dennison.
That sucks.
As I burn my new fucking... I don't know, I feel like I've had some good conversations. One time I was, I think Joe was at this time, we were at Provincetown, and there was a guy with a gun, and we had all the SWAT team. I mean, they had so many cops, it was fucking ridiculous. I've never seen so many cops for one guy with a gun. They had a Bobcat with like all these fucking... armor around it for a guy with a hand cannon. Like,
was that the one, Hippie, they had you pushed back from? It was like they had it blocked off for blocks and blocks.
Yep. Blocks and blocks, and we tried sneaking around. We couldn't get near it. But I remember there was one cop who was a real douche, and I was standing there filming. I'd been there forever, and I had a little interaction with a news lady that was there. And I was like, I can't believe you, a news lady, would, not want me to be allowed to film something in public, And, but anyway, one of the cops came up as a real piece of, "Get the fuck out of here, get back. And the other cop came up, he was the same cop from Hyannis. I've had some interactions, he was always pretty good. And he's like, leave him alone, he's fine, we know who he is, blah, blah, blah. And they let me stay there, you know what I mean? And then a little bit later on, we had a conversation about things that were going on around, and it felt like
you're right,
he was
about
a decent guy.
You're right about that. The regular media, I don't even know what you want to call them, conventional, legacy, I don't know what you would even call them nowadays. they do enjoy that privileged class that they have. If they could be
Government
holding out
propagandists.
12 propagandists, the professional propagandists, they could be holding out 12 motherfucking media people, social media. But when one of them walk up, they let them right in, and they don't fight for us. They're not gonna be like, hey, Guru, what's up? They're not gonna be like, hey, they're media, let them in. No, they don't do that shit.
No, they're just an arm of DC now, another arm of the government, and it's all about access.
Yes.
Somebody was saying today in the chat that Trump said he was against weaponizing the police and he was gonna, take away the funding. And I'm like,
No fucking way.
I
Not a
thought
chance
he
in
was the
hell.
guy that started all that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's Mr. Qualified Immunity. He thinks we should strengthen qualified immunity
and give it to everyone nationwide. All cops. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Trump
So
is an
on the-
authoritarian.
Trump, I got you.
He's has.
Every politician is a.
Thanks,
fucking-
Kevin.
That's not bad, right, Guru? But I understand what Dennison is saying. Trump is a natural born. If you let him go, he would be Kim Jong-un, and I hope people ain't drawing baggage in. He would love to have that show with the military going down and show his might and shit.
He's
He
already
got
started
that in
doing
him.
it.
He does.
They got the Chinooks. The Chinooks flew over the Super Bowl while he was there. I haven't seen that kind of thing in
Divine.
America in like 15 years, since the Cold War. And the thing with Trump is he is like an egomaniac. And a populist. So
Yes.
he will do what makes people love him. He's not going to
Yes.
go, do some shit that's going to make people hate him. But at the
Right.
end of the day,
Good
he will
point.
do that with, police and military at the top of the food chain.
Yes. I dig it. I like it. I agree with all that.
Actors. They're
What do you
actors and
think,
they're
Joe?
good at it.
All this,
You don't have to be
all the
very
shit-
good at it though. Look at Biden.
Biden was a great puppet. He did as told. You find him once in a lifetime. Do you find a motherfucker that would just go out
They
there
all
and say verbatim whatever you want?
If you
They
look
all
at
do.
it from one perspective, he was the best actor we've had since Reagan. Because there's a chance there ain't nothing wrong with him. And that whole old man fuddy-duddy can't find the door thing was just because he's that good.
I just see it as how far can you make a mockery to the public,
Hippie, that's
the public, and get away with it,
Hey,
and have
what's
fun
up,
doing it.
Phoenix? Good to see you. Same.
He said he missed you too. All right, I'm glad. I haven't seen her in a while. She's just getting that. She's been going on.
I've been gone too, really. I just started streaming again last week or so. I've been picking back up into it. Got my pain a little better under control. So.
I haven't seen you, but I do if I see your titles. If they say music, you know this. I'm probably going to keep it moving. But I haven't been doing it like this.
Yeah, I ain't been doing much music. It's getting stressful. They're getting really tough with the whole bullshit.
Really, the music?
I got a strike yesterday, Joe, for someone mentioning ivermectin or whatever. I fucking couldn't believe it.
It's just it's fucked up out here.
I was saying earlier, I feel like YouTube's just sitting over me with a big stick, just waiting to fucking whack me with it every time I say something wrong. I'm like scared. I'm like, oh, shh.
None of this is medical advice.
They are doing that. They are cracking down. They do want to put people in line. They just.
Ivermectin's going to be one of those words that as soon as you say it, the AI is going to, if it catches it,
already triggered.
It's going to trigger it for review, and then you've got haters, too, that just sit out there waiting to click.
Well, I think that's really what it was. I had a bunch of haters because I'd had Rebel on panel and Asmar.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
So I brought all the boys over to pick on me again. Someone tried to porn bomb me all that night. It was,
Just like old times, bro.
It was just like old times, brother. Asmar, Rebel came up to apologize to me. I'm like, whatever, Rebel. You do you. Whatever you do, you do. That's your business. I'm over here in my own little world.
I refer to the old times as pre those times.
Biden was only president
I was talking about
because
old
his
times
wife.
for Hippie. Me and you would have different old times. But remember Hippie, Hippie, once he started gaining some footing, he ran into those people and they dropped his channel when it was just getting good. He went through his big headache shit when people started coming to his room. Those were old times for him. I don't think Hippie was even around when
See,
what I'd be thinking about our old times. Our old
That's
times, man. Off topic, hold on, Dan. Our old times with the bus, we're debating whether or not a person had true agency or was a result of everything that happened. We spent hours debating that single topic, yo.
and Hippie
That's
and I
how
would
long
do
back
that
then.
with like you know, the V word and the C word.
Yes. Yeah. Like nothing, right?
Before any times, you know. So
Yeah.
like when it
We
was
never got
just
strikes too. I always brag about that. Me and you were deep in with the numbers and the CDC, and
we kept it
talking
really
about
packed
every
with
day.
information.
Yeah.
It's
And
hard
we
to
never
strike
got a
us.
strike.
And we were so perfectly binary on so many issues. It was like watching crosstalk, you know?
Right.
Or crossfire.
I always said that was one of the good things. Like, I would talk one side, you talk the other, and that's, I feel like, why YouTube always let us slide, because we were doing both sides of the ring. We were doing a Joe Cool and riding that fence. I mean, what?
I'm sorry. I was talking to somebody.
Nah,
I
you're
did hear
good.
my fence riding skills. So yes, yeah.
Looks like a
Quit
beautiful
riding
day,
them
but it's
fences a
fucking
long time
freezing.
ago.
Right?
I remember one time, man, I had
Rumble.
I was trying to quit smoking, and I put one of those patches on.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't know. I guess I'd probably been doing that thing for 3 or 4 days, I guess.
Patch.
And that night, man, I had the craziest fucking dream. I was running from the police, and every time I would get away from them, I'd be like, okay, good. And here I'd look, son of a bitches was coming again. And finally I woke up, and the old lady's like, what the hell's wrong with you? I said, I've been running from the fucking cops all day.
Oh, no.
I was sweating. I said, the hell with that shit.
Let me just comment on Rumble real quick. Somebody said that's why I went to Rumble. I mean, I love Rumble. It's a great platform, but the problem is it's really hard to set your notifications so that people know you're going live. Am I too loud, Joe?
It's hard to do everything. You know, that's...
Well, I like Rumble because we could sit here and watch, like, one of those great movies and be chit-chatting the same shit without fear of saying any words or any sentences or, you know what I mean?
Of course. But no one's watching.
But that to me is what makes it kind of exciting being over here. I've always liked, it's like my drug addiction. I like being on the edge, you know? So playing the music and shit, to me, that's what I'm left with at 50-something years old, you know? Eat drugs, I used to get on the edge of dying, you know? That was where I like to be.
Most people are too lazy to click a couple buttons to go to a place that doesn't censor them.
Right? Well, it's difficult.
It's pretty
and
pathetic,
I get it.
really.
People don't want to do work. It is.
Not as a viewer. What's so difficult about signing up for an account and clicking on a button? It's no different than signing up for YouTube. You know,
it's not even good.
Excuse me.
Good.
Wifey wants to show you her sweatshirt. I don't know. Come here, babe. I don't know if you can read that. Hold on.
No God, no fear. Nice.
Yes, no God, no fear. He can read it.
That's awesome.
You see how it's spelled?
Yes, no God, K-N-O-W, no fear.
And no.
Yes,
that's awesome.
You say it's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Totally.
Tell that to Joe.
You know how it is.
No, he's the only Christian that knows.
Okay.
That's what it's all about. Christ-centered obedience, meekness, and blessings, and salvation.
I don't know about Christian, but I definitely have my relationship with God and Jesus. I have a tattoo on my chest of Jesus. I always have him on my backgrounds. Yeah, see? But I don't necessarily go to church. I'm not a tithing kind of man, but, I have my
tithe,
beliefs.
but not in church. I tithe when a motherfucker broke down on the road and I pull over,
Right.
or and
Sure.
help motherfuckers. I tithe, but not in church.
That's an abusive necklace there, Joe.
It's abuse of my cross.
I mean, seriously, you
gotta
think
ask.
if Jesus comes back, he's really going to want to see himself nailed to a
It's a
cross?
real thing.
Oh, okay.
I gotta ask.
Jesus is going to come back and he's going to be like, fuck it, Dad, I'm going back. They still don't get it.
They learn nothing. They're walking around with posters of me bleeding and torn asunder.
I gotta ask, is New Guru, you based Oracle?
No, I'm not.
No.
Oh,
Mama, do
okay.
you want to eat?
Goodness no. Base relatively new. Guru been around for a while.
Yeah,
Centuries, man.
since the beginning of my career, like 5 years ago, 4.5, 5 years ago.
And bass is disappearing now. That's neither here nor there, but I see him a lot less now. And even the guys who we came in that I met with him, he was with like Sarah and Glenn and that little group. And now they all, like we shitting on them to some degree.
Don't quote
know
me
who
on
you're
this,
talking
but I
about,
think
so.
he got hit and his channel was taken down or something.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that.
Yeah,
But
he
I think that's
didn't
what
have
it
the
was.
ability to do live streams for a while, and he was just uploading shorts.
Thanks.
I noticed.
Okay. I'll check on him. I'll get his number.
And he hasn't shown up
What do
in my feed in a while.
Right.
You
that's
have to
what
be
I'm thinking.
expecting that on this platform, If you
Which
don't
part,
expect
Guru?
that, to be censored and shut down, even if
Yes.
you're really goody two shoes and obedient, it's just bound to happen by slip. So, if you're going to use this platform, you got to have a couple backup accounts to switch.
Well, they
Well,
don't care
the
about
one-
slip if you're pro-establishment, though.
Yes.
Mostly.
Yes. You can get away with murder if you're pro-establishment. Yes.
Yeah,
And if they hate you, you can't even say the word. Right. Right.
Yeah, if you
if
serve
you
their
feed
narrative.
into the ego. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
What do you think about all that's going on, Joe, with all this corruption, supposedly, and money laundering?
Corruption?
I showed a thing from the White House where we gave, like, millions of dollars to foreign countries for transgender this and transgender that.
That's
Right off
awesome,
the White
yeah.
House. My son came in while I was live early. He's like, Dad, go look at this. You'll get a kick out of it. We gave millions of dollars to Afghanistan for farming equipment, for fertilizer, to protect the crops of the fucking opium. What? Are you fucking kidding me?
Wait, hold on.
That's what business people do.
Hold
They
on,
invest where it's profitable.
Hold on. I gotta this is outside of the whatever. You say they gave the money to the farmers in Afghanistan to protect the opium. I could see them admitting to the first part. How do you find out that it was to the opium part? How do we make that part?
It says it right on the website, on the White House website. We have it.
Yeah, the White
Is it
House.
still up?
Yeah, I'd have to double check because a lot of the shit they've been finding out that the White House said the 10,000 people here, the all the condoms that went to migrants or whatever, they've been getting so much shit wrong. You better
Wait, here we go. Look, Joe.
Yeah,
Look,
but
I
they've
wanna
been
show
getting
you.
mundane, irrelevant details wrong. You know what I mean?
I would agree. What I wanted to say was I'm enjoying the fuck out of this shit, but that opiate shit snatched me away because
hang on, I'm gonna put it right on screen right now, so there's no fucking nothing. There's no.
I'm enjoying
There
this
you
shit, Dan. I imagine you are too. I don't know about it's probably a show to Guru too.
So here it is at the very bottom there. Right here it says hundreds of millions of dollars to fund irrigation canals, farming equipment, even fertilizer used to support the unprecedented poppy cultivation and the heroin production in Afghanistan benefiting the Taliban.
Yeah,
Wait.
that means nothing to me. That's the bullshit. You shouldn't even repeat it.
I mean, we were literally over there with our army defending the poppy fields on behalf of the Taliban.
Here we go. 47,000 for transgender opera in Colombia. Okay.
Yeah.
2.5 million for electric vehicles in Vietnam. Okay, what about fucking starving people in America? Ah, fuck them. 32,000 for transgender. Wait,
That's not how
32,000
business
for
works.
transgender comic book in Peru. What the fuck?
What I'm disappointed
I'm
in
pro
is the
gay
White
and all
House
that.
is.
It's just good.
What I'm disappointed in the White House's YouTube channel. There's no commenting. You can't
Oh, that
comment
sounds
on any of
logical.
this shit.
6 million to fund tourism in Egypt. Wait, isn't the fucking pyramids enough?
Let me ask you something. I want to make sure you're thinking like I'm thinking. If I were watching CNN and they put up this list about Trump, how much of it would you believe? Hippie.
Truth. This is coming right off the White House.
I'm not sure that was my question. If CNN says anything about Trump, it's tainted, 1,000%.
I agree.
Too.
I
gotta wade through it. I'm wondering if you're just accepting this shit out of hand and understand these niggas in their feelings. They just had a victory. They gotta promote this as a success. They are looking for so and so. Are you seeing all of this shit, or are you just accepting like this came from a neutral source?
Well, I think what we were discussing earlier was more along the lines that these little things, like we did something for Egypt, they did something for us. Guatemala did something. We rubbed their back. They rubbed their back. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about.
Books like this,
because we know that Trump hates transgender because he said no transgender in fucking the military. So
that's if
he's
you
not
believe
giving
they're
all this
separate.
money. But what hurts me? Good.
That was good.
All this is if you believe there's separate teams going on here competing against each other. There really is not.
I mean, there always is.
Yes, on some level, yes, there will be.
As far as these nations are concerned, it's all theater.
Yeah, but most of these niggas is ignorant. They really think they're fighting. I don't think they know.
Yeah, like the United States fights within itself.
Yes, that's the point, to keep the facade going, so that the people at the bottom of the totem pole provide the exploitation energy.
They're loose.
I feel like most people don't even know about this shit. We're just busy doing our thing.
And if you're too much of a liability, you're going to be exploited while you're kicked to the curb. And Americans, quote unquote, are definitely too expensive.
Where my bias comes from is that I'm that asshole that actually reads the CFRs and checks the budget lines and looks to see where all this money is going. And so I already know, I've always known that this is what government does. And whatever the White House claims, no matter how absurd it is, the truth is worse. So that causes a laziness on my part because I don't bother verifying what the White House says, right? I'm just like, oh, really? You don't say. You know, that's my reaction.
Because I got heavier shit that you should be talking about.
Here we go. Let me put that into perspective a little bit here. Let's put this up on screen just for those people who forget. Here we go. Ready?
All they need is the
debt clock here. We can see the numbers going way faster than our mind can even comprehend. You know, the national debt. 36 trillion. 496 million.
Holy
crap. You understand it's not possible, systematically designed, it's not possible to bring that thing down?
We could.
Depends on your definition of possible.
I mean,
the only way to even equal out or balance it is that's not the budget you're looking at.
We're all familiar with.
You're not looking at the budget. That's a different thing, right?
I think
the budget is money that is borrowed from this thing here. In order to get more of that, and also circular tax through the people. In order to get more of that, it has to be loaned into existence, and that's what you're seeing right here. You're seeing that loan exponentially increase. It has to, by design. That's the only way to get more money into existence.
This is what exceeds the budget. The budget would be a lower number.
The budget partly comes from what you're seeing here.
well, the
Okay, that's what they
deficit
say
And I
the
does.
think
budget, right?
everybody understands and comprehends what diversity, equity, and inclusion is. And it's how many of those people know what Department of Economic Independence is?
What
I
revenue
don't
per
think people know
citizen?
the first one,
14,000.
diversity, equity, and inclusion. I don't think people know what that is, first of all. And the second one, you're probably right.
Right. And
Motherfucker,
that's sad.
DEI, in my opinion, is a dog whistle for simpletons. It's to inflame monkeys. It's just a word to inflame monkeys, and only monkeys are inflamed by it, in my opinion, man.
Is one funding the other,
Like
though, is
saying
the
a
big
hardy R
question.
or something.
Diversity, equity, inclusion is a way to encourage more people into becoming corporate members, and it's also a great way to remove any accountability on behalf of corporations in favor of increasing participation. So corporations can have more people working for them, pay them less, and keep the standards low, and then they have a
Absolutely
nice
correct.
Right for abuse.
Same thing to self-fascism is all it is.
Yeah.
I don't even understand trade deficit. Like, why do we have to be the one? Like, nobody pays their 2% gross domestic product towards NATO. 28 countries out there right now currently not paying.
We're the consumers of the planet and the seat of the global empire. We subsidize the entire world.
You're paying it as a consumer.
But we don't even take care of our own people, though.
That's
what
the
hurts
same.
me about all this money and all this
That's because
bullshit.
It's why we can't.
That's because that responsibility rests on you as a people, not a government to spoon feed you.
All 3 points are different, and all three are good.
Joe Cool, where are you today? What state?
I'm in Colorado, man. Matter of fact, I got the flu. I'm down under the weather. I ain't been out in a couple of weeks since I went to Arizona or something.
Oh, man, sorry to hear that.
Government's true role and job, if you look at it objectively, is to exploit naive people who believe otherwise, who believe that they have an obligation to take care of them. That's what they do.
Yeah. Yes. If I'll offer you my services for a fee. You do nothing, I take care of everything. Yeah.
Right.
That's what
But it should be a service and not.
It don't matter what it should be. What it is what matters.
Hold on. Let's hear his point.
I'll hear
It should
him
be a
out.
service and not power.
Why should it be?
Well, when you go for a service, you get in the yellow book or whatever, and you call somebody up, you get you 3 bids.
That didn't answer.
We want you to handle this. The people want you to handle this.
Mm-hmm.
You have contractors bid. It should be about
people,
service to one another and not about power.
One another, sure.
Right.
I'm still trying to get to the should be part, though.
Public
the
service,
idea that somebody else has an obligation to you is where you fail.
Nobody say they have an obligation.
No, not if we have an agreement where I've paid you money in order for you to fix my back porch.
There is no
That's not an
agreement.
obligation.
Right.
You don't
If
have
you say, hey,
when you take my money.
put all your money.
That's an
here,
agreement, not an obligation.
Okay, all right.
No.
So under
And
that, though, go ahead. What using the word agreement? If I make an agreement with the government, I'm going to pay my taxes, and they're going to fix my roads. You say that's wrong on its face? I think Guru is saying that. It just sounds like it could be business. I know it's it's used.
I'm responding to the idea that people think the government has an obligation to serve them. They don't.
Why do they not? Isn't that their sole purpose?
Why would they?
Because
Why would they?
form a government, what is the purpose of if not to serve me?
To exploit you for thinking that you should, that they should.
Oh, you're talking about
they're
the
a business
government. You're talking about the
they're a
current
business.
government.
Yeah.
Yes, I see you hype up.
Not the idea of government that you're being sold on, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If you want to go in that direction, then it comes down to self-governing. That's the only way you're going to get that. But as soon as
No,
you
I
delegate
understand
that
distinction. I get it.
directionally outwards to this idea that
And
is
then when you
happening
delegate
now,
it to the point where these people are so buffered that you don't even have a say so anymore. You can't even go talk to them and tell them, hey, I don't like the way you're making my irrigation system. This is what I wanted.
correct.
They're going to call the police and tell you to get the fuck out their office.
Correct. And rightly so. Do you get to make all the decisions as an employee at McDonald's? No. What the logo looks like, blah, blah, blah. You're lucky if you even get to, as an employee, you're lucky if you even get to have a vote on the CEO. And that's what you get as a fucking
What
citizen.
happens when everybody decides that you're all about yourself and then start coming together and round your little ass up and have a conversation that you won't like?
Welcome to humanity.
That's the insanity side of humanity, and not from a balanced standpoint of morality and ethical standards.
Absolutely. And that's reality. Reality is, especially with your masses, your domesticated masses, is morality is topsy-turvy, upside down, far from in the equation. And the reason is not mostly because the idea to delegate the responsibility of morality is pointed outward and not inward.
Yes.
To the very thing that does not have any obligation for morality outlook. In fact, again, it's there to exploit the idea of that.
Right.
For all that.
Why would you expect my business guys? Somebody hired FedEx. Why would I expect morality?
Right.
From
especially
my delivery company.
Especially if you keep coming back and begging for more time and time again. I'm going to exploit the shit out of you because that's what you want. Right?
And you don't react. I do all sorts of shit like throw your packages over the gate and I don't even get a voicemail complaint. Fuck yeah, man. I'll be dropping your shit at the curb.
If you want reality, that's you. You got to choose that yourself, right? It's on the individual. And it's definitely subjective.
Back to Trump, man. I'm wondering, I think Hippie is enjoying it. I'm wondering if you guys are enjoying the show, the spectacle, what Trump is doing and all of that shit. I can't lie. I'm like a little kid in a candy store.
Doesn't the circus get old after a while?
Well, this one's new. They got new fucking animals and freaks and midgets and stuff.
I know, but how many ways can you flavor popcorn? I mean, Jesus.
All of it is, bro. I've been waiting, right? I've been wanting someone to get in the government and get in the government, tear it apart line by line, bullshit. And if you get some eccentrics, I'm going to say racist to fuck with Dennison a little bit, billionaire, you put him in charge of, and you get Trump, the egotistical narcissist dude who, and undoubtedly will use this to his benefit. This is like good fucking fake reality TVs.
If it wasn't only 1,400,000 years old, I might be interested.
Well, yeah, but I haven't seen it this messy. Nixon is the last time I would have been entertained, and I don't know if I was born or 3 years old back then.
Nixon.
Yeah, Nixon. That shit sound like something.
That was like 1969, man.
60s, late 60s. Yeah.
Yeah, 69.
Why do we subsidize ethanol when it takes 1.3 gallons to make 1 gallon?
That's a good question. A good question. They're going to tell you that in some day we expect a breakthrough where it evens out and it makes it worth our while. It's the same thing with electric cars. Why are we subsidizing them when it takes so much coal and shit to produce them more than they could ever offset?
Why not?
Yeah, what's his name, man? Northwoods was saying that there's a kid who lives in New Hampshire. He's off grid, so he's got batteries and solar to charge his house, and his batteries are dying. They're like 15 years old. Well, he's got to replace the batteries so he can have, power again.
Them shit's expensive too. If he like my buddy, he uses these big. I think they're marine batteries. Guru will correct me, but they're really big and they look expensive as fuck to me.
$6,000 to replace the batteries.
Let's see, kind of like getting a Tesla.
And what
after
sucks
10
for him
years,
is he's
you're
not
gonna have
on
to replace
grid,
the
so
batteries
he can't.
at $6,000.
He can't. He can't
Well,
sell it back to the system because he's not on the system. He lives on the mountain alone.
Right.
You could always throw the $6,000 away to a fucking power company and some McDonald's. You know, I mean, if you're gonna have money, why not use it on something that provides you a little bit more self?
Oh yeah, I'm not criticizing it. I'm just commenting on what he did, what he's done. Sucks for him that he can't connect to the system and sell it back and make a profit. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's generating that much. I don't think it's generating that much. He's really going to make any money selling it back to the system.
A lot of the power companies now that were doing that are starting to cut that out now anyway.
Yeah, I bet that just fucked them up, all right? They were not expecting that. I don't give a fuck if it's a quarter over 3 months. They're mad about it. Hey.
They were. It's just, you know, after a amount of time, it doesn't make sense to their bottom lines, right? So it was always in the plan to flip the switch.
Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog?
Looks like he's like, no, a camera.
He's
that's not a dog.
Jumpy and scary, man. Him and his sister. I got babysitting him and his sister.
What is it?
It's a ferret or a parrot or something. And his sister's black. She over there. All right, you can get up.
Cute dog.
His sister was eating, so I had him up here in the bed. He'll eat all our food.
I don't know. I'm not a fan.
I'm
of
racist
Trump
against small dogs.
or Elon, but I think it's.
So I noticed some of them are cool. They're like chilling, laid back. Some of them are. And I'm still like prejudiced against them. Like I'm waiting for them to act like all other small dogs.
There's no tomato.
No tomato. Okay. Okay, I want to talk. Let me stop smoking weed.
I could even find myself saying to a little dog, "You know, you're one of the good ones."
Yes, that's where I came in at. Excuse me, but my sinuses are gone. Dan was saying that Hippie, he thinks you're falling for the, you're a good guy if he, he didn't mug you, if he didn't take your money. When he saw you on a deserted road, suddenly he's a good guy for not robbing you. Is he right?
I just feel like you're talking cops being good guys. Is that what you're talking, Joe?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
You also have to take into consideration, like, this might be like a blind spot for some people, but Hippie's an authoritarian. He's pro.
How can somebody who forces force on people be good?
Like Hippie would say, if we had good cops and good government and good this and good that, and it's all the things he likes, then
Agreed. 1,000%. I see Hippie like that. Hippie thinks he's a freedom fighter. I'm sure to some degree he is. But yeah, I'm with Dan, Hippie. If we gave you control, you would pick who you thought was a good leader to lead all of us, man. You just like, I like him. Let's keep the same system under this guy.
As long as weed prices are cheap, I'm good.
I would have
if you raise the price on weed, then we got fucking problems.
Well, then you were definitely against Biden, then, right?
Let me
forcing things on people.
Step up to the plate.
Forcing anything on people is the opposite of consent. How is that good at all? It's slavery.
Let me read you this.
Seems
quote.
Logical to me. Go ahead.
It says, "My political opinions lean more and more to anarchy. The most improper job of any man, even saints, is bossing other men. Not one in a million is fit for it, and least of all those who seek the opportunity."
Word.
You know who said that?
Nope.
I did just now. But the guy But the guy who originally said it was Tolkien, J.R.R. Tolkien.
Because I'm so sorry. My girl was asking me about a taco, and you started off with the quote good. I'm sorry, guys, but if he could read that again. It's something about controlling men.
Well, it just says, not 1 in a million is fit for the job, and least of all those who look for that kind of job.
1000% agree. Yes. 1000%. Trump is he's that guy. He's like, yes, I am deserved to be here. I was created for this. I can do a better job than anyone else. He does not have a servant's heart at all.
And by the way, tariffs for everybody.
The police, more so, like each individual cop.
My topic yesterday was King Trump. They're already putting in a thing into Senate for him to run a third term.
I mean, he really does deserve a third term.
I love it. I love it, bro.
According to our current
even
laws,
I agree with that.
According to our current laws, he's entitled to run 2 times consecutively, hold the office 2 times consecutively, and there's plenty of information and evidence to suggest that the last election was rigged against him.
Is that true? I haven't seen any.
I mean, I've seen it with my own eyes. I used the Open State Project to look up old people voting Democrat myself. Like dead people who are like 130 years old.
I love that. Okay, what I saw with that was no different than what I see every election. And I do that every election to see who dead people and shit. I got a buddy who makes me look at it. But my source this time with the Trump shit were the courts. Trump's best argument. He put forth 74 or 84 of them through the gate of why he thought the election was stolen. And I read that shit every time they released the transcripts. All the shit that they say, it was horrible. They even admitted in the court, he was like, are you telling me after about the 60th one or something, the judge jumped on him about, and the 29th lawyer changed, jumped on him. What evidence? You said you had evidence. Or do you have any evidence? They said no. And they went outside, and Giuliani was out there, and the cameras and shit were out there, and they said, the judge has seen our evidence. He accepted it. Like, holy fuck, Joe, this is crazy. I've seen no evidence other than what I see every 4 years.
That's funny because, well, I mean, every election's rigged. I wouldn't argue with that about that. But I read the court cases and actually read the actual court transcripts, and I never found any incidents of them saying they had no evidence. I didn't read all of the cases, but after about 10 or 15 of them, I stopped. And every single one of them was an example of a judge abusing their authority to summarily dismiss cases for ridiculous things like standing and so forth. Even the Supreme Court itself refused to hear Trump's case, and they didn't say it was due to lack of evidence or anything like that. They said it was due to lack of standing, and the Supreme Court was created in order to solve disputes between the states. So what I saw was a clear example of a political coup, and it was the exact opposite of there being no evidence. All the evidence I saw was in the opposite direction. It almost seemed to me like a deliberate ploy to lend legitimacy to Trump because it was so blatantly obvious how he was being screwed over by the system.
Is there anything in there, and I've got to eat my taco, but is there anything in there that you saw that said there were enough votes? Because that was what the arguments I saw them. I didn't see the argument, and it certainly wouldn't have been in the first 15 about some Supreme Court so-and-so. He was arguing it was stolen because of the machines, because of this. He was arguing a number of votes. This place, all of those were lies and wrong.
In the court cases, I
said a bunch of votes that he was in the court. Any other votes in large numbers.
Yeah, in Maricopa County and in Georgia as well. In any of the court cases, no, because none of the court cases went to any evidentiary hearings, despite what was claimed in the media. I didn't see a single transcript that discussed evidence at all. These cases were all dismissed right out of hand as soon as for reasons like standing and other technical reasons, and they never went into any trial scenario.
Yes, they never made the trial because they never presented the evidence. We had to talk about that shit because I
did not find a single example of any judge denying any case due to lack of evidence out of the dozen that I read. Not a single one.
Yes, but they none of them allowed what they called evidence, and because none of it was evidence, they said that they had the machines were rigged, but they had no evidence of it. It
Oh, the
wouldn't go to
machines.
trial.
The machines weren't rigged, as
You
far
say
as
they
I can
were?
tell. I didn't see any evidence that the machines
Yes,
were
that
rigged.
was his number one claim. That was the first
Who,
thing.
Trump?
Trump, yeah, and his
Well,
lawyers.
he's dumb. In Maricopa County, there were thousands of votes that were found to be signed improperly. They were people that should have been legally kicked off the voter rolls, and people
Yes.
who, were over 130 years old.
I found
And
a bunch in Connecticut too.
There were tens of thousands of those in Maricopa County and in Georgia. Now, what I will say is what I verified for myself was in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and in my tabulations would not have swayed the election. I did find thousands of examples of bullshit, but
yes, but it wouldn't have been.
But it would not have changed the outcome in those states.
Let me eat. I'm gonna charge my phone because I got a stupid iPhone. So I'm gonna eat and then I'm gonna hop back on if you guys are still here.
Will you?
Later.
Peace.
Hey, how do you feel about this headline? Scientists measure the quantum state of electrons for the first time.
Are they depressed? Are they happy? How's it going for quantum?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Everyone asks, what state they're in, but they don't ask like how they feel,
What city they're in?
Huh? What's that, sir?
Don't worry about it.
Listen, I'm smart, not like everybody says.
Like dumb. I want respect. I want two Japanese ladies sitting next to me in tutus. That's what I want.
Brown.
That was me using the AI to make today's thumbnail, and the first thing it gave me was that. I said Wandering Hippie and Donald Trump having lunch together. So apparently the AI first thought I was a girl in a tutu. Which, ain't far off. But anyway. That's another shit. Oh, shit. Big pile of weed. Let's get pain-free.
I want a Tesla for one reason and one reason only, and that's the self-driving feature.
I want the one that's floating around in space with a teddy bear with a fucking spacesuit on in it.
What a waste. They could have just given it to you or me or somebody,
Right?
like throw it in space, you son of a bitch. Making more trash.
That's how rich the guy is. Fuck, I can't
I
even
wouldn't have
afford
one
to
if
buy
they
one.
give it to me.
No? Bro, I want to sit in the driver's
Hell
seat
no.
stoned as fuck and the car's driving for me. Wait, I wouldn't drive intoxicated. Allegedly
I
intoxicated.
did a job for a guy up in Pennsylvania when I was
It's
up there,
illegal when it's allegedly.
and he had one, and I did a job for him prior, and then I come back and I'm like, well, where's the Tesla? And he says, the damn thing took off down the driveway, knocked the fence over, just went haywire on him.
Really?
No, sir.
Shit. Yeah.
He was using that as an excuse, bro. Come on. You believe
What if Teslas are pieces of shit?
That's
As long as they still drive well.
I'm sure they got though.
As long as they still drive well. I mean, I just want to.
All cars are pieces of shit.
I just want to. Car that drives by itself. I want to be part of technology.
I just want to have a few shots and a couple beers and then get in the seat and let it do its thing.
You can do that.
I mean, you could do that without having a Tesla, but consequences.
You can call a cab.
Much deeper consequences.
Let
me get a joint going here. That's the hippie. That's what the AI thinks a hippie. Let me key a little funny thing in. So today when I went to go live, I was making a thumbnail like I always do. And This AI will not make thumbnails with the word Trump in it. It's Microsoft Copilot.
Why
Will
is Trump
not.
wearing
Wow.
his shirt?
Because that's what I told it to do.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh man.
Yeah, I was.
Has Mississippi
I
seen that one?
No. Not that I know of. Mississippi's locked away, Dennison. There is talk of her with green dress and green makeup and green hair and more clips for everybody.
I'd like to live in a community where there's like a liquor store, you know, down at the end of the street or around the block that will deliver me beer. You know, if I call in and I place an order and they even know me and know what kind of beer I like, so they could be like, hey, we just got a
They're
shipment
like,
in, you know, like.
Dennison. Oh, Dennison, would you like some Miller Lite? We'll send it over cold.
Miller Lite. I
It's
wouldn't deliver
MGD,
that.
bro.
I don't know.
It's high life. That's the champagne of beers.
Would be much.
Miller Lite
what
is
would be-
piss.
I want a Tesla Optimus. Ooh, I don't even know what that is.
Am I lagging?
Want my Tesla going to get me beer while I'm in the shower. I was thinking
Optimus,
even better than that would be that you have a little door in your wall like Star Trek.
Yeah.
Tesla
You
Optimus
open
is
the
like
little
Rosie
door
from the
grab-
Jetsons. Hippie.
Well, you know, they have robots now that will walk around and clean your house and shit, and like, you know, like do simple tasks like wipe the counter, and you can tell it to go get you a beer, and it'll go get
Yeah,
it.
but if it divorces you, it gets half your income, though. So I wouldn't advise that anymore. Not in today's society.
Dennison, are you a misogynist?
Oh yeah.
I've been called a misogynist recently, and I had to ask my wife. I don't even know what that means. I had to Google it.
I don't hate women, but I am definitely a misogynist, whatever that means.
I'm a Sagittarius.
Well, that's what I'm told. People told
I'm pretty
me that
sure it means
why-
I tell the
why
truth
they
about
like
women
me.
and misandry. I think that's what misogyny means.
I like misogyny.
I was told that the reason why they like me is because I was a misogynist. And fuck.
If you
Like,
openly
wait, I don't even
criticize
know
a
what this
woman,
means.
if you
Yeah.
openly criticize a woman or complain about something bad done to a man, you're automatically a misogynist.
Okay. So my wife told me, yeah, you're a woman hater. And I'm like, what?
Sounds racist.
Am I a woman hater, honey? She's like,
She said, yeah.
She's like,
Well, that's why I married you.
But yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. I thought that comment went right down the lines of misogyny, didn't it?
Which one? My comment?
I think I was being misogynist yesterday when I said, "Oh, I don't think the world is ready for a woman president yet." And people,
Yeah, I don't think so.
kindly to that.
Well, it depends who the woman is, you know. If it's like,
Yeah.
if it's that British chick that's always talking smack, you know, like
Because
the
it's
comedian.
going to make any difference.
Yeah, it doesn't, but
Caught you. It's all pre-recorded.
It's all theater. Buying 4 clowns.
That's what Ellie used to say about YouTube.
well, it's all about corporations, really,
Yeah,
and they
it's
run
all
the fucking show from
scripted
behind the
drama
scenes.
bullshit.
It's
That's
human
theater.
existence. Human existence is just narratives that we tell each other. Symbols representing symbols of symbols. Like, we don't even...
Well, even language itself is just symbolic. It's, you know.
Google
Fabricated
Tesla
narratives with the foundation of this thing called belief, and everybody falls for it every day.
All narrative is fabricated.
Right.
What do you think the fix is?
The which?
The which?
He said, "What do you think the fix is?"
Oh, the fix? Honesty.
Wow, we can agree on that.
See, I thought the Fix was a band from the 80s.
There's
I thought
no
a fix
fix
was
like
when you
on.
bought some heroin. You
I
got
thought
a
it was
fix.
a ministry song.
I should ask for
Jesus,
elaboration.
we all have these different ideas of what a fix is.
If you're looking for a fix en masse, then the fix is in your mind that something is broken, because honesty is an individual thing, and nature and reality is fluid. So you get to decide as an individual if you're honest or not. So there's nothing
this
broken.
weed smells so good.
Right.
Smell this,
I agree with
guys.
that.
Just open your nose and.
Smells like skunk.
All of this is perfectly natural.
Gives me a woody. I'm gonna eat some more gummies. I ate some food.
I
Appreciate
like
you
this.
guys chatting while I was eating, so I got to
Azul
take a break.
X?
So I don't have to shut down. Azul?
Yeah, I like
that
this
is.
Azul
What is
X
that?
Pave number 9. I like this.
Oh, that's the weed you're smoking. That's right. For some reason, I must have smoked that recently.
I got LA Kush something.
Two
I don't
wonderful. You can't tell there's two gummies there because they're green, so they're magic. As the bag, the magic bag. La 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 la. Two gummies. And I got a joint rolled.
Do you have a machine? Or you doing by
Kamala's smile is so amazing.
I think Hippie just made a beatbox.
Machine.
I can't eat this fucking thing. Oh, just big chunks of gummies all at once. So fucking gross. I want to puke. What's up, pup?
All right, I hate to leave you fine gentlemen, but I'm going to have to bounce.
Great having you, my friend, brother. You have a great day. Stay warm.
See you later, man.
Absolutely, man. Much love. Peace, everyone.
Peace.
Peace.
Frog. There goes the frog.
It's when you take your dog to the vet. The new press secretary. She's hot. Is that blonde? She's hot.
She's pretty sharp, I guess, from what I've been hearing.
I'm sure Trump ain't getting no. What did he have that chick last time? She turned out to be a failure. ATO. Have that chick. What's up, my brother? What's up? What's up?
Not much. Good crowd today.
Yeah. Oh.
Who is it?
No one. Some Indian
It's
guy.
Trump. You got Trump on the phone?
Yeah. I get about 15, 20 calls a day of someone trying to sell me end-of-life life insurance.
Lele. What's up? Lele?
That's Leo.
We've been a hot stream today, definitely. Yesterday was good. ATL was on fire in this chat yesterday. It was great. I was like worried that you might be mad because I was kind of countering some of the things you were saying, but yeah, it was good fun. Good
Play
chat
the
yesterday.
Pat Burke video again. One more time.
Let's do it. Let's see. I got a lot of windows. Let me close some shit down because I'm confused.
Hey, y'all.
What's up, Yatch? Not even sure who said that, but
I know.
Where'd that come from? Nude Guru, Dennison, freaking.
That was Leo.
Oh, she's on you. What are you on stream?
You need a fucking producer over there. Takes a fucking half hour to play a clip, this guy.
You gotta put somebody to work.
No, I wasn't even.
He's
I'm just
confused.
closing a bunch of shit. Blah, blah, blah. Hang on. It's not easy being cheesy. I'm just saying. I had like 10,000 windows open. All right, here we go. Present, share screen. Shaya. Let's go over here and put it up on screen. Stop that screen present.
This is how everybody should talk to every cop. Like every time you have an interaction with him, it should just
Right,
be the
even
new
if you
norm.
What?
Yeah, even if he gives you a warning, or you know, like you're just asking for directions.
Here we go.
Just be very belligerent. Where the fuck is 4th Street, you asshole?
Patrick, there you go.
You fucking tyrant son of a bitches. Fuck you.
Do you have any questions or anything?
Yeah, fuck yourself. Okay? just fuck you. I had my fucking seatbelt on, you stupid son of a bitch.
You're more than welcome to argue that.
Fuck you. I'm telling you, fuck off.
Okay. I'm saying that you
You're
have
a
the
fucking
option.
piece of shit fucking tyrant.
Okay. Well, if you have any questions.
Yeah, I
give
got
us
a
call.
question.
Yep.
Who give you the piece of shit fucking tyrant fucking bad you got, you lying fucker?
It's just the law.
It's just the law. The law for you to lie.
What happened?
Yeah,
Let him have it.
You fuckers
Cops
always
love
lie.
that. When you
You
get like
fucking
that,
bunch
cops
of
love
lying,
it.
fucking thieving, motherfucking tyrant son of a bitches. That's what you guys are. That's what every one of you fuckers are that I've ever dealt with. All right.
I'm gonna make a short of this as soon as I
I'll
shut
go see the
down.
fucking judge.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to. The
Fuck off.
instructions are on the bottom.
Fuck
Okay.
off, piece of shit asshole. How do you fucking
YouTube
sleep
won't
at
like
night,
it
you
with all
dumb
the
fuck?
swears, but
That's my favorite part.
How the
What's
fuck
that?
do you sleep at
How
night?
do you sleep at
dumb
night?
fuck?
Yeah.
It's true.
And you know what it is? It's good people that have trouble sleeping. That's what I figured out after being on this planet for a few decades.
Mm.
And people
The
who
evil
don't give a
motherfuckers don't
shit,
have no conscience, so they sleep like
right?
a
So
fucking
they
baby.
don't care, yeah.
But when you're a nice guy, you don't even have to be that fucked up to be tormented by your sins.
Are they even evil or are they just stupid? Like spiritually ignorant or something?
Some of them are completely void. You can tell the difference, usually after a short interaction.
It's a fetish. They get some kind of a thrill, some kind of an inner
Inner power.
satisfaction out of
It's like
doing
a drug. It's like being on stage or taking drugs or whatever.
BDSM is not
Wait.
just a sexual thing.
Drugs are bad. I'm just saying, don't do it. It's fun for 5 minutes, and then your wallet's
You
empty,
ruin your
and
life.
girlfriend left you, and you got nothing.
So you're telling us you have to take a hit every 5 minutes, then?
Yeah, just keep.
Yeah, you're just
don't
not doing
come
enough
down.
drugs.
Like
You gotta
I'm
stop quitting.
I keep eating gummies and then smoking joints and then eating more gummies and smoking more joints and then yeah, blah blah blah.
Computer's going bad. I gotta reset my computer. I'm gonna try to come back up.
All right, we'll be here, brother. Good seeing you. Yes.
I want a dog, and you got 2 of them, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, bro.
I know,
raised
but
these bastards from when they did the first breath. I was there when they took their first breath. I held my silver dog the very next day, and she's never leaves my side.
yeah. If I had a dog,
We kept a chocolate one too as well. The chocolate looks more like a pit than the silver one. The silver one looks like a Weimaraner. Which makes no sense because the dog's father was a chocolate and the mother was a Staffy. So there was no Weimaraner involved. But strangely, this dog looks. The eyes are amazing. I went to the dispensary yesterday to get these gummies, and the fucking owner came in and said, he goes, dude, that fucking dog, it looks like a human. I had to double take. What the fuck? He's like, she's sitting in your seat like she drove there. So then the owner said, go look, and all the girls that worked there were out looking at my dog. It was great. They're a good conversation piece as well. Play a country song backwards, you get everything back.
Your dog comes home. Your wife remarries you.
Your dog comes home from the Rainbow Bridge. Oh, man. It's the only thing that makes sense. What were we talking about earlier? The Matrix theory, that scientists believe that there is evidence to suggest that we could really be living in the Matrix. Okay. What does that mean? I guess it's something to talk about. They even have like some kind of special name for like string theory, this theory, that theory. They have a name for the Matrix theory.
Simulation theory?
That might be it. Yep. Yeah, that like scientifically with evidence, they can make it almost seem like it's plausible. Like there's nothing in the way of it being plausible or not plausible.
When you're in business
Yes.
to make money, selling stupid to stupid addicts is extremely profitable. It really is. It's probably the most sustainable of all business models.
I mean, I guess they say when you get hiccups, that's, when you get a little bit of air bubbles in your tube that's connected to the back of your head that keeps you in the Matrix. I'm just kidding. Nobody strike me out there. I know you're waiting. YouTube with a giant stick just above my head. Like, go ahead. Say it. I did. Say the words that I want you to say. I'm so... blah, blah, blah. Fucking YouTube.
You can't say that, man.
I'm scared that I can't even say that. Hippies was proved wrong, Where you from, old man? Boston, south of Boston. That's always the easiest way to explain where I am. Everybody knows where Boston is. It's where you get chowder at the harbor right after you go to the bar. The Northeast. What's going on? I am old. I can't deny it anymore. I mean, my hair's been gray since I was young. So, I mean, that's never... But the thing is, man, like when you reach 55, every year after 55 is an eternity. Because everything just is so much more difficult. And every year it gets worse. Like mowing the lawn when you were 25, you were doing lines and running around and drinking beer and fucking up for days. And all right, maybe you guys weren't, but
I'm not thinking
anyway,
you would ever catch up to you.
Anyway, now, man, just mowing that lawn. Lobster roll. Ew. Brother, ew.
That's what you get for being a lawn tyrant.
It's a fucking roach that crawls around on the bottom of the ocean and eats dead shit. Brother, ew. I don't know. I'm from where those things, doing lines. Yeah, nah, I don't do that shit. I've been sober for many, many years. Cocaine, like, I don't know, 20 years, 25 years. Opiates, I've been sober. The last drug I was doing was opiates, and I'm sober from them, like, I don't know, 13, 14 years, something like that. So, and now I don't do anything but smoke. Occasionally I get drunk on YouTube and make a real fool of myself, but it's always fun, so... It's for old hippies in Boston, old man. I'm trying. It's for old hippies in Boston, old man. Got a little bit of an accent there. I did coke for 2 years. Pretty sure I used like 20 calories on that. Oh, yes. The joke is always do more coke to work harder, to do more coke, to buy more coke, to get higher, to work harder, to do more coke, to get higher, to work more, to get... And then sooner or later, the money gives out, the body gives out. You decide it's not good for you, and then your girlfriend moves on to the coke dealer because he's got the good shit, and now you're broke with no car, and it's when you live in the gutter and start... Wait, what? Who did that? Smoke pot and a few beers only. Yes, sir. I kid around about doing mushrooms. I really, really want to do mushrooms so bad because I have pain, and I guess it helps pain, but the only way to know is to do it. But honestly, just no sense in breaking laws and having and possessing. If it was just me and my wife living home alone, I would buy some mushrooms off the street, even though I'm scared of the street because of fentanyl. But as far as...
You think the regulated shit is protecting you?
Say it again.
Do you think the regulated shit is protecting you?
Which regulated shit are we talking about?
Any of it.
The regulated...
Do you grow your own?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
I do buy the gummies, though, so this is technically, you can see the government sticker.
Yeah.
And then the back. More scans. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah.
Well, you know, just grab yourself a plastic bin and grow a couple shrooms in the basement. It's all good.
Well, that's the thing, but, you know, then you get into this whole thing of manufacturing a controlled substance.
What's wrong with that?
I'm dying in pain because it probably would mean jail time or big money, none of which I have.
Just grow like a little, you know, little corner of a bin.
Like,
you know,
I found out yesterday or the day I found out, I know all about growing. I'm very, very familiar. I know that you can buy the spores and the grow containers separately. You just pull this little rubber plug, you inject the spores in. 30
if you eat them fast enough, you won't get caught.
But the thing is, you know, that's prison time or money, man.
That's why you just eat them fast enough.
I want to only eat little I don't even want to, like, trip and be like someone on my panel the other night who's like, oh, everything's breathing. Oh, I'm tripping. I don't even really want to get there, although I find it would probably be fun. But really, I'm just looking to get rid of this neuropathy. This fucking neuropathy is wearing me down. If you're not selling them, they won't even know if you have them. I've been 8 times in jails here in Norway. Oh, shit. Welcome. I wasn't sure. It's like a U.S. hotel. You're pretty funny, bro.
He's right.
Me or be nice,
I saw a show about that, and he's right. It is like a fucking U.S. hotel over there. They have it made.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're one of the best.
That's a good analogy. I'll take it.
One of the best prisons in the world.
A U.S. hotel. Like, I'm kind of even scared of a U.S. hotel, to be fair. They got the bed bugs. I was reading an article because I don't know how I get all these weird articles, but it was people who go to things and how to avoid bed bugs. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to read this. And it's like, the woman's like, yeah, whenever I go, I put my bags up high and I put tape over the electrical sockets and I check the bed and I look for stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because I guess you can get bed bugs from a hotel. I mean, I went to New York this summer, and maybe it was last summer, but stayed in a hotel right in a dirty part of town and loved every minute of it. Had a great time. Never once did I think of bed bugs. But, yeah, apparently bed bugs are really out of control. I remember last time I was in for 44 days because I posted a threat to a journalist. I'm going to crush your teeth, I said online while drunk. Silly boy. I don't even know how to pronounce your name, but welcome in, my friend.
Ainer?
Good comment. I guess he said something you didn't like. You don't like freedom of speech either. Uh-oh, I didn't do it. FBI here. Hello? Dennison, did you do a wellness check?
On who?
You seem like a good guy. I don't know about that, but anyway.
I mean, if you mean a good guy, I've never done a wellness check on anybody, like, maliciously, then yes.
Right. Only when needed.
I don't use the government against people.
Right. Like breaking the flaw. I was with Breaking one night. I'm sure you've probably heard me tell this story, but I got nothing to say, so talked. I was with Breaking the Flaw. We were in Hyannis. He'd come down from New Hampshire. We were going to do a little filming together. And we've been walking the main streets, and I'd been really doing stuff I'm not really normally doing, and we were getting no reaction from the cops, so. But we walk down this side street. We go to this 7-Eleven or some shit. I don't remember what it was, but we're in there, and some guy pulls a knife on Breaking. And I don't know. He was saying some shit. I don't remember exactly what he was saying, but this was quite a while ago. But Breaking just stood his ground, and they had some words, and then the guy finally pussied out and ran away, and so then the manager comes running, oh my God, fucking big ordeal, which, guy's got a fucking knife, he's pulling it on customers. I can imagine the manager being upset. So anyway, she's like, call the cops, oh my God. He's like, fuck that, I'm not calling the cops on any man. And just my mind is thinking is he right? Well, yeah, mostly. I mean, does the guy need help? And maybe this would. But then again, when you think about it, it's like the time I was in Boston filming the Methadone Mile. I seen the girls shooting up the guy in the neck, and I turned my camera 10 feet this way, and there's two cops standing there. They're watching this woman shoot the heroin right in the guy's neck. And then, fucked up, I look beside, and the guy's scooping up old needles that are all over the street, and he's sucking the shit out and putting it in another needle and shit. I smoke Cuban cigars. That's my crime these days. I like it. I don't do anything anymore. I'm too old. I had a lot of fun and did a lot of stupid shit, I'm just going to say. I'm atheist, a ring wing. Most Americans don't understand that. Atheist and right wing. And I'm just about, I don't really care what you are, as long as you're happy and it's not hurting me. Go to it, bro. I would always say to people who don't believe, look at things like the James Webb Telescope recently picked the darkest spot in the solar system. It looked as far out as it could see. Recorded everything as it slowly zoomed out to as far as James Webb Telescope could see. Of course, some people will say, oh, it's not even real, it's a lie. Anyway, the James Webb Telescope zooms out as far as it can, and it sees solar system after solar system after solar system after solar system. AI estimates by the amount of solar systems seen while scrolling in 10 billion solar systems out here in the whatever you want to call this. I mean, I don't even know what to call it. Philosophy always. Alan Watts. I love Alan Watts. He's a famous philosopher from England. He's got some amazing shit to say. I don't know. You can see, obviously, I believe in Jesus. So, based on nothing, really, because there's no proof of anything. So, there's no proof
Jesus built my hot rod.
There's no proof that there is a God, so it's really speculation for all of us. I do like what Nikki said the other night when we were in here. She said, oh, don't take morals and expect the Bible to be used as your morals, because in the Bible, anything was...
Religion
Has
is
Nikki
a
seen the
protocol
Todd
script.
video?
Religion is
Pat
a
Berg video, rather?
No.
religion is just a protocol script to exploit the dishonest and the naive.
Control.
Philosophy, oh.
It only works on the dishonest, though.
A little difficult.
All right, so I'm going to play something here. This guy, just because I want people to know who Alan Watts is.
I was gonna say, is that Alan Watts? I knew the voice immediately.
I don't know if people know who Alan Watts is, but here's a little piece of him speaking. It's definitely risky to be playing it, so...
To say what the subject matter
should be all right.
Seminar is going to be, because it's too fundamental to give it a title. I'm going to talk about what there is. Now, the first thing, though, that we have to do is to get our perspectives with some background about the basic ideas which, as Westerners living today in the United States, influence our everyday common sense, our fundamental notions about what life is about. And there are historical origins for this which influence us more strongly than most people realize. Ideas of the world which are built into the very nature of the language we use and of our ideas of logic and of what makes sense altogether. And these basic ideas I call myth, not using the word myth to mean simply something untrue.
Yeah, you're welcome to come up. I believe there's a
but
link
to use
out
the
there
word myth in a more powerful sense.
Not sure.
A myth is an image in terms of which we try to make sense of the world. Now, for example, a myth in a way is a metaphor. If you want to explain electricity to someone who doesn't know anything about electricity, you say, well, you talk about an electric current. Now, the word current is borrowed from rivers. It's borrowed from hydraulics. And so you explain electricity in terms of water. Now, electricity is not water. It behaves actually in a different way, but there are some ways in which the behavior of water is like the behavior of electricity. And so you explain it in terms of water. Or if you're an astronomer and you want to explain to people what you mean by an expanding universe and curved space, you say, well, it's as if you had a black balloon, and there are white dots on the black balloon, and those dots represent galaxies. And as you blow the balloon up, uniformly, all of them grow and grow farther apart. But you're using an analogy. The actual universe is not a balloon with white dots on it. So in the same way, we use these sort of images to try and make sense of the world, and we at present are living under the influence of two very powerful images, which are, in the present state of scientific knowledge, inadequate. And one of our major problems today is to find an adequate, satisfying image of the world? Well, that's what I'm going to talk about. And I'm going to go further than that. Not only what image of the world to have, but how we can get our sensations and our feelings in accordance with the most sensible image of the world that we can manage to conceive.
I love this guy. He does the thing about, my favorite thing that he talks about is how everybody, you know, you see it in Facebook every time you go on there. Everybody's just so obsessed with beautiful house, beautiful this, beautiful car, beautiful fucking pitches, beautiful. And he says the truth is, you know, most people don't know their great-grandfather. That means everything you've ever worked hard for in your entire life disappears in 30 years.
Yeah.
All the cars and beautiful things you have rusted out and been crushed up and sent to the junkyard. The house that you had was knocked down or changed and re-roofed and re-sidewalled, and everything about you is now a mystery. And most of us don't know our great-grandfather. That's how quickly we disappear. What he says is enjoy life today, right now, this minute, because, you know.
That's all there is.
All these cool things ain't gonna be shit for you. Yeah, that's all there is. Exactly, dude.
He also said about death, when he was talking about death, he said it's like falling asleep and never having been awake, and being alive is like waking up and never having been asleep. You know?
Be careful. Canute is a lot like Billy. I haven't seen Billy in a long time.
Who's Billy?
Billy, the guy who's porn bombed me like 4 times, and I just keep letting him back up. He's a drunk, and I don't know. I just have feelings for people who have addiction, you know? I don't think Billy's a malicious dude. He's just a drunk looking for attention. So, but most people are like sending me message as soon as he comes around. Please, don't let him on panel. Don't. Yeah, I don't know. He once fell down, the funniest video I've ever seen in my life. He was drunk and he fell onto a box of beer bottles. And I swear to God, man, I mean, it's amazing he didn't get one fucking up his keister. Because he just fell full-fledged onto all those bottles. And wow. On YouTube with no clothes on. Took his channel down and shit. Yeah, he had a lot of fun. He's fun and interesting, but he can't drink too much and say and do things he wouldn't otherwise. I give you some truths you don't want, though. And contrarian views you need.
Bring them.
What then is in...
I said he could come up. I dropped the link. I don't know. Did put up a banner if he's going to come up. I don't know him, so I'm obviously going to put up a banner. But, yeah. Up to him. If he's drunk, it's a pain in the ass. I don't hate drunks. I just hate being around them. They talk around over everybody, and they don't know when to cool it. And a lot of people come on my panel, and they come on sober, and they're beautiful people, and then 2 hours later, they're drunk. They're annoying fucking...
Most people who are sober, it feels like they're drunk to me like that.
I'm coming on, and I'm not drunk. You're welcome. Either way. Show some respect, and you're good. That's all.
I want respect.
That's it. Not hard. I'm beautiful, but I'm not sure you want my views.
Oh my God.
We'll see.
Come on, panel.
We've been talking fucking controversial hardcore all day. Yeah, you can come up. I dropped the link for you, bro. Fucking 20 minutes ago.
Slandering cops.
Mm. Hey, has anybody seen the new Led Zeppelin documentary?
No.
It's good. It's called Becoming Led Zeppelin.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
View my channel. Oh, that fucking live stream cover is great. Me sitting with Trump at the table with a pink shit on. Fucking live stream cover is great.
Nikki, why don't you come back up? You were up earlier.
I thought Canute was coming up. He said he wanted a link. Dropped it. I'm pretty gummied. I'm ready for some action.
Kind of action.
I don't know. Somebody talking and me commenting, or maybe me just being quiet and somebody talking. I don't know. See where it goes. I'm open to suggestions.
Call of Duty. Where's
fun.
your son at?
Ooh. He's probably playing Call of Duty right now.
Does he prefer to do solo?
He plays with his girlfriend.
Prefer to do solo?
What's up, brother?
I like when all four of us were playing on the same team. That was good.
What's up, brother?
I like when all four of us were playing on the same team. That was good.
You gotta delete your YouTube background. You gotta delete your background. Your YouTube side.
There we go.
Testing. Yeah. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Yeah, you're better now, brother.
I have to hear what you say, so.
Yeah, you gotta mute the YouTube side and then leave StreamYard to hear me.
Yeah.
That's not going panels. YouTube side and then leave StreamYard.
You know the brain is also a muscle.
YouTube side and then leave StreamYard.
You know the brain is also.
We can't hear a thing, bro. I gotta mute you until you figure it out because your reverb is. There you go.
There
now
you
you're
go.
good.
Yeah. Okay, how you doing?
I'm not doing bad, bro. How you doing?
You look like a fucking idiot. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Whatever. Whatever floats your boat, bro.
No. But
you don't have to be nice. You don't have to be nice.
I don't.
No, not necessarily.
No. I like your glasses.
They were just sitting here. My wife grabs them at the dump. We have a thing called the swap shop. And rich people throw away shit and they put them in piles. And my wife takes shit and brings it home. And I thought, oh, those look pretty fun.
You can have goldfish in those glasses.
Right? I actually have another pair of glasses under them, which is the fun part. Because look.
Yeah.
I'm fucking old and blind, bro.
Yeah, well, I actually started using glasses myself, so.
Oh, shit. Big muscle guy's getting old too, huh?
I'm 50, you know?
Are you 50? Wow, you look pretty healthy for 50, bro.
Turned 50 this year. I'm 49, but I'm 75.
You know why? Because us Americans eat like shit. I'm just going to be truthful.
Yeah,
we're all fat and disgusting. I'm sorry. Not Dennison, probably, because he's not normal. But
I'm dead sexy.
You have hair. I don't have hair, but I haven't had hair since I was 20 or something. So.
I wish I didn't have hair. I have to keep shaving it off.
My hair turned gray when I was in my late 20s, so I've always had gray hair, but I have hair. I don't know what to say. I usually have a full beard, but recently I dressed up in drag for a live stream, and I'm sure you would have fun with that one, my friend.
Yeah, I would. A lot of say over that. But why did you dress up in drag?
Just for fun. I actually hung out with my granddaughter, my son's girlfriend, and my wife, and we got really high and put a bunch of makeup on me, and she brought a dress. I put a dress on and everything.
So how old are your daughter?
16.
Oh, she's not that old. I have no
Say it
kids.
again?
She's not that old.
No.
No, so you
Not
were
that
old.
young either.
No. Yeah. No, but I have no kids, nothing. But I have a lot of exes, and I'm going to the police station tomorrow for an interview because her ex is an Albanian drug dealer. Yeah, it's true. And he wants to kill me, but I have a lot of guns and everything, so I don't. And I live out in the country, so I'm not scared. But the police called me in tomorrow at 10 o'clock to make a statement. So.
Well, I guess it's good that they know what happened. So if something does happen, at least you set it on record. I don't know. Most people would probably say, "Don't talk to police" because it never helps. But
yeah, but Norwegian police is not American police. So
I don't really know about Norwegian police or your country. Period. To be fair,
they're nice people. They have like a 3-year education, opposed to US where you have 6 months of
right?
anti-education. So US police is the most stupid police force west of Berlin.
Yeah,
in the Western world. The only police force that has 6 months, only 6 months. They don't even know the First Amendment, or the Fourth, or the Second.
I mean,
my dog knows more about U.S. laws than your common police.
That's one of the reasons why I kind of just gave up on what I used to do with the auditing and stuff. Like, I'm not very smart with law, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. Like, I know the second is guns. I know the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, but to
Fourth Amendment
say it verbatim, I couldn't do that. I mean, I'm sure Dennison probably knows it pretty close. He's pretty
Fourth
smart
Amendment,
dude.
I know. It's being secure in your papers.
Your papers,
right? Travel, yeah. Right to travel.
And 5 is what? To be quiet, right? Not answer questions.
I don't know what the 5 is.
Yeah, that's 5.
I know first, second, and fourth. That's all I know. So.
I don't know. We're all asleep at the wheel, brother. Especially in America. You know?
Nah, talk for yourself. I'm not asleep at the wheel. And if Swedish, getting to Swedish things in here in Norway, I'm gonna move south to maybe Hungary. So.
Wow, Nikki says in my state you have to have a 2-year criminal justice degree to even get into the academy. Whoa, that's a stiff one.
But everything is in chaos here in Europe now because of what JP went in the fucking München agreement. If you follow the news, you probably just read cartoons since you're American, but a lot of Europeans follow the news, you know.
I'm a guy who's weird about news. Like, I don't really have a set news. What I do is I look at I'll sit here the entire stream. I'm constantly recycling different news channels, looking at news. I take an abundance of news and I gather that information in my head and I say, well, it seems like maybe this is true, maybe it's a lie. Most of it's all an agenda.
I read at least 10 papers every morning, and it starts with the biggest European paper, Bild.di, and then I read Fox News. I read The Guardian
I read The Guardian.
Yeah.
That's
and then,
internet.
El País in Spain.
So you said papers now. Are you reading actual papers, my friend, or are you?
No.
Internet. Internet. Okay.
I live in the forest, but I have a gigabyte internet connection. Costs like hell, but
I'm sure
to live out there, so and I live alone.
Got to be connected. It's funny. I was talking last night how we get a lot of big ocean storms, and a lot of times I lose power, and I'll run out to my vehicle, start my vehicle, and plug my phone and my iPad and whatever other electronic devices into my car because we're so addicted to the fucking connection. You know, we're like hitting fucking, when's the power coming back at the power company?
I bought this
2
house.
2 hours.
I bought this house because I have my own water supply with a well underneath
same
the house,
here.
and I have a bunker and a panic room.
Nice.
And everybody around me has guns. It's the most.
Nice.
Also, it's like I don't know the most gun country in US, but it's everybody
We're in a
around
pretty.
has a lot of guns. Everybody rides with a gun on their ATVs, and I
Oh,
love
wow.
it. There's no
That sounds like
no immigrants. So if my my Albanian boyfriend to my ex comes here, he's done. I'm gonna duct tape him, and then I'm gonna have fun with him. But he has a lot of friends, Muslim friends. I thought actually he was Christian because he was from Macedonia, but he was Albanian in Macedonia, and there's 25% Muslims there. So I
Is
knew
his
it.
name Jamal?
that bother you, Muslims?
Defend myself, but if he has 20 guys, it's gonna be a problem. But I have a lot of defense there, so.
Muslims bother you, bro?
What did you say?
Does Muslims bother you?
Yeah. I moved out of Oslo because of them and the gangs. And when we were younger, we got knocked out and knife threatened on the subway by Muslim gangs because they are like 20 people and we are maybe 3, 4. So it's always been a problem. But it's a bigger problem in Sweden. There are no-go zones. You cannot, not even the fire department.
England.
There.
I remember when I used to hang around with a lot of British guys when I was in a clan. We used to play games. Destiny, it's a video game, and they pointed a few videos to me of certain races of people saying they were going to breed British people out of existence by having sex with their daughters and
Yeah, I
making
saw
the
that.
children become a different race. I don't want to get too technical because YouTube is a bitch.
Yeah,
but
I know. I've
you
been
know.
bad before. Yeah. So it's a bitch. But I thought you were
Canada's the same way. I mean, America, Trump's cleaning it up, so he says. I
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
bad in some ways myself because I'm a guy who feels like men do things to support their families. Sometimes it's not always the greatest things, and they do that because they love their family, and that's what we do. So these guys sneaking into America to make money for their families, in some
Wrong
ways
with
you gotta
that?
feel for that, you know? But
Yeah.
unfortunately,
But it's illegal. But what I'm gonna say is, Trump, I think is good for America, but not good for the world because he don't know foreign politics, and especially Ukraine. Because if Russia takes Ukraine, it's just gonna be the start. Just lately, they have massed 150,000 people in Belarus to take Poland and the Balticum. So it's insane. But I think we're all gonna pay later.
There is a problem with the way America has dealt with Russia over the last couple decades. We've pretty much encouraged him to use the military to take whatever parts of Ukraine that he wants. And all he has to do is hold on to it, and it de facto becomes part of Russia. And now Trump wants to internationalize the legality of that claim with the treaty, essentially, by
Very,
saying
very dangerous. It seems like he wants to make a president so that he can make a move to other parts of, like say, Greenland, who actually was a Norwegian country until the Norwegian king died, and he was married to the Danish king. But when the Norwegian king died, Greenland went to Denmark because Norway and Denmark are two of the oldest countries in Europe. I need to get my cigar lit. I need something.
The LARP must go on.
Well, hey guys, I got to drop down, but take it easy. Have a good one.
See you later, man.
Peace.
When do we get to the controversial views? I'm intrigued.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, or anybody. I think you were the one saying that in the chat. Was that you? Are you I don't know how to pronounce Canute?
Yeah, Canute.
Okay.
It's the cousin of Odin in the
Ah.
old mythology. So. But
Gotcha.
where did the host go?
I'm here.
Where did the picture go?
I shut down. I left the screen for a minute, so I do that because people are malicious out here and porn bomb us and take down our channels. And I don't know you, to be fair. You know what I mean? Not right to prejudge someone, so to speak, but that's what
We all do that.
Yeah.
Everyone does that. It's a part of life.
Yeah, I'll be first in line to porn bomb.
Yes, he will.
Well,
he just
no
doesn't want to pay me the money he owes me. That's why.
I'm just trying to keep up with the fucking interest.
It's a hard duty when you got to charge the interest we charge here in America.
Yeah.
Or the United States, I should say, because when you say America, people get offended.
I got a hot take.
The dollar is actually extremely high valued now, so I'm thinking about any export business in the U.S. must go to shit right now.
Right.
But import business must be very good because the dollar has gone up incredible.
Amazing what.
Well, you know, that's where you gotta put a little bit of a tariff on there, you know? You
but
put a little tariff on there. And
It's good for the
25% on aluminum today. That's incredible.
It's good for the beneficiaries of the tariff holder placers. It's great for that
What
business.
it's doing is it's good in short term because you get more industry into the country, but your exporting companies are going down and everybody is selling the stocks.
Mushrooms. I didn't even notice that.
And if you put a tariff everywhere, then you can just, be a beneficiary in any business anywhere in that sense and be very profitable.
If your indoor market is big enough, you can survive it, but not in the long term. So the problem is everything you import is going to be extremely expensive.
I agree. We should stop importing things.
Yeah, but a small country like Norway can't. But we actually soon own 2% of all the stocks in the world because we have the biggest money fund in the world.
Most countries can't do that, but the United States can.
And Norway is actually one of the few European countries where US have a trade surplus because you buy so much military ammo. We have a big military industry. So, the defense, the air defense of the White House is actually Norwegian's advanced surface-to-air missile called NASAMS, and also the Pentagon is defended by Norwegian missile industry. So, you can Google it.
Isn't that great? Isn't that great how that works? You make money off of taxpayer money producing weapons that we sell to other countries. And I'm not saying your country, I'm saying because I'm sure we do the same thing in huge proportions.
Well, Norway is one of the few countries that is a supplier.
Would you expect anything?
Of military equipment. We actually buy from the Norwegians.
Yeah.
Would you expect anything less out of a corporation that is motivated by profit?
Everything is
yeah, I think it's more profitable actually if you don't.
It's actually illegal to not earn money if you start a company. It's illegal to not be profitable. So that's a logical fallacy right there.
I think that they actually had to create economic instruments in order to make war profitable.
A lot of people don't know that, but CEOs can be assigned jail if they don't produce for their company.
If you don't produce profit in a company, you can go to jail because
Right.
It would have to be proved it had to be proven that it's willful, though.
Yeah, it's just
you can go bankrupt. That's the only way out you can.
it's just psychological mafia tactic. That's all it is, right? It's just putting it down on paper.
Alternative is always worse because then you have no credibility, and if you start a company and it's not prone to make money, you can make something called NGOs. This is what is called non-profitable governmental entity or whatever, but usually it's just people wanting to keep their money in one place and not lose money. That's what NGOs are.
Yes, that's what stupid people do.
And a lot of Norwegian people that have a wealth, they actually buy a lot of farms, and they don't do anything with the farms. They just buy them and let the money stay there instead of the bank, because the banks, when you have a very low interest rate, like 2-3%, that you actually go in minus if you have the money in the bank. But if you have it in real estate, like a small farm or something, it will always go up, even if you do nothing and just let it rot.
Right.
So, yeah. And I know because I have a farm and I rent out 2 apartments, and I don't work. I just rent out the apartment. I'm old. I'm like I said, I'm 50. I don't look 50. This host look like he's 100, but no offense, but you had a rough life.
Yep,
You put
there's no doubt about that.
Put the monetary all aside, the land itself is always an asset anyways for what it provides, right? It produces.
But if you shave your head and your gray beard, maybe you look younger.
I shaved my beard off for my live stream there a couple weeks ago. The one we didn't want to talk about, remember? In the beginning.
You are 55?
No, older. 58, sir.
58, okay, yeah.
Sorry about the sir.
Don't be sorry about the sir. So I'm gonna look like you in 8 years. That's what you're saying. I don't know. Yes, it could be worse.
No, I bet you look better. Again, I made fun of Americans and how we eat all this processed food and we don't really take care of ourselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, if I took my shirt off and you took your shirt off, I'm just gonna say everyone shuts the camera off when I take mine off.
Yeah,
so,
but
not saying you're a hottie or anything, but
I'm not
yeah,
hot, but,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely in good shape.
But I'm 50, so
nice. Good for you, bro.
Yeah, but I don't do anything. It's all DNA anyway. So it's old Viking DNA. I took the My Heritage DNA test to check where I come from, and I found out that I'm 2% Eskimo, actually. So that means one of my relatives probably wandered up in the north and fucked a fucking Eskimo. And 2%. That's
I once had an Eskimo on my channel. We had a guy late night, 2, 3 in the morning. We're all fucked up. This guy comes on. He's carving walrus tusks.
Oh.
And somebody happened to notice, and they said, "Oh, where are you at?" And he said, I could see Russia on a clear day." He said, "I'm on the ice off of Alaska." Yeah. We're like, "Fuck you, you full of shit." And he shines around his little tiny cabin, which was, 8 by 8, 10 by 10, something. All animal pelts and I'm starting to think, holy shit, maybe this guy is telling the truth, and everyone's like, oh, you're full of shit. He's like, all right, you ready for me to prove that I'm off the coast of Alaska on ice, and you can see Alaska? So he opens up the door, and it's like a whiteout. All you can see is white, and then he walks way out, and he turns around and looks at his little tiny shed, I want to call it, and it's just flat white as far as you could see. And how he was getting internet was from Elon Musk's blah, blah, blah. Starlink, or whatever you want to call it. Pretty rad how, some places...
blah, blah, blah.
Star blah, blah, blah. Exactly. Dennison, you.
Yeah. But Elon Musk is saving a lot of money for you now. I read that lately it was $590 billion. So imagine that. What was it? Teaching pottery to Moroccan farmers for $50 million.
Well, all that stuff that's already been spent. Technically, they haven't prevented any spending.
Incredible. Condoms for Gaza population, $20 million. Yeah,
are we talking about money we spent?
US aid programs that Doge, the Elon Musk.
We put up a list from the White House today that showed a lot of these different things.
Yeah,
one of them that caught my
condoms to Gaza population. Like,
dude, there was one there for like 30 million for fucking there was 6 million to promote tourism where the pyramids, Egypt. There was $100 million went to Afghanistan to poppy dealers to grow poppies, even as far as buying fertilizer for them. There was one
Both of those things were
$40,000
reported on at the time.
Yeah, you can imagine the same goes for Norway or any European nation. It's
just nobody gave a fuck.
Nobody gave a fuck, and everybody just signs off on any project anywhere. So,
well, it's either
they've been talking about that shit since I was a little kid.
Either that or it's a backdoor hand wipe, Josh Amherst. Either that or it's a backdoor hand wipe. You know what I mean? Oh, I'll give you the $30 million to buy condoms if you, vote on blah blah blah.
If you allow this corporation to have mineral rights in this particular area, is probably a pretty,
probably actually some.
Sounds like a good deal.
Some 3-letter governmental body taking the money. Actually, I think that's my conspiracy. Well, actually, that Kennedy guy, what is called the new health guy. I
don't know the new guy. I know the old guy is Trudeau.
Yeah,
I'm not Canada. Kennedy. He's talking about RFK.
Oh, okay.
I thought the new guy was Trump.
Yeah, but Kennedy has some brand new ideas. Actually,
he's in the.
They're pretty old ideas. We just haven't tried them before.
It's actually insane to see that assassination video of Trump when he turns around at exactly the right time, so the bullet goes through his ear instead of through his tinnitus.
Theater at its finest.
It's a really easy shot to make. That actually shot, but he turns around in exactly the right time. So it's actually like all scripted. For me, I think we actually live in a simulation, but that's a longer story.
Lucky part for me, Josh Amherst, it's cold all week, and then the weekend comes and it rains. They call for a big snowstorm north of me, but we keep getting rain. I want a little snow just for a treat, and then take it back, go away.
Yeah, I want snow too. It's snowing a lot here in Norway, but it's been.
Is it?
Yeah, but now it's sunny as hell and -20. And actually, when it's -20, the Fahrenheit and the Celsius go to the same. When it's -30, I think it's -30 in Celsius and Fahrenheit at the same time. So
Yeah, the weather's definitely changed for us, man. I mean, I'm not gonna say there's global warming because
No, it's not.
people get fucking tripped out.
They don't call it global warming anymore because it didn't warm the globe. They call it climate change now. So because the climate always.
Look at America right now, bro. 14 people, I think, last I checked, died yesterday in Kentucky. I think someone was kind of taking a shot at me for being live here and talking about positive when you got a lot of negative going on, and I can't really change that, sadly, as much as I feel bad that people died.
Yeah, but see the California fires. I read a lot about that, and I see those people that were caught making the fires, actually putting the fire on, they didn't break the news. So that's very strange.
No,
it's
it's
not
not
snow
strange.
here, then it's switched to freezing rain. It made ice on the roads where the snow plows can't. That happens out here when they don't plow right away and the cars pack it all on. Then it freezes. Sounds like a lack of fucking planning.
The news sells stupid to suit stupid people,
I
not
love
truth.
the cold. I go out in the cold in my t-shirt. I have no problem with the cold, but
Nice.
when the heat comes, I I almost die. I go inside and have the AC on. So
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the heat. I'm a fan of, because the problem with the heat is you can only take so many clothes off. When you're cold, you can put more clothes on and get warm where you want to be.
but if you're gonna die of heat or cold, I choose the cold because the cold makes your no pain.
Right, slows down your mental too, so you just end up falling asleep and away you go, off to see whatever it is you're gonna see.
While heat, you experience all the pain up until you die, and the cold, you just being numb. So
Yeah, I want to die in my sleep, so I never know what happens. Fuck it, I'm gone.
we have been dead for billions of years, so that's nothing new.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, the plows didn't get out when they should have. Yep. That shit packs down and then it's impossible. We really haven't had enough snow where we've had to worry about plowing. It's just been that bad for like 3 straight years of not really any snow to speak of.
And
we just got 3 inches a couple times.
Where do you live?
I live on an island out in the ocean on the East Coast called Cape Cod. It's just south of Boston, Massachusetts. I'm about 70 miles out in the ocean, so has to be the right conditions for good snow, but all growing up it was always
where?
I'm above New York. Just above New York. If you look at Cape Cod, if you look at the East Coast, there's an island sticking out into the ocean off of the land, looks like an arm like that, and that's I'm the farthest on the East Coast you could possibly be.
Did you see any of that UFP shit that was going on?
The drone thing, man, we talked about this earlier, brother, because it's just a scare tactic. Oh my God, did you see? It ruined planes' flight path. And people were really scared, and the lady at the post office was like, did you see the drones? Oh my God, there was other countries and things. No. The government was just making shit ugly so they could make laws to stop people from flying drones. Simple.
I'm not sure. I think it's something happening, and because there is a new task force in the U.S. Congress now. I'm not sure if you know that will gather all the information about
intelligence for nuclear. And the guy that was on the Joe Rogan show, whatever, was involved with big government, said they surely wouldn't be using drones.
No.
We've got way more technology in the government to search from. We talked earlier how if a satellite was over my house right now, they could look in my window and see us talking online. Why the fuck would they waste time bringing a giant drone that could crash and break the whole secrecy of whatever nuclear fucking hidden government thing we might be talking about. Speculation, of course, YouTube. I'm only kidding.
Every cell tower is a receiver as much as a transmitter. There's a clue.
Yeah, but what are you gonna?
I just feel like the only logical thing that felt in my mind is government. You know, they fly drones, they interrupt normal shit, they scare people, they make people talk about it. It's all over the news worldwide. And then what?
Yeah.
Nothing. It disappears and ends. And if you ask me, listen, brother, I am no smart guy by any means. I'm dumber than a box of rocks. However, I know that countries have more money and are watching from the sky that don't need to fly a drone that possibly could crash and leave evidence to anything.
It could be, it could be intentional to crash a drone or a UFO to see what.
I mean, I would go a lot more with you if you were to have said aliens.
Yeah,
I feel like, well, maybe that would make sense. Aliens, I could go with that kind of theory, opinion, whatever we want to call it without getting in trouble.
I'm saying it's not government. I'm saying it's either a rogue Lockheed Martin Skunk Works thing, or it's interdimensional things, or it's us from the future, humans from the future. That's not a wild idea these days. Maybe 20 years ago it was a wild idea, but it's not anymore because you have something called the quantum non-locality now. So you can actually prove, it actually physically been proven that you can make a thing in a New York apartment. You do something, and it's if you have the opposite particle on Mars, it will change the same second as you change that particle. And also observable, what is it called? My English is not the best. Well, it's better than most, but actually, have you heard of the Schrödinger's cat? You have heard of that?
Of course.
Yeah. Do you know what it means? It's
offhand right now, not really, but I do remember studying it when somebody from my community became a big deal on YouTube with the name Schrödinger's cat. So I remember at that point I was kind of looking up the theory of Schrödinger's cat just to see what it was all about, you know what I mean?
It has nothing to do with cats.
No, I know, it was a scientific experiment.
Yeah, but
I just don't remember what it was because I'm smoking too much illegal drugs, bro.
A person can be dead, alive at the same time, as long as nobody is watching. If you have a vacuum and a set of rules set by, and the slit experiment. Have you heard about that in the quantum theory?
We're getting pretty deep right now.
Yeah, but I'm just, asking you if you know it, because
I've not really heard much about it.
It's about our reality, and actually, when you do the slit experiment, when anyone is watching, the experiment goes one way or the another. But when nobody is watching, the slit experiment means that all possibilities are true. It's only when one person is watching it, a conscious person, a monkey, a bug, anything, just gets a look at it, it settles in one space. That is a big argument for parallel universes. And I'm a programmer, a C# programmer, an algorithm programmer for IBM for over 10 years. So I know a little about it because I find it so immensely interesting that our reality is made by conscious beings, not the opposite way. It's not a reality experienced by conscious beings. It's conscious beings making reality. That is the core explanation for all of this.
Or it's both.
Yeah. So that's extremely interesting. Quantum computers means that parallel universes and different realities exist at the same time as our reality. That's
Josh
pretty-
Amherst says, why do you think you can't take the battery out of your phone anymore? Do you think it's just for waterproof? Laugh out loud. Yeah, so you can't untrack yourself?
If you
Makes
read
sense to me.
Russian government people never carry a phone because they know that even if the phone is off, they can listen to what you're saying.
You don't need to carry a phone to be tracked anymore, anyways.
Yeah, it depends where you are. But
No, everywhere.
But you're talking satellites or?
Oh yeah, well that's just one. GPS is super old technology,
But if
right?
you didn't
That's
have
been around for a
if you
long
didn't
time.
have a phone, you don't have a GPS.
Nothing
Let's
to
say
do
we're him in a t-shirt and pants, and we have nothing in our pockets.
Nothing to do
We're
with
not tracked.
But have you looked into the latest psionics and a new group called Skywatchers in the US? It's gone private.
Your shoes have a tag. Your clothes have a tag. Many things have a tag. You're tracked.
I have a Faraday cage down in my basement, so they can't track me. But what's interesting about me? Nothing. But I like to have, and especially when that fucking drug dealer was tracking me and my ex-girlfriend. I was actually scared that he could use some triangulate technology to, if he had that available, because I know it's available because I have a friend that runs it's called spyshop.no, and he has night goggles for $10,000 and stuff like that, and he can triangulate where you are if you have a phone, and he can go to the different antennas you are connected to, and then he can find you. So all you need is in a 3D space. All you need is 3 points to locate your exact point.
Yeah, that's why I was talking earlier how I watched the guy on YouTube here. He's a big IT guy, and he was talking about trying to hide in America. And he had somebody who was ex-NSA super security guy, and he said, listen, you can't be hidden in America, especially. Other countries, you can. But in America, everything is so many cameras, so much technology. Everywhere you go, you cannot hide if they want you.
I've traveled far and wide. I don't know anywhere it's not like that.
Even the Unabomber got caught, and he was in a fucking cabin long inside the woods. But I think it was somebody he knows or something got him. But you can go under the radar, but it's a big.
Only to a certain degree, though. If they want to find you, they will. You have a fingerprint that can be tracked in so many ways. Just that alone, right?
Last time I was arrested, they took my DNA. So now they even.
They don't even need to take it. A picture can be taken of it, right? Like just
when I'm taking a wank now, if somebody takes my DNA, they can put it on some dead bitch, and I get arrested. So,
yep.
Yeah.
I 100% agree with you there.
Your eye is unique, right? There's so many different. Just your physical vessel is.
Your fingers. Your fingers are unique. Actually, the way your hand is, the length of each finger are actually unique. If you saw the Bob Lazar documentary, he actually talked about a finger, not only the fingerprints, but the length of your fingers was taken when he went into Area 51. And later it was proven that they actually had this device. So
is that why Hippie cut the tip of his finger off? Is he trying to hide or something?
It's like snowflakes.
Changing the lengths of my fingers.
But actually,
or was I just stupid?
The only thing in the human body that grows out again is the tip of your finger. If you cut off the tip of your finger after the the bone, last bone, then it will grow up out again.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I just was right on the bone when I cut this off, but it's looking like it's all going to grow back. The fingernail's still lagging, but it looks like it's all going to grow back.
The tongue too, does it not?
That's what keeping me up at night.
What is it?
The tip of the tongue grows back too, does it not?
Oh, really?
I was under the impression it does. I could be wrong.
I didn't hear that one before, but I need to get some light for my cigar. Maybe a new one. Actually, I have these. They are actually from Cuba. These.
Nice.
They cost like.
You like smoking the good shit. I can admire that. Me too, but different kind of good shit. But I can still admire the.
I bought this for $150 actually. They're illegal, but they're just.
But they taste good. It's like everything in life, bro. If it
everything
tastes
that's
good,
illegal is
good,
better.
It's fucking bad for you. Don't do it.
It
looks great. I would put one right in my mouth right now and smoke that thing. I probably
smells so fucking good, and I needed something.
Man, look at that shit.
Smells so good, and I seen that Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's been on the. He's been so lucky all his life, and he smokes cigars. He had an old tent.
I'd smoke one, bro.
Yeah.
I kind of hate, like, sometimes when I'm sitting somewhere and some old guy's got a giant cigar and he's just killing the air and I can't breathe, but...
Why you can't breathe?
I don't know, because the smell that comes from those good cigars, man, is powerful. It just overtakes. And
smells good.
Yeah, when you're smoking it, it does. When you're not smoking it, like, I'm not really a smoker. I bought a bag the other day and smoked a couple, but I try not to smoke because it's killing me. But when you're smoking them, you don't smell how they, like an ashtray don't smell bad. But then you don't smoke for a week or two and you smell that ashtray and you're like, what the fuck?
That's
I
not
was
the
smoking
problem.
that? That's fucking horrible.
Your state of mind when you.
That's your body's way of trying to band-aid trauma so that you don't go insane. It is. Right?
He's just enjoying smelling it. He likes putting shit up his nose, I'm just saying. Wait, what?
Otherwise, how could you get through, some pretty heavy, intense things without going too crazy?
Right?
The mind's pretty brilliant that way, but we confuse it for being, we've adapted to it, so we're stronger. And then, like you said, you stop doing it for a bit, and the reality check hits in. Oh shit, I was doing this to myself. It's a trick, right?
I like his music. Good beat, anyway.
He's got like a little rave going on in his basement or something.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of what kind of music it's not a rave. It's what's the name of that music? It's
trance.
That's good name, but that's not what I'm thinking of.
Techno.
Techno, that's it.
Yeah, it's kind of like
that's
trance
techno,
is like
right?
the modern techno. Yeah.
Want to see
electronica maybe.
Here's my new thing, man. People couldn't call me crazy. Let me see here.
Where'd Denizen go?
I don't know. I'm gonna drown out his music for a while. This is what I've been doing recently. It's pretty cool. Ready? Here we go.
Yeah, I'm trying to get. I have a lot of these torch lighters, but when you need them, they're never around.
Gotcha.
I have you see, and I don't have a cigar cutter, so I have to find a.
Why am I levitating? What happened? them off
I
the
don't
floor.
know. That's 432 megahertz, man. That's supposed to be healing. It's supposed to be scientific evidence that 432 megahertz is healing. I don't know. You tell me.
I have to use my best knife for this. Maori Kuli,
I priced
It
these
sounds pretty
things.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't sound very healing. Oh, that's a bit harmonious.
Oh, this guy's.
That's kind of nice now.
$800,000 subscribers. This other guy I watch that does this shit. He's got 2 million, 1.7 million subscribers. He's never talked. He just plays these really expensive jars, by the way, because Hippie had this dream. I better shut this off before YouTube gets mad. I had this dream of Hippie fat and gross and naked up there playing those glass jars, but they're like $1,000. No joke. 7 of those glass jars is $1,000. He's got like fucking 20 of them. And then they got the brass ones, which are hammered. Literally, the big ones are hammered 1 million times. Who sits there and counts? I don't know. The Tibetan people, I guess, but I don't know. I'm about nature and we were talking about how we liked your music.
Have you seen the Jake Barber interview?
Say it again?
Have you seen the Jake Barber interview?
Jake Barber interview? No.
Jake
I don't
Barber.
think so. No, I don't think so.
The whistleblower.
Never heard of him.
He that's the helicopter pilot that found that alien egg. He was on News Nation and a lot of news. Go search for the Jake Barber. Just YouTube search Jake Barber.
Gotcha.
It will rock your reality. And he's
you know, you hardly know me, but you probably got a sense at this point. It's not hard to rock my reality.
No,
my reality's real small.
You're a religious man, are you?
A little bit. Not. I mean, we talked about this a little earlier. I have my relationship with God and Jesus, but I don't go to church. I'm not like tithing the church or anything. I'm just I got Jesus on my chest.
And you have the same religion as the people growing up around you, the local religion, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Yep.
Haven't you thought about the logical fallacy of such a thing being true?
Many times. I used to read the Bible here. We talked about Jesus until the cows came home on this channel. Everyone's always tried to talk me out of my feelings, but
I'm not going to talk you out of it. But I read the Bible, and I know who the murderer. The Pontius Pilatus was the murderer.
Right, like Nikki, she's the one who told me I should let you up. She's one that knows way more. Like, I don't know a ton about religion. I've read the Bible a lot here on my channel over the years. I read the Book of Enoch over here. We read a whole bunch and talked about that.
The Book of Enoch ain't in the Bible.
It's the book that got removed from the Bible, right?
Indeed. For a reason.
Yeah, exactly. But it's very similar to Revelation. We really beat that up pretty good.
Book of Enoch is actually there is actually some talk about light beings in the sky and stuff like that.
Right?
Yeah, it's hidden in the library of the Vatican. Actually, it's illegal knowledge.
I believe. I've been through the wild Christianity and Judaism thing. I found peace in science. Well, again, science is really no different than religion. So, There's no real proof of anything. We can't prove how we exist.
It's actually the complete opposite of belief. It's actually the belief that testing a theory, falsifying.
That's the conundrum of people who practice belief, is they're in that paradox and they don't see that there is an outside of it, right?
No. There can be objective truth, and that's.
But they don't see that. They don't see
method,
that there can be.
Scientific method is actually how you can prove quackery from truth.
When you're caught up in the practice of belief, that practice jades you from.
Nothing to do with the beliefs. Nothing.
Correct, but when you're caught up in that practice,
yeah, but that's when
you can't see that there is such a thing outside that practice.
That's nothing to do with science.
It's hypnosis.
Yeah, that's something else, not science. The scientific method is really clear. You can the problem with religion is you can't falsify it. So you can forget about the religion. You can say unicorns. You can't prove that it's not true, but
it's just fiction.
Yeah, it is fiction, but that's the core of it. It's belief. It's and any belief, you need to have something proof. And if
that's the opposite. Belief is dishonesty. Truth doesn't require belief.
If religion was proven, it would no longer be religion.
Correct, and it would not require belief.
Indeed.
Well, you could go the other way and say the same about science, though, right?
No, you can't.
No, unless if you're misnomering science as a religion, and you might as well call it.
We can't prove religion. How we've gotten to where we are today. Period. No, with science.
Avoid.
So that just kind of null and void science. Period.
Avoid means avoid, nothing else.
I mean, we can use it like, us people in religion use the Bible, right? And we can say, well, dark matter and
you can test something 10 times and it works 10 times over.
See, it depends on your definition and your understanding of what science is.
If you can prove something 10 times over, it's no longer a belief.
Isn't that what the whole new thing?
A theory in science is actually a proven theory.
Isn't science all shooken up right now with the whole how things started because the world is expanding in an oval. It's expanding in an oval, so they can't understand why when you throw a rock in a pond, it expands completely evenly.
Science.
If it's not demonstratable, it's not science.
Yeah,
it's another belief.
And that's why it's impossible to disprove the existence of a unicorn, because it's non-falsifiable. What's the name? It's non-falsifiable.
Wait, honey, there's unicorns. I just learned something on my live stream.
Let's say leprechauns, then. Yeah.
Wait, there's leprechauns too?
There is an antithesis of fabrication versus something that's demonstratable. And that's the problem with people who are caught up with the practice of belief, is they can't see that there's, a duality there.
Yeah. And also, we haven't even come to the point of redemption that's promised by almost all religions. There is no redemption in science.
That's the point of it, right? Is to keep you in suspense and chasing rainbows, right? That's the whole point. Religion is just an exploitation tool, but it only works on the naive and the dishonest.
And who finds it moral to say to a father that he should kill his child to prove his loyalty to?
Right. It's just
that's something Kim Jong-un would do.
And a lot of the masses.
So I heard Christopher Hitchens once say that North Korea is actually
someone on panel who wants to say hi.
Yeah.
Apparently, Jesus was God himself, the Father and the Son. So basically, he just committed suicide. A divine authority that committed suicide? That's immortal.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't make that shit up, right?
even a child knows that sending your son to die for something he didn't do is immoral.
Right. I mean, at some point, you got to admit to yourself Santa Claus just isn't real.
Yeah.
Listen, this content here with suicide in here, if you're having any bad thoughts and you need some help, call 988 where you can get some help and talk to somebody about some issues that you might be having.
I retrace my statement. Santa Claus is real.
Who's talking about suicide?
The word came up, I believe, more than once. I'm not positive. I know at least once. As soon as I hear that word, it triggers me. YouTube's above me with a stick. You're over there in the safe chair with a fucking force field around you. I'm over here at the fucking whims of this fucking shithole fucking... I love you, YouTube. You're number one.
After seeing how the U.S. police acts,
Well, you know, that's what I used to do before I recently had terrible surgery and put dead people parts in me with titanium plates, and I got away from all that shit before I get fucking paralyzed in a fucking wheelchair from some psycho fucking... But I used to walk around in town halls and film police, and I done all that shit.
Yeah, I was actually one of the biggest donators of that big deal with Chief Salvaggio in.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I was Richter 75, if you know. I'm a friend of Bao, Clash with Bao.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
And also James Freeman.
Yeah.
And I was actually called into the police station in Norway because some American police had said that I had given the...
We're supporting him? Wow.
I gave the address and name of Chief Salvaggio's daughter and his address.
Oh.
And I actually used to do a lot of IP cam trolling, if you know what that is. I search for cameras that just have the default password and stuff. You can actually do that in a location because I'm a programmer of many years. I don't do it anymore, but
I'm gonna go burn some
Vicky says, "Good grief, this has gone off the rails." You gonna read the Bible, hippie? Question mark. You never know.
But what was your nick when you were auditing?
Say it
What'd
again.
you say?
Now?
You cut out.
When you were auditing police, what was your nick? Was it the same?
Wandering hippie, yeah.
Wandering hippie.
Yeah, I used to hang around with AFA, you know, Accountability for All. I did tons of audits with Accountability for All. He's got like
that's
200.
the guy who's gotten fat lately. That yeah. And do you remember the guy called Nomad? He killed himself.
It doesn't sound familiar, brother, but that's no big deal for me because I smoke way too much weed. You smoke a lot of cigars. I smoke a lot more weed.
I did a lot of cocaine back in the day, but
me too. I'm not oblivious to that. 5 days awake once. Yeah, I've been down that road.
I used a lot of cocaine, and then you know the backside of cocaine. It's when you go to sleep, and actually I couldn't perform sexually when I took cocaine. That was a big problem for me.
Oh yeah. My wife would say, "What are you trying to start a fire down there?" Jesus Christ!
But when you actually can do sex after cocaine, it's incredible. The feeling is so much better. But I had a big problem getting it up when I took
Jason,
cocaine.
you're such a mama's boy. For fuck's sakes.
988. If you think you're gonna want to have some self-harm, get some help. 988.
No, but cocaine, you're a king of the world for 20 minutes.
I used to hide by myself, do it all, not sharing with anybody, once in a while with other people, but mainly, I was a weirdo. When I did coke, I was like the fucking bear at the park who just stole the big piece of beef, and he's sitting there and all the bears are around him, and he's like...
Does coke make you believe in Jesus?
No, of course not.
Sometimes when you do it for a lot of nights in a row, yes, Jesus is with you. He's holding your hand as you. No, that's terrible.
Yes.
Why
Makes,
not?
society's problems make more
Why
sense.
not Scientology? Why Jesus?
Because
Why
when I
not
was a kid, I've told this story a few times. When I was a kid, my parents used to force them to go to all these Jesus retreats and stuff. So I used to go to them with them just because we were buddies. We'd hang out and raise hell and blah, blah, blah. And then one time I went to a youth retreat, another state. They called me up and did the normal thing they would probably do to every kid's youth retreat. They called a few of the crazy psycho kids up to the thing. I wouldn't go. So the preacher from another state came out and talked to a buddy of mine, and then he came over and talked to me, put his hand on me, and started speaking in tongues.
He put his hand on you?
He did put his hand on my shoulder or whatever, yeah. And I just felt like an overwhelming feeling, like, holy shit. And for a long time, I went to church after that, and then it got weird with this church where they talked about abortion. Like, very pushy and almost like, and I decided to get away from that. Both me and my wife stopped going after that and became backsliders. But again, it's what I believe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I only had the two spiritual moments in my life, and I call them spiritual and not religious for a reason. My sister died in a car accident when I was 18, and both me and my mom woke up at the exact time of the death, but we didn't get notice of the death.
Right.
Before an hour had gone. So I firmly believe that there's something connecting us, but I don't think it has anything to do with religion.
Jason Gardett wants to say hi.
It's something innate, some non-local thing that connects everything. So that's what I think. And I went to Hungary with my work at the IBM, and I got drunk as hell, and we were into some catacombs, and I went out from the tourist lane, and I went up to a loft, and dark and thing, and after that I had the same fucking dream every fucking night, the same nightmare every night for maybe 1.5 weeks. And then I searched on Google to how to get rid of a gypsy curse. And it was just go down on your knees, have some smoke, and say you're sorry. And I did that, and it all went away. But that don't prove anything. But that's my story. It is true, 100% true. So
Right.
I had the same fucking dream that a lot of gypsies were coming to kill me when I was dreaming. So
See you, Pat. Sleep well, my brother. I'll probably be on the night later.
yeah, you're taking the night.
Not. I was just saying night to him. I'm not leaving yet.
Oh yeah.
Good chatting with you.
Why you have a big
I loved-
picture of Kamala Harris?
I was making fun of Trump when we first came online, so it's always
I don't
you
like
gotta put it.
any of them. I don't like any of them.
You want me to change it? I mean, I'm that kind of guy. Look, ready?
Yeah, get some Norwegian pole vaulters or something.
Yeah, I think you should put Osama bin Laden on there. Make it
No.
feel
How
happy.
about this?
He's dead.
How about this one? Trump hold the butt of weed.
You like Trump or?
I mean, I voted for him as kind of a joke, busted my wife's balls.
I would have voted for him over Kamala any day. But
Well, I mean, that's true. I didn't really want Kamala to be president either. But like I say, I voted for him to bust my wife's balls, and then I woke up in the morning and he was fucking president. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy shit. And then my wife hated me. She's like, you fucking voted for him. You're part of the reason. I'm like,
nobody is holding him back now. He's done more than 20 days than I've seen and I've followed U.S. president. My best friend is actually a professor in U.S. presidents. believe it or not, he's actually a professor in U.S. presidents. I've been on TV.
I mean, it's incredible. I feel like a lot of people say, "Well," I say he's a racist. I feel like a lot of the shit he's done is a little off key, and that's what people will say. Well, call me out. What exactly thing did he do that makes him a racist?
But I don't like his stance on Ukraine, because I think Ukraine is our test of our generation. It's actually the start of a bigger war. You don't believe me now, but if you talk in 2 years, I'm 100% sure that
America met with Saudi Arabia today and Russia to talk about Ukraine without letting Ukraine be there. That's kind of fucked up. That's a sign to fucking Zelensky, we're shitting on you.
Yeah.
And,
but
that's just my opinion now, YouTube. I don't want to rub anybody's...
Don't be scared about...
Rhubarb? I want to rub somebody's rhubarb.
Never be scared to tell the truth. Never be scared to be telling the truth or what you believe in. As long as it's not hate speech, you're fine.
Oh, fuck it. Yep. Say the hate speech.
Yeah, but if I actually said that I hope Israel fucks Hamas and kill them all, and I got banned from X, old Twitter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Over there where you're supposed to be allowed to say anything you want?
Yeah, I'm Hueni Kanut on Twitter as well. So if you go check me out there, you can see I actually had a 1 month ban period.
Private platform.
I watch Bow once in a while. When Nikki mentions his name. I don't watch all the time regularly. I'm hardly on YouTube regularly. I'm getting there. Back to more normal now where I'm on YouTube a lot more. My pain's kind of... I'm able to control it now.
I never understood the religious persons. What's the problem with saying you don't know? Because you don't know. You don't have access to information.
Well, I've said that 1,000 times. I've said,
Yeah,
but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's
that's why belief is a dishonest practice, because it's the opposite of admitting to yourself what you don't know. If you're honest, you would say you don't know.
Like I do. Like an atheist. I'm not an what's the other word? Not atheist, but you have two kinds of atheists. You have atheists and you have something else. I don't know the English word for it.
Belief is what you do to plug in the holes when you don't know. It's a fabricated practice.
Yeah,
it's very dishonest.
It's some old human reaction, like pattern seeking. You have to have an understanding of how thing works. So you make something up, or you take on the local belief. Like your host here, he has taken up his local belief. The people he has met has the same belief, so he has the same belief. He has never gone out of his comfort zone and looked up on why does he believe what he believes. Why
right,
is he...
as if the numbers practicing dishonesty makes it any less dishonest. It makes it more dishonest.
He has never asked himself why he's not a Hindu, why he's not a Scientologist, why he's not believing in Odin or something like that. Because you have to take a step or two out of your comfort zone, and then you have to say, if you don't make any sense of that, you have to say, I don't know. And it's no problem in saying I don't know. I never seen.
There isn't, to those who are honest, and that's the reality. Is that the pill that most people don't want to swallow is most people don't want to be honest.
And actually, a lot of philosophers have said that even if God showed himself in the sky, he would rather believe he was under a misconception than think that the whole world has changed in his regard. So it's actually
it's just psychological drunkism, right? It's like just pacifying your mind or whatever.
Yeah, it's what
They're
they call-
insecure, so they
No.
fabricate ideas to pacify their insecurity.
It's
They're insecure with the idea that they don't know. Heaven forbid, right?
everything you don't know
Nikki
is
says,
scary for a human.
why not believe in all of them religions then if you don't believe and prove in one?
Yeah,
Might as well, right? I mean, if you're going to practice belief, you should just go all out,
That's the cowardly way to check all boxes.
right?
Yeah.
Check
So-
any of them without fact is cowardice.
Yeah, but if any god was any just or any smart, he would rather take me saying, I don't know, the case has not been made for any
Yeah.
god, than take a word of a fool than a word of somebody actually trying to understand the world. If you
But
understand.
Divine Sorcerer here is was into religion. I believe he was what he did exactly in church, but he's now a non-believer in the church and blah blah blah, and he's always.
But
And
another
what he's talking about right there too is the other aspect that most people fail at, which is due diligence, and that's the primary responsibility course of action. So most people are just dishonest and irresponsible. That's what it comes down to.
Because there's holes in science. Science only goes so far on our existence, and then that's it. And it's the same with religion. You can take it so far, and then that's it.
For a religion, you all still have all the work ahead of you when something is unknown, because nothing you believe in that cannot be disproven is actually irrelevant.
If it was a fact, it wouldn't need that belief.
Yep. So,
That's it, right? It just comes down to that. And what's so
there's
hard
a
about
higher
just
power,
what there is
and in my
demonstrated,
opinion, it's
and the
the
rest you don't know.
universe.
That's the honest position. And what's
Yeah.
so hard about keeping that as your basis? You know. Sorry,
And
hippie.
You're good.
if God don't accept people that are honest, what the hell is heaven like? It's a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, can you imagine if that means that all the masses that I'm surrounded by, I'm going to spend eternity with them? I don't really know if I want to go there.
What the Hitchen say, the only good thing is heard about heaven is that you can go to the edge and see the suffering of the people in hell.
I don't know. It sounds like a place of suffering to me. I mean, eternal nothingness, just be bored.
Yeah. And a smart person said once that what if God had a sense of humor and he sent good people to hell and evil people to roost above?
Divine Sorcerer said, I have found that most of religion is symbolic, not literal. I agree.
And then gave them an eternal case of dyslexia, so they could never figure it out.
Yeah. So in the end terms, if you take only the a la carte menu of religion, what God is actually just a guru when you're feeling bad and just a Santa Claus to talk to for
right.
Stupid.
Right.
Well, it's true. It's kind of said that most people find religion when they're on their deathbed or whatever, right? Then they're praying to God.
Yeah, it's just an imaginary friend that
that's the
trying to make yourself feel better.
worst argument ever, actually. What if I went to? I would never go to my grandmother that has believed in Jesus and God all her life and said on her deathbed that everything is not true. I'm never gonna say that. And the opposite is also true. If some religious idiot came to me, I had cancer and 1 week to live, so now you're gonna believe in God, so you have can go to heaven? No, fuck that. It's a very dishonest position.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only thing I'd say to a person who look like they're about to pass is death is an illusion, and you're about to find out.
Yeah, I would tell them that you have been dead before. So it's nothing new.
Yeah, I always
Well, we
felt
can't
like in my
prove
heart,
that.
in some
Yeah,
weird way, that we're
you can
here in
prove
hell
that.
now. This is hell.
I'm not. We can't prove that we were dead before we were born, but it's highly likely that we were not alive for a long time.
Hard to say either way.
Yeah, but when you go to the core of it, maybe, but still the point stands.
I think the problem is we can't entertain it without the capacity to do so. And maybe some people do, but I certainly am not qualified. I have complete amnesia before my first memory here, which is a black and white picture looking up in my crib. Before that, it's just
we come
like
back.
I was asleep.
We come back to the point that it's allowed to say we don't know. You don't have to make something up.
Right.
You can say you don't know.
Right. And speculate, sure, right? Like nothing wrong with that, but just maintain it. It's speculation and don't start telling yourself lies like, okay, I figured it out, like it's fact, and get into these beliefs. And then, that's just gaslighting.
Like local religion. Like
right.
That's why I say when you're from some parts of the world and the local religion is the common thing, and like this the host, he says he believes in Jesus and God, and probably it's the God that is common in his area, and that has never impressed me ever. No
There's
offense.
there's so much, like when you're objective and looking at it from an overview, it's just crazy to watch that the shifting of the fallacy is just subjective to wherever the locals is. It's this version over here and that version of, what's your first clue that it's all imaginary?
Yeah.
Right.
Jelly Roll has a good song. It's called Need a Favor. And it says, I only talk to God when I need a favor. And I only pray when I ain't got a prayer. So who the hell am I? Who the hell am I to expect a savior? It's pretty badass, dude.
Praying to an imaginary deity has got to be
the
pinnacle of moron.
Only humans think that the truth has to be some redemption and some good ending.
That kind of goes both ways, right?
Well, if you can convince a mind that impoverishment and enslavement is divine, and if you're obedient to that, you'll be redeemed after you die. You've got a great worker bee slave that you can exploit the shit out of.
Nobody has ever told how heaven would be. The best thing was eating foie gras to trumpets. I heard once a philosopher say, and that don't make it for me.
No, can you repeat that? Nobody is.
Yeah, I say nobody has ever described heaven, even as they can imagine it. Muslims, they have 72 virgins, but nobody has told them about the 72 mothers-in-law. So
I just want somebody to show me a picture.
And do you know what the females in Islam gets when they're dead? What do the women get when they die?
Not a clue.
They get the husbands back.
Oh. That's a nice fantasy.
Yeah, it's a logical fallacy. You meant fantasy, yeah.
Fantasy. I said that I was being, a little bit satire and sarcastic there. Yeah. It's a nice fantasy.
Yeah.
But Jason's a hardcore Christian. He's even got
the hippie, the host.
No, Jason here, this new guy.
What's up, Hole? It's been a minute.
Came up. He's a hardcore Christian.
How you doing, Hole?
I actually think I've met you before, Jason. In
many a times, man. When everybody was fucking bitching at you, and I would just say, "Man, I wouldn't." He's 4 times my size, man.
Was it on that NC?
Yes, it was there. It was many other places too.
Yeah, with Joe Cool and the gang.
Yeah, man. I see
Yeah,
you
yeah.
out there, man.
Jason
Good to
read
see you.
somewhere that
I remember.
Christ
Joe was here
drank
earlier
every
on
day,
panel
so
for
he's
quite
a
a while.
hardcore follower
Was he?
of Christ.
Yeah, Joe was here.
Actually been following the auditing community for a long time, and I've been a big donator actually. So.
Nice. Yeah, Joe was here earlier. I met most of these
There he
guys.
is, JC, the man.
Press, New Hampshire now. I did some shit with him in New Hampshire and Maine. I did a 8-hour panel with NC Tyrant Hunter when I lost one of my channels.
NC Tyrant Hunter, that's the guy. Yeah, I think that's where we met Jason. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. We followed each other for a bit after that.
Plus, Joe Cool has been on many panels. I hung out with AFA for a long time.
Yeah, he actually was been on my panels a lot. Also, he was. I had a friend from Germany that was actually killed.
AFA, or who are you talking about?
If you go to my channel, you see reality at a frequency theory. He was actually raided by German police and killed.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah. Go check that out. His lectures is. I'm not standing behind anything he says, but his theories was really.
Nikki wants to know why anyone cares what anyone else believes. Good question.
I care what anyone believes, and especially those with contrary views. If anyone, everybody agrees, I want to hear the one that don't agree. And if
basically, you like to.
I like to know.
Debate.
More.
You're a debater.
No. Yeah, that also. But,
and a learner.
I like to. I like to hear different views all the time.
Well, that's what
unlike
I said
Nudie,
earlier
right?
about...
Where Nudie has his fucking mindset, and
he's
only right. I get you.
I don't like
you just said it, Nudie. Come on, man.
I don't like flat.
I just drink every day.
That thing.
I do.
You like?
Well, I just like. I love why I'm so addicted to gaming is because I can get with people all around the world and chit chat about life without hearing it from news. Or why I was so intrigued when you first came in, because I'm like, oh, cool, Norwegian. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Haven't spoke to many of those. And thanks to the internet, although some people would say the internet is the God, all evil, idle hands of the devil's playground, but
it's a view.
I don't know, it brings people together.
It's a view into human experience. And you can pretty much tell right away if the person is honest and looking for something or is just a fake kind of. Right. And I can see you're a good guy and everything. I can tell that right away.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, but some of your views are local, and you should actually just get rid of that bag of bricks because that's not true. The chance of your local community being religiously true is like non-existent.
Roger.
Yeah. As long as even if you had God at your side, I would reject it.
Yeah.
No.
Drinking helps. Laugh out loud.
I would reject any religion, even if not true.
If the depiction of that God was exactly as described, I would reject it before it even started.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have none of that.
A God that tells Abraham to kill his newborn son. If you think that is moral, then you have bigger problem.
And a divine narcissist that's going to put me to eternal fire for burning forever and ever just because I won't get on my knees and worship it. Like, what is it? Fucking bored?
And actually, not this Pope, but the Benedict XVI, he actually got rid of what it called when you are between heaven and earth, the burning
Purgatory.
Yeah, he got rid of that just with a stroke of hand. There are
Well, I remember having a big discussion with Joe Cool because one of the things I like to do when I'm messing around is just scan through the news while we're chit-chatting. And I came across an article where it said something about they took words out of the Bible. And I'm like, wait, how? Who has authority to say? And literally, so we had to pull it up on the internet and look to see what words were taken. Honestly, I forget now what they were. But it was funny.
But
I just don't get it.
Really?
It's like taking away the General Lee and all this stuff. I mean, we did bad shit. Why are we going to hide it? Why are we going to try to change it? Why are we going to try and make it look like it didn't happen? Just put it there for people to see.
Just going to do more of it.
Yeah. We were pieces of shit. Do they really care or just pretend to be interested just to get close enough to be annoying?
For me, all leftists are annoying. You call them liberals, but there has been a big change in the last years where the entire group of politics have shifted. That's what Elon Musk is talking about. He was a liberal, but now he's actually with the devil, I almost said, with Trump. So
you can't practice belief without practicing fake virtue too, Hippie. Two go hand in hand, right?
Yeah. So we come to an understanding. So you're no longer a believer, Hippie?
Believer in...
You have the Jesus.
Jesus? I mean, I'm just listening and chatting and listening to what you got to say, but everybody's got an opinion. I'm not knocking... I'm not as smart as you, for sure. So I'm not...
Why are you not a Hindu?
My knowledge of God and Christianity and blah, blah, blah is...
You just believe in it.
That's it. Faith.
Why?
Here, man, I can help you out.
I don't know. I mean,
happy birthday, Hippie.
Oh shit! Drop my link.
Happy birthday, brother.
Yes. Let's believe in birthdays.
Mm-hmm.
Help is available.
It's important.
Yep.
Whatever. I get it.
I need a beer.
I can't win. Nobody's gonna win.
I want
exactly. Everyone has their own opinion. Everyone should search out their own path. I'm the kind of guy where I just let people go where they're gonna go. I'm not.
There's only two paths: honesty and dishonesty.
Right and wrong. I mean, left and right. I mean, there's a whole bunch.
Well, that's subjective. Right?
Yeah, very big time.
Right and wrong is subjective. Honest and dishonest is not.
Note to self: don't hang out with people that are super smart, because everything has to be correct to prove something is. Wait, I gotta put this because I can't read. Because everything has to be correct to prove something is right, but you only need to find one thing wrong to prove something is not right. So it is the low-hanging fruit.
I want to hang out with people who are super smart. I just can't find any.
Well, that's the problem. You didn't find any here.
No, I can't find any anywhere. You know, I want to get smarter.
Is that a vodka or?
It's 12 o'clock now, so midnight here in Norway.
May I ask you a quick question up there in Norway? Is that a bottle of vodka or is that what?
No, that's actually water.
Oh, okay.
There is he.
Because I heard you said you were going to get a beer, and that kind of looked like a bottle of vodka.
I found the water.
I go to sleep, man, brother. I respect that.
I see you later. Bye-bye.
Have a good night, Boner. Good seeing you again. Really.
See you later, man.
I haven't seen that man in a long time. That's cool.
I've never seen first time meeting.
First time meeting.
I consider myself quite smart.
I can't remember his first and
I'm
not.
smart
Everyone
about
looks.
certain things.
Everyone
we
looks
all
familiar.
probably have our own spot, right?
Does he still do panels too? He said.
Who, him?
Where he used to, yeah, that Phil.
He used to. That's what I thought I heard.
He used to join a lot of the panels, and he got attacked a lot.
Yeah,
And I'd be that one in there in chat.
Well, who doesn't?
Sorry.
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't what?
Get attacked a lot. Oh yeah, Jason doesn't get.
Me?
Question.
I don't get attacked a lot. I fucking beg for it too.
The only thing I know is
you do at times.
Way more than I do know.
I remember when PDF attacked you.
I get a lot of bad.
Yeah, but that's not even worth talking about. Come on now.
That's right. I don't mean to bring up baggage.
No, man.
Not going to start it.
Fucking brilliant, though. That was fucking brilliant.
Coming from Nudie, who never,
I haven't even seen him
drama.
across my radar.
And you got attacked a lot, dude. He was mostly from me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's constant.
I think it was because of Jason that I got attacked. I'm not sure.
Could be.
I can't remember how I found my way over there, but
fucking devilish ways.
he hasn't been doing lives much, apparently. I don't know. Either that or YouTube's just not sending him my way anymore.
Isn't that the prettiest dog you ever did see?
You should see the dogs. You wouldn't have much room if you came and slept in my bed now.
For fuck's sakes, you pushing me away?
You might have to get under the covers if you want to get warm.
Okay, I'm fixing to learn. I'll listen.
Did you see me live in my getup the other night, Jason? Were you hot?
I did.
Were you excited?
Yes.
I was hoping you were gonna come. But
I tried, but like there were so many miles in between. I tried.
Yeah, the road was too dry.
My throat is sore from running rampant for like 4 or 5 days of streaming 24/7. Better take a dinner break. Yeah, I'm gonna shut down before 6 hours. We're coming up on 6 hours.
Yeah, I'll hop up on a year too. Let you make that happen quick. I was on Myron's. I just wanted to come over and say what's up, man, because I haven't seen you.
All right, brother.
You look like you're doing good. You too, Nudie. You guys have a good one, man.
See you later.
All right, brother. Yeah, I'm going to shut down shortly because 6 hours, and then if YouTube doesn't like something, I can delete it. But I think it's been a pretty straightforward stream today. What's truth? How are you, brother?
Someone told me that's not the same for the 6 hour mark anymore, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, 6 hour mark. If you go beyond 6 hours, you can delete shit, but the problem is you lose your chat. Chat's very important to me, as most people will notice. I spend a lot of my time on my live streams talking to people in chat. I think it's important.
Lose your chat? You sure?
Stand. Yeah. Oh yeah. If you take your live stream out of YouTube and you edit the stream, you lose the chat.
If you do that, yeah.
So that's the only way to edit a stream after 6 hours, because YouTube has a 6 hour cap.
But if you edit it,
when I do music at night, every stream that you've ever watched, I go under 6 hours recently. Back in the day, I used to do 30-hour streams. I had no idea that. Back in the day, it was 12 hours. So I remember I would shut down at like 11 hours and 50 minutes. But
so if it's under 6 hours, you can take it out and edit it and put it back, and you'll keep the chat. Oh, interesting.
You don't even have to leave YouTube. As a matter of fact, it's so easy that you just go to YouTube Studio. Mm-hmm. You go to the live stream that we're talking about. It's going to show a line of all your live streams. Mm-hmm, and each individual line will be different things, and one of them will be copyright. When you click on the stream you're on, it's going to say how many copyright claims you have.
All right.
When you click on that, again, it's going to open up, and now you have an option on the side, and the option says something like dispute reason why you think that shouldn't be a copyright claim, or remove and delete and piece back together. So what they'll do literally is, in the old days, they would just cut the clip out and you lost any talk. But now the AI is so smart that literally when you cut a song out, because I do it regularly to try to cut down on the copyrights, is the chat stays, me and you talking, if we had music in the background that was copyright, when I pull it with the AI from the system, YouTube, we're still talking, but the music's gone. So it's pretty cool.
Interesting.
Yeah, the AI, I mean, a lot of people hate AI, but it has advantages, and I feel like if you don't...
Yeah, a tool's a tool, right? It's what you use it
that's
for.
it. Because, listen, I was talking earlier about some people losing jobs because of it. They work for an insurance company. Insurance company decide they don't need agents no more.
Yeah, people are so silly. Let the fucking robots do the jobs, right? Make life easier and cheaper.
That's the way I see it. You can't change it. You're not stopping it now. The wheel is rolling, and that's it. You're either going to be aboard or you're going to just try and fight it. It's like Canada right now, and I love people in Canada, but they're all, disputing American products. But, I feel like that's not hurting anybody.
That's because citizens are parrots, right? It's just a synonymous thing. Whatever they're told, they just buy into the narrative. Nothing new.
King Solomon burned cannabis in the temple.
1 week of the media saying in Canada, Americans are all racist, we should go to war, and that's all it would take.
Right? Because
That's just
Americans do what the TV says. Isn't that what Oliver Anthony says? I love that.
all citizens in every nation, same thing.
People just doing what the TV says. It's true.
Everywhere I go,
and it says people ain't praying no more. I think that's the words right before it. So there you go.
No, I think they're praying too much. It's hopomaniac. If you teach children to pray to solve problems, they grow up not knowing how to solve problems.
I still love America, says what's truth. I don't believe the hype defined this by the CBC. I don't watch TV. I'm yesterday What's Truth, people were fighting in my channel. I had to change the subject, guys, because
I heard you talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like if they were on panel, there would have been screaming going on because people are upset with Canada because of the news on the fucking TV and radio. And now Canada, it's funny because my wife pointed out last night when we were on a live stream that it's a fact right now that Canada is flying more flags in households than ever before. You know why that is? Because Trump said something stupid like they're going to be the 51st state.
Right.
And then people got all patriotic up there now. And I just like kidding. I like stabbing them when they say we're not buying American products. And I say, well, what about gas? Because you motherfuckers dig up that sand and you sell it to us and we process it into oil and then gas and we sell it back to you. Probably at a cheap price.
Here's my view on any of that stuff and all of that stuff. Rather than throwing stones at the fucking clowns, ask yourself, why do you keep showing up to the fucking circus? We all piss the same color. We all have red blood.
It was a ritual for the priest before entering the table. Damn fine stuff. OG, I love OG because grows good in cold conditions. That's one of the strains I try to look for. I would much rather be the 51st state than subject to the Chinese. Well, I mean...
Divide and conquer only works when you practice dishonesty.
Isn't that really what it is, Guru? Separating us from Canada, because they're doing a good job. I'm a positive channel, and don't get me wrong, the drama sneaks in here, and I do have fun. It's been here a few times recently, and I've had some fun. But everything is just so.
That's how you get the
fighting over fucking bullshit from politicians, and we're all against politicians. But when Trump says something wrong, we're mad at each other's.
That's how you get the herd to call each other. Is you get them to believe in narratives and you pin them against each other. And that's why the masses, the scapegoat is the government. The government's just a boogeyman. The masses are the most abusive to each other that I've ever seen, witnessed, and experienced.
It's like you say, next thing you know, it's a group of people that are attacking other people because they're not following the narrative.
Because they're believing.
My daily medicine pot.
Because they're practicing belief.
Ricardo.
That's all it is, right? Instead of just, hey, it's, only a fool falls for that over and over again. That's what it comes down to.
Call it Christian, Bible, whatever you want. Love one another, and just fucking go down your own road. Fight for your own fucking. We're all too busy fucking with everybody else to pay attention.
Of all the things we could focus on in life, right? And
yeah,
of all the things that life has to offer, and people make it about a LARP, putting on a hat and say, "Look at me, I'm American, I'm Canadian," all these fictions, and you miss
people
the reality.
Don't even care about us because the government, the politicians.
Why should they? Why should they? They have no obligation anyways, but why should they when people don't care about themselves? People don't want better for themselves. If they did, they would stop the bullshit. They wouldn't practice it. It's that simple. But that would require taking responsibility, and who wants to do that, right?
I don't.
Owning up to mistakes and
What's truth? You don't have a mod. Sorry, brother. I take them away all the time. People come in here and crying, and those are the ones I'm suspect of. Like, why don't I have a mod?
We don't need to take responsibility for anything. We have a government that's at fault for it all. We get to just blame them, Much easier to do that.
Or get something for doing it or being it. Like money. But Trump's going to end all that. Him and Elon are going to end everything. I'm telling you.
That would be funny to watch.
I'm seeing it happen live right now.
You know what? If you're not diversified in life, you did
that
it
why
to
everybody
yourself.
voted for him, Guru?
What's that?
They wanted
Why?
him to do this the first time. To rip it all down.
Oh, you drain the swamp?
Yeah.
And all that
rip
shit?
It down. Tear it up.
I guess so. Right? Like that's gonna like a change of staff in an authoritative system.
Well, my wife, you know what my wife says real quick? My wife says he's saving all this fucking money so he can give tax breaks to the rich. All his buddies can fucking hang out together. And I'm like, man, she's right.
That's not correct. They don't pay taxes anyways. So that's not
well,
really
that's true.
the
Trump
thing.
doesn't. We can't even know that he does or doesn't because he's special. That's what you get when you're rich. You're like Elon. You hang out with the president. And
no, it's actually nothing to do with rich. It's how you set up your structures and how you operate your affairs.
I always encourage people to use natural herbs rather than drink poison. I hate alcohol. I get drunk every couple of years live on YouTube. Over the last 5 years, I've got drunk a couple times and it was ugly. But it was fun. But I'm not planning to do it anytime soon because my last episode, I got sick for days. So, fuck that. I woke up nude in a puddle of puke. Like, I was wet. I'm like, why am I wet? I didn't even remember drinking the night before at that point. I'm like, why am I wet? And then, want to know the sick part? I crawled up into bed, covered in puke and all wet and gross, went to sleep.
That's why I drink matcha every day, Hippie. It reminds me of when I used to be a spring chicken. It doesn't bring out that side.
I mean, I literally crawled up into that bed covered in fucking puke, all hungover and drunk. At first, I thought I could have been in prison for all I knew. When it was so dark in my room that night, I just put my head up. I'm like, why am I wet? And I'm looking around. I can't see anything. It's completely dark. And then I have to feel around, and then I realize, oh, fuck. Last thing I remembered at that point was puking in the bathroom. My wife, in the morning, right? My wife comes in. She goes, you all right? I'm like, oh, I'm so fucking hungover. I don't know what happened last night. She's like, yeah, it was a fucking doozy. She goes, what'd you do in the bathroom? I go, what do you mean? She goes, there was puke on every inch of the bathroom floor as well as all over the bedroom floor. What the fuck were you doing? But I drank a bunch of girly booze. That's why. Vodka, 100 proof, blue label, Smirnoff. I drank a half a pint of that. I drank a quarter Kahlua and a quarter Bailey's Irish Cream.
What makes something a girly booze?
Sweet. Right?
Yeah, I used to drink girly booze then.
Yeah. Like, I love Malibu and pineapple. You know, Malibu rum. It's like a coconut rum.
Yeah. I like that too, but it didn't
That's
sit
a
well on my
wicked girly
stomach.
drink. I mean, if you're drinking Malibu and pineapple, your buddies are laughing at you. Like pussy.
Kahlua is probably my favorite.
Yeah, I love Kahlua.
Kahlua is
That
great.
night I was drinking mudslides, so if you like Kahlua, you'd love a mudslides because
I
that's
think so.
just Bailey's Irish Cream.
Yeah.
It thickens it up, and it's pretty powerful, and oh man. You drizzle a little chocolate milk around the cup before you pour your drink, and fucking hell.
Many Sundays, Corona and lime with China White all afternoon and plate of nachos. Those were the days.
I love putting the fucking lime in there. It's fun just doing it. Squishing it in there.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to get off, buddy, because we're reaching the 6-hour mark. YouTube's clamping down.
All right, folks.
Appreciate you coming by. Come by anytime, man.
You bet.
Much love.
Good to wrap with you again. Thanks for having me up, and we'll see you guys again. See you folks in the chat. Have a good one.
Peace. Ajot, I love you. I don't have an outro. I got to make an outro. I gotta fucking stop being lazy. I think I'm gonna go make a Pat short. He said I could use this short, so I'm gonna go download that and make a short out of it and put it up on the internet. Daryl, see you later, bro. I might come on later tonight. I'm gonna go eat dinner and relax for a couple hours. I'm probably gonna come back on though. I'm gonna burn the midnight candle and put a lighter under Ajot's ass. Come join Ajot tonight, live. What time you going live, girlfriend? 8 o'clock? I'll go live after you, like 10 o'clock or something. Join me on the naughty corner. Oh, yeah. Hello, Ajot. 5:51. 7 p.m. Eastern. All right. Central, so that's like... Alright, I'll try to go later. Maybe I'll come say hi. See how I am. I lost my voice from this today. Was badass. Good live stream. I appreciate everybody that came by. Joe Cool, everybody else. I love you guys. Badass chat. See what YouTube thinks about it when I shut down. After my strike yesterday. Hey, John, love you. Sleep well. Have fun on your stream. Bye.